This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning, cricket lovers. The cricket here from the Seebahn Cricket Ground in Austria has been pretty explosive. We've seen huge scores, big sixes and crazy catches. And today, the start of day 4, I don't think is going to be any different. We're going to see a frenzy of action from Austria. I'm Rico Full. You're on tour with the European Cricket Network. Welcome to Austria. This field of sunflowers behind me has certainly seen plenty of action. A lot of those huge sixes has ended up in here. So we've seen some great scenes of players going in and out of there trying to find the cricket balls. Today, I believe, will be the same. Match day 4, 5 matches coming up your way. And we're going to start with an absolute classic. If you go back to last year, Donaustadt played ICC Vienna in a semi-final. Donaustadt, they won that match quite comprehensively. They scored 185. We saw Iqbal Hussain score a century. And unfortunately, Indian Vienna were skittled out and lost by over 100 runs. So there's a little bit of revenge in the air first thing this morning. That is going to be our first match. Donaustadt are taking on ICC Vienna. Let's talk a little bit about both these sides. Donaustadt made a good start, the reigning champions, when we saw them on match day 2, winning both their matches. So they're coming into this match pretty strong. And the issue really for ICC Vienna is the 2 men that haunted them and blasted them all over the place last year in that semi-final. Well, they are in good form. Of course, I'm talking about Iqbal Hussain. He's been scoring back-to-back heavy runs at the moment. He's also got something like Utmanzai there with him at the top of the order. I think that really is the partnership that they have to stick with. Other players that have performed well for Donaustadt already, Sahil Zadran, the captain, he's been on top form with bat and with ball. And always, Ichi Basha Didar is always on top form. But Indian Vienna, we saw them play well the other day. Right, they had a tough one first up against Cricketer CC, but they made a match of it, didn't they? Then they did get that win that they thoroughly deserved in their second match. They've got good players. Karanbir Singh is a big plus for them. This guy has scored over 1,000 runs on the network and he's approaching 50 wickets as well. So watch out for him, a big hard hitter. He certainly will put some balls in these sunflower fields. But also you've got something like their captain Chima, a very good player. But what was good for them is when they needed somebody else to come up, somebody like Naveed Hussain was the man to do it. Because myself and Nish were asking the question yesterday, well, if those two don't perform, what is going to happen? I can give you the news from the coin toss is that Donaustadt have won the toss and they will have a bat first. So over to Nish. Nish will tell us what happened yesterday and also the 2 teams and the lineups. Over to you, Nish. The news to the middle. Donaustadt will put a few more balls in the field behind us.
Thank you very much for that introduction. So we are set for the start of day 4 here in Austria. Let's have a look at what occurred back in day 3. Of course, our first match of the day was between Cricketer CC and the Vienna Cricket Club of India. Of course, Cricketer CC came out on top in that game. They won it by 43 runs, a convincing victory for them. They batted superbly in that first innings thanks to a couple of great performances by Bilal Zalmai and Kogiani. Kogiani earning a promotion up the order, and boy, did he cash in and take advantage of that promotion. ICC of Vienna were going along at the rate for about 5 or 6 overs, but once Karanbir Singh departed, they just fell apart and collapsed in those last 3 overs. We'll now look at our second match today. So Snazzy, who had a dream start to this ECS, will just come back down to earth with this defeat against Sher-e Punjab Vienna. They put a pretty good total on the board of 136, slightly above par based on what we have seen here in Austria. But then, well, Sher-e Punjab were superb with the bat in hand. Zaid Zadran, the Germany international, coming in and batting spectacularly great. Half-century for him. Of course, Sher-e Punjab would make it 2 wins in 2 to start off their campaign. What a fantastic chase by them here, picking up a bonus point. They managed to do this with 3.5 overs to spare. A fine innings by Arslan Arif. Vienna Danube, well, their issues with the ball continue. They just have had far too many issues in the field, struggling with their lines and lengths, and dropping catches as well. Here's a look at match 14 between, of course, Indian CC Vienna and Vienna Cricket Club. The Indian CC Vienna would bounce back well after a shocking defeat right at the start of the day. They would beat Vienna Cricket Club. 139 runs is what they put up on the board, and they bowled superbly in that second innings against a very strong Vienna CC lineup. Of course, at one point, keep in mind, they had them 16 for 5, and it looked like Vienna CC were not even going to get a point out of that game, but some late innings heroics at least helped them salvage a point. Our last match of the day was an absolute thriller between Vienna CC and Sher-e Punjab Vienna. At one point, Sher-e Punjab looked set to chase down one of the largest ever totals on ECN. Keep in mind, they needed 41 runs off the last 2 overs to cut a couple of key batters out in the middle. And then, of course, we saw that dramatic 9th over, which went for just 6 runs, and a couple of wickets were taken in it. So we were treated to some thrilling cricket, and I expect to see a lot more of the same today. Here's a look at the standings. Well, this is, you can see the 2 teams who were involved in the last match highlighted over there. So the NSCC currently sitting at the top of the table. You'll now have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match between Donaustadt and the Indian Cricket Club of Vienna. So Donaustadt, the defending champs, off to the perfect start in this tournament. 2 wins in 2 for them. Their bowling has been spectacular throughout this ECS. They won a couple of games chasing, restricting their opposition to very low totals. And if you just have a look at that dashboard, well, the likes of Iqbal Hussain, there's a reason he's up there with 166 points. He has been very special throughout this series. They are 67% favorites heading into this game against Indian CC of Vienna. I have to say, when you saw Indian CC Vienna going up against their opposition in the first match of this series, Cricketers CC, you thought they were really hapless in that 43-run defeat, and this side would struggle for this series. But then they came out against Vienna CC, and it was a complete turnaround for them. They looked a much better side. So a big 5 match day is about to get underway. Pushed away towards point. Really good shot there. Gets behind that ball nicely. Plays it nice and late. And away it goes for a 4. So we start out with a boundary. Really good shot over here. Rocks back. Waits for it. Plays that beautifully. Uses the pace of the bowler. Away it goes for 4. That is a wide. So a chance to say good morning to everybody joining us in the chat. Of course, we got Wayne right in there with the first message of the day. Dave as well managed to sneak in a message right at the start of the stream. Con S joining us. Rob Thompson, Johnny Hisham. Great to see you here as well. Sadhu Rathanayaka. Yeah, it really is a beautiful day over here. And of course, got Ivan B as well. So yeah, big day of cricket, and great to be alongside all of you for what should be another great chapter in our Austrian adventure. So yeah, big news, of course, across the network on the conclusion of our series over in the Netherlands yesterday, and boy, what a dramatic finish that was, coming down to the last over. The Netherlands, well, with a bit of daylight burglary. I think a lot of us would have assumed the United States would win that game, but unfortunately for them, they just crumbled under the pressure. Oh, big 6 there. That one's going to go all the way. So that's the first Maximo of this morning by a man who has been in fine form throughout this series. Oh, what a shot. Incredible hit. But yeah, of course, just going back to that game, it was a surprise to see the U.S. bungle it in the end. I think had to go at less than run a ball for much of the match. Thanks to that good start they had in those first few overs. They simply couldn't get it done. Fantastic delivery, good comeback ball there by Kunal Joshi. Oh, wonderful ball, back of a leg, moves back in as well. Huge swing and a miss, and of course, yeah, talking to star performers over in that series, I mean, how good was Klein throughout that series? I mean, picking up 9 wickets, economy rate of 6.2, thought he was amazing, and of course, bowling under pressure in that penultimate over. You just knew once they handed him the ball that he was just going to find a way to keep his side alive in the game. We're having a look at the stats here. Some of the run rates across events. Austria right up there. I mean, as things stand, Austria is just 0.1 below Spain, so the second highest scoring ECS so far. And I wonder if they're going to be able to sustain this 14.5 run rate. I feel it might just dip a little bit, but you never know. You really don't. I mean, this is a flat deck. It is a batter's paradise. And keep in mind, we're also got a very fast outfield. Really do. I mean, this is not the luscious outfield. It's hard. It's dry. I think maybe if we don't just keep up that 14.5 rate, I still would expect it to remain about 13.5 or somewhere in the 13s. Yeah, I can't see it dipping too much for the remainder of the series. Here we go. Let's see if Safi can get a legal ball in here. Huge swing and a miss. Getting some lovely moment, of course. A chance to welcome Rico Full into the commentary box for the first time today.
Guten Morgen, everybody. Hello. Lots of things happening. Rob Thompson is peeling a pineapple. I don't know what that is about, but anyway, I'm sure we'll get to the end of that. Yeah, good morning to you, Nish, and good morning, world. Welcome to a beautiful, sunny Austria here in Vienna Seabahn Cricket Ground.
Now just trying to nudge that one down towards third. Beats the outside edge. Oh, not too far away. That could easily have been the first wicket there. With Manzai, of course, coming off a great performance against the Daredevils when he made 39 runs of just 13 deliveries and helped this side achieve what was a fantastic victory against the Daredevils. They picked up bonus points. Yeah, of course, this is the first time they're going to be batting first in this series. They've had a couple of good chases so far, of course. They won their opening match against Lord CC, restricting them to just 104. And then they restricted Daredevils to just 105 and won that with 4.2 overs to spare. So that was a dominant victory for Donaustadt. And both these men played huge roles in that, of course. Iqbal Hussain made a half century against those Daredevils and was very good against Lord CC as well with 43 of 18. This is just nudge towards point. It's going to be a single.
Yeah, that's better from Manzai. He's trying to thrash at the ball. He's better just playing good shots. Remember these two, I mean, you mentioned Iqbal there, he's in good form. Remember that Iqbal Hussain was the man who tormented the Indian CC Vienna side in that semi-final. He scored 127, and Manzai was his opening partner. Remember, they didn't lose a wicket getting to that 185. Manzai made 47, and of course, India CC Vienna collapsed, going for a big run chase when they were all out, and they fell some 100 runs short. So a bit of revenge is what they're up for here, but they always have had issues against the likes of Iqbal Hussain. Can they see the back of him this time? That's what they'll be looking to do. I want to say good morning to the likes of Wayne and the chat. I know I've said hello to Rob, to John as well. So many people are tuning in at the moment. Ivan B, really good to hear from you as well. And the likes of, we just saw that Asad Ali was in the chat. Hello, Asad. And Music, who was saying love from Bangladesh and Pakistan. Well, love to you as well. Love to everybody. That's in the air. Will there be some love in the air here? Chima wants it. And Chima will hold on to it. Oh, there was a little bit of a wobble. And I said, if there's one man that this Indian Vienna want to see the back of, is Iqbal Hussain, and they have. This is what I like to see from a wicketkeeper. As soon as it's gone up in the air, that's a difficult catch for any of the fielders that are around him. I think there's about 4 men around him there. He calls it. He wants it. Watch him go here. So he's off straight away. Kehna mera catch up. Pare ho jo, main phad lena. Nikal gaya, par phad liya. There you go. He's done it. And they do remove Hussain. That is going to be a really good, positive, sort of mental break for the likes of Indian ICC Vienna, because, of course, Hussain has really tormented him over the years. So they've got over that mental barrier of him always being getting the better of them.
They certainly have an enormous wicket here as Donaustadt lose one early. Good start for Indian ICC Vienna. They're on the money first thing this morning. This is a much improved bowling performance from the one we saw from them at the start of the tournament against Cricketers CC when they were just too loose at the start of the innings. Iqbal Hussain, yeah, first time he departs for a low score this series, coming off a 43 and a 53.
A good time to get a wicket. And well bowled also for Safi. Stuck to his line, and he said, could he bowl a legal ball after the start? Well, yeah, he could, and he bowled plenty of them. Very good over. Just a 2 coming from it. And 13 for 1 the score, but that's going to help. That's been clipped away. It's an easy looking shot, isn't it? Not the best of deliveries. Too much whip on hand here from Joshi. And well, the powerful Utmanzai. Well, don't forget him. He also tormented them. Plays a really nice shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. Utmanzai gets that one away for a 4. Just a little bit of width on offer there by Joshi. That goes away to the boundary.
You know what I did yesterday? One of the things I did yesterday, I looked at some of the social content, and of course got things on there from the Miltel Shield, things are there from the Netherlands when we were in Rome, of course, the European Cricket Series, and some of the catches also from here. The catching that we've seen in the last month on the European Cricket Network has been incredible, and of course some of those the crazy catches from yesterday were on there as well. It's just the highlight of catches at the moment has just been terrific.
I've seen incredible catches. I feel like whenever we're asked to pick our highlights of the day, it's just dominated by some of the catches right now. It's hard to pick, really is. We are seeing some very fine moments. Oh, this has got some width, and it's going to be cut away by Utmanzai. Hit ferociously towards the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, clobbered. Thank you very much, says Utmanzai. Well, after swinging and missing a few, he seems to have just, I think it's like somebody just said to him, hey, just count to 1 and then play your shot, because he was playing far too early. Well, he's done that now, and he probably feels that he needs to get off to a good start here because, of course, they have lost one of the key batters already. There's no Razmal Shigwell in the side again. We've only seen him just once, so obviously work commitments preventing him from playing. So probably they are 1 batter light in what would be their regular lineup. So he's got to put a good shift in here now. Well, he'll rock on this one, rock back and get the swivel on this as he smashes this down the ground over that square leg area for 6 runs. I don't think that was a ball that Joshi should be thinking about. Going short to Utmanzai, it ain't going to work out well for you.
Yeah, it doesn't even get that sharp bounce. It ends up sitting quite nicely for him, so he gets away to the boundary. And speaking of players missing, of course, no Dieter either for Donaustadt. He's been incredible this series. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's given up just 22 runs in the 4 overs he bowled. I think, one of the points I highlighted about the Donaustadt team a couple of days ago is I don't think too many sides hit Yorkers and the same kind of consistency they do, and Dieter is one of those players. I mean, he goes out there, he bowls perfectly to his plan, at least has so far this series, and I think he's going to be a big, big loss for this Donaustadt side. I would have loved to see someone like Dieter go up against Kanveer Singh.
Yeah, Dieter, and the reason why we like E.T. Bhadshaw Dieter is because of all of his variations. Better delivery, better length, gets a dot ball in there. So good way to finish the over. and I suppose he stops himself going past the 30 mark with his spell. 29 come off his 2 overs, and Donaustadt are 31 for 1 at the end of the power play. So again, around 10s, they would be looking to up that so they can finish on a score around about 125, 130.
Yeah, so one is going to be the end of the power play.
Looks like we're going to go for a little bit of spin here. So this is Daud Zadran. Chima, imposing figure of the wicketkeeper, standing right behind Upmanzai. Taking on the single. Cleanish pickup, but the batter's good backing up, good running. And now Safi looks to face his first ball. So Mohammad Safi in at number 3.
Yeah, Mohammad Safi. Yeah, it's the first time we're going to get a look at him in this series. And this is going down the ground. It beats the fielder. Well, he had a chance to get to that in the end. It's a slight misjudgment. He'll feel he could have done a little bit better. Let's have one more look at this. Yeah, Safi just has to wait a little bit on that ball, and then he looks to strike it down the ground. Yeah, that should have been stopped. You tend to have your best fielder in that position, so you expect him to have higher standards than the rest of the team. It's another full toss. That's a poor delivery. That is a poor delivery, and Safi will strike a couple of boundaries in a row, so you can maybe fault the fielding on the previous ball, but the bowler has no one to blame for this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's pitching it up, which I don't mind. And the thing is, though, he could be thinking, all right, if this is, and this is what he's got to agree here with Chima, the captain, if this is what I'm going to bowl, then let's put 2 men there. Let's put 2 men in. Let's get men in the V there out on the offside. You know, we've seen teams deploy that already, where you get 3 men in that area. And that's why, because he's hitting in that area. Not that they were going to stop this one. That's going to go all the way. And Manos arriba. Well, the umpire, I don't think, can stretch any higher than this. Well, there you go. The umpire says it is early morning. Look, the man in the digger, oh, he has arrived. He's starting to move. He said, there we go. Good early morning stretch. 6 runs.
He's getting it wrong over here as Zadran just not quite hitting those lengths right. Bowled a few full tosses, and this time he's just bowled one in the slot. Oh, he's going to look to go big again. Does this have the distance on it? Oh, it most certainly does. Safi gets another one away for 6, and this is turning out to be a painful over.
Yeah, I mean, that one, if you have a look, I think he wants to try and go for a slightly quicker delivery going by the wrist action, but he's just putting it there on a length, and the batter is saying, thank you very much. I mean, yeah, just try and fire in a quicker delivery, try and do something different. I mean, he's checking that his fielder's out there. He's there. Problem is, he's being cleared with ease at the moment. Oh, that one just didn't look right. That one didn't look right. I'd like to see this one again. Maybe you can see this from camera 4, Alex, because the arm just didn't look right to me. Just look at this arm here. And, oh, I don't know. I think the last 2 he tried that. But, hey, I think this is the one where Donaustadt is saying, yeah, we don't mind. Nothing. We see nothing wrong with that at all. Let him bowl another, because that one went for 25.
Yeah, an expensive over, the biggest over so far this innings, 25 coming off. Yet just going back to that arm action, I mean, ultimately it is about the extension, I believe, rather than the angle of the elbow itself. So was there an extension there? I believe that's the question.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, a lot of people, it's when I say it, because people say, oh, the arm's bent, so it's got, no. If the arm is bent, but it stays bent, it's not an issue. And that's what a lot of people don't seem to realise when it comes to bowling action. So, you know, if your arm stays bent all the way through, no, not a problem. Well, that one is one that beats the batter, but he gets enough to get it away. That's going to be another boundary, 4 more. It's when you have bowlers where the arm is bent and then they go through the motion of straightening the arm, because then, of course, then you get, that's literally, if you think about you throwing something, that's what you're doing. Your arm starts bent, and then when you throw it, you straighten it. So it's either the arm stays straight or if it is bent, it stays bent. You don't want to go from that bending to that straightening motion. Safi does come back. And, better delivery. And now we get to see a battle of the Safis. Don't mind this. One Safi up against another.
Yeah, quite a few Safis here in Austria. I think you often have to refer to them on first name basis just to be able to differentiate them. Of course, got Mohammed Safi going up against Irfan Safi. Mind you, another Safi has been added to the Indian CC Vienna side as well. Of course, no Naveed Hussain today for Indian CC Vienna. He's an enormously important player. This one's going to go away for a 6. So Safi beating Safi as things stand. That's at least Mohammed Safi gets that one away. Really nicely struck. Just touch too short, and he gets underneath that and pumps it away over cow corner for a 6. But yeah, obviously no Naveed Hussain for Indian CC Vienna. And of course, he's batted superbly throughout this series, but his bowling figures have been impressive as well. He was 3 for 11 in the 2 overs he bowled against Vienna CC, so they're going to miss his influence. Inside edge, and this is going to be a big race for the fielder. Is he going to be able to get to it? Yep, just about. Just about. That's Kumaran, who's just fired that throw back in. Got a couple more balls to come in this over. 13 off it so far. This is played away towards cover and really well fielded, exceptionally fielded by Ibrahimi Zadran. Yeah, that just looked like it was gonna go past him and go away for a 4, but he gets a hand in the way and saves the side 3 runs.
Yeah, nicely timed shot. And also good bit of fielding. I mean, from this angle, it looked like he was using his head to stop that one. It wasn't. It just got his hand in the way. Well, there's that digger. And a few people have said it definitely has moved a bit to the left. So I think somebody at some point is going to have to go and investigate what's going on there. That's the slower delivery. It does bring us to the end of the 5th over. And we'll see it again. Yeah, nicely bowled. Takes the pace of that. But Donaustadt, they're going along very nicely. 70 for 1. It's a good time for us to introduce you to the Cube. Hello and welcome, world. And I want to say, well, I know that in India they're celebrating National Sports Day today. So enjoy your sports day. And, of course, there is some history to why it is that National Sports Day there. I'll tell you a little bit more about that. But welcome. And 5 matches today. And I think, like we've seen already, the first 3 days here in Austria, they're going to be exciting.
They're going to be exciting, and it's been a great week of cricket so far here in Vienna. I think the main highlight of it has, of course, been the amount of runs we've seen scored. I mean, as things stand, we saw that run rate this morning. It was 14.5 for this series. I remember we came in after the first day was 15, and we thought, well, this is surely going to dip, but it hasn't dipped as much as we would have thought.
No, even yesterday, if you have a look at the scores yesterday, I mean, there were some big ones in there, but still, the average number of scores, very healthy, and that's why batters are just going out there and creaming the ball. I know that, I mean, a few people were saying, well, is this track, like, is it, because we're comparing those rates to Barcelona, of course, or maybe even to what we saw there perhaps in Tallinn. I mean, is the pitch that dead? I don't think it is. I just think that, I think this is a classic pitch where your bowlers get excited because of the bounce it offers, and then they find it very difficult to change their lines. So Karambir Singh, just down the leg side, I think, pitching outside leg. So Karambir coming on to bowl here, a little bit late actually, as he comes in. I mean, normally you'd expect Karambir to bowl a lot earlier, but I just think that bowlers haven't bowled well. Now Karambir yesterday did get the ball pitched up a little bit more, and he was able to get the Yorker length deliveries in. And I think bowlers just haven't bowled the Yorker on it. They've seen the bounce. And okay, if you're a batter and you don't like the short delivery, it will get you in trouble. But if you like the short stuff, well, the ball is going to hold up nicely for you to play away, even though there is a little bit of pace out there. But you just got to bowl a better line. And we have seen ball moving around a bit. I don't think it swung as much as what we saw in Rome, at the Roma cricket ground. For some reason, I mean, swing is a weird thing. I mean, in Rome, you wouldn't expect to see it swing so much because the weather there was stiflingly hot. It was very clear blue skies. Here, again, we've had some overcast days, but it hasn't swung as much. So bowlers have to get the line right. They're not getting too much movement. And you can see when you do pitch the ball up, it becomes a different ball game.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? I mean, we had pretty overcast weather the first couple of days. We just didn't really see much swing. I think bowler skill, though, was a lot better in Rome as well. I think it is worth adding that as well. I think the quality of the bowlers they have in Italy is very, very impressive, and that certainly played a factor in that series. Oh, well, the question is if he was all the way upright, would that have been a wide or not?
Well, the batter seems to be... well, they've called this a wide. And
I
Currenby
think that's the right decision.
Yeah, Currenby doesn't like it, but I think, yeah, the umpire's deciding, worse, that's a slow delivery, and that is going to go away. Good pick-up, so Currenby's over. It doesn't end the way he would have liked to. He's going to get hit for a big six, so the score off that over 15, and Donaustadt, they stay on their mission to post a healthy score. The start of the first match here, once again, eyeing up around about that 150 for this match number 16, the start, of course, of day 4.
Yeah, so Currenby is seeing a little bit expensive in that over. He's bowled quite well for much of the series. Obviously, we've been talking primarily about his batting prowess, but I think he has impressed with the ball as well. Of course, he just had a chance to have a look at that scorecard. Both Uthman Zai and Safi going along very nicely over here. What's rather interesting is they haven't bowled Ahmed Ghani just yet. He's bowled quite well throughout the series, picked up 3 wickets, had an economy rate of around 11, which is fairly decent for this side, who, mind you, have given up a lot of runs in both their games. I mean, 173 against the Cricketers CC, 139 against Vienna CC. So you're very surprised that Ahmed Ghani isn't bowling.
Oh, that is wild. What a take this is. What a take this from Chima, the captain. This is as wild as they get. Have a look at this. Well, it's a very good take. A lot of wicket keepers would have reacted so late to that. The Chima takes that one, and it's not a good start here from Kumaran. Free hit straight away.
Oh, thickish outside edge. Away it's going to go for 4, so just throws everything at that one. And they'll take advantage of this free hit. Not quite the stroke he would have wanted to play, but gets the desired outcome.
Yeah, it's a free hit. You're going to lash out of this. So let's just go back to the National Sports Day in India. Of course, it's the anniversary, or the birth anniversary of hockey hero Major Dhyan Chand. And, well, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. Chima, well, first he stops a horrible delivery game for 4 byes, and then he comes up with this. This is lightning quick reflexes, and the celebration from Chima says it all. Have a look at this. Sensational. Absolutely sensational. What a bit of keeping this is. That is just top draw, world class. I know that I've been here at this Eban Cricket Ground with Vinny Sandu, and Vinny rates Chima very, very highly, and you can see why. That is a great bit of work. I mean, as the new batter comes in, maybe we can appreciate that work from Chima again. Sensational wicket keeping.
Top wicket keeping over there, and I have to say, we've been talking about the standard of the batting here. The standard of the wicket keeping has been exceptional throughout this series. We have seen some incredible stumpings over the course of these first 4 days. Yeah, great work there by Meher Chima. That is a very important wicket for this Indian Cricket Club of Vienna. They get rid of Mohammad Safi, who was on 39 of 14.
New bat now comes in. And he's got 2 in 2. This is out. I don't think that foot is inside the crease. 2 in 2, everybody. Chima. He is lightning quick at the moment. What a bit of work this is. And for those people who still have question marks about whether it's worth having a top-class wicketkeeper, let's have a look here. He goes out of his crease. Gone. That is so quick. Well, he's got the fastest gloves in Europe, maybe. That's Chima. Let's have a look. Can we have a Alex, I'm going to put you to the test here. Maybe you can have both of those back-to-back at some point. We'll see that one again, though, first. Maybe just slow it down, Sardon. Just look how quick this is. It is sensationally quick. And just like that, Kumaran is going to be on a hat-trick.
Your lightning quick gloves. Have a look at this. Oh, well.
Does it no justice?
Blink an eye. You barely blink your eye, and before you know it, he's been stumped.
Look at that. That is just fantastic. And he knows his hat. So, here we go. Well, I'll go back to Major Dayan Chand a little bit later, but you've got to focus on a hat-trick ball here. Kumaran, who started with a disastrous no ball, is on a hat-trick.
Here we go. Hat-trick ball. Oh, that was a terrific delivery. I mean, he got that spot on, gets the outside edge, and goes away for 4. Very cruel on Kumaran. That's a couple of edges that have gone away for boundaries in this over. Of course, keep in mind, you know, we saw, I believe, was it Luthra? Or I'm not quite sure. I don't think it was Luthra. There was a player who had a chance to get a hat-trick yesterday in the final game of the day. And we saw a catch put down on the hat-trick ball. That was a real shocker. It really was. Yeah, it was a huge shame.
I know who put it down. It was Paramjit Singh. But, yeah, hat-trick opportunity wasn't taken.
Oh, is this an edge? Is there an edge? Yes, there is. So he's not going to hat-trick, but he will get 3 and 4. What an incredible bit of fielding once again by Meher Chima, a fantastic wicketkeeper. This is top wicket-keeping. Let's have another look at this. Well, this man just creates fine moments for his team. Huge swing, just gets a thick edge. You can see it right there. You can see the deviation. It's brilliantly taken. This is a man, this is a wicketkeeper who is absolutely flawless behind the stumps, and he's produced another wicket for his side.
Incredible. That's all I can say. Incredible. Just he's on something here today. He's on song. And मेरे ख्याल है ना मेहर चीमा ने चंगिया मक्की दी रोटी रात खादी हम साग दे नाल. Here we go. Let's have a look at this. This is número 1, número 2, and número 3. Alex, that is superb. That is superb. Let's just keep that saved, Alex. Keep that saved for later. I mean, I was talking there. A lot of people have this debate about, do you need a world-class keeper behind the stumps? And we saw a lot of times, I mean, Rome is a good example, wasn't it? And Bulgaria particularly, where the wicket-keepers were standing back, hardly ever stood up. And that is the difference. That is what a class wicket-keeper can bring you. Wickets for nothing. And just like that, Donaustadt, who were motoring along pretty nicely with that second wicket partnership. They lost their second wicket for 90 on the score of 91. They are now 95 for 4. And the reason for that is mainly down to one man, Chima, the captain, behind the stumps. Well, we can focus on this. 25 days to go to the start of the Euros of cricket there at the Kardamar Oval. Starting, of course, on the 23rd of September and running through to the 19th of October there at the Field of Dreams. Who will be picking up that magnificent trophy? I reckon it's the best trophy that you have in sports. It really is the trophy that the winners will pick up. All right, that's hit down the ground. Can he get a stop on this? No. Just what I'd like to have seen, a slide or a dive to try and stop it. And that's going to go to the boundary. So the 100 comes up for Donostia. Now look, they have lost some quick wickets, but still, they can still go on and put a decent score on the board. And they've got Utmanzai still there. He's key. He's on strike here now. He's seeing partners come and go. And at the other end, he's got Mohammed Sadiq. Shot. That's big. That will go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. And that goes into the field of joy. Yep, that's what I'm calling it. Because sunflowers bring joy and positivity. They're symbolizing strength, good fortune, admiration, and loyalty. Yep, the field of joy. And that's the first of many that I think I'm going to end up in there. No joy, though, for the fielder that's trying to find the grizzly. Watch out for the snakes and anything else that can be crawling in there. Well, he retrieves it, but a good shot. Utmanzai now holding the key to trying to get Donaustadt to that 140-ish kind of score.
A shorter delivery. This is pulled away straight towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. Yeah, speaking of sunflowers, I'd love to see if we could just track their heliotropism. Of course, as we know, sunflowers tend to follow the sun throughout the day, and they just turn their head. Yeah, I'd love to see if we could track or at least notice it in some way.
Those ones no, because they're dead.
Yes, of course these ones, yeah, these ones won't.
But having said that, as you saw from my intro, I have found a few that are still, let's just say that those seeds must have been planted a little bit later than some of these. They're not as tall as those, but yeah, I found some flowers. But you're right, they do like to follow the sun. Karanbir Singh being brought back to at I think an important time. If he can pick up the wicket in Upman's eye, then that puts Donaustadt really on the back foot. But at the moment, not quite going to plan. Right, in the air, Chima. It could be another scalp for him. It will be. Chima takes another. Now, I want you to focus on something here, folks. This is very, very important. I tell you why. Chima, if you have a look at that scorecard, he has been involved in every single dismissal. So, we just see him there. He has taken the wicket there of Upmanzai. He started off with taking the catch to remove Iqbal Hussain. Then, of course, he was involved in the last over, 2 stumpings and a catch. 5 dismissals. Now, that equals a record. 5 dismissals is a record. If he picks up another one, then that is an ECN record to be involved in 6 dismissals. I'm sure that somebody will back me up there. Maybe if Vinny Sandhu is lurking. I don't think we've had a single player who's been involved in more than 5 dismissals. So this could be a first. And, of course, there's plenty of time to do it. Karanbir. That's hit pretty hard and is going to go all the way to the boundary. Good shot there from Ishaq Safis. Another Safi. And loads of Safis, loads of Zadrans. And that one gets pumped to the boundary. And that's the end of the over. So even though Karanbir does pick up a wicket there, he's going to go for over 30. That's expensive for Karanbir Singh. 1 for 31, 111 for 5 at the end of 8.
Yeah, a little bit expensive today, Karanbir Singh. I think he's been very tight with his bowling throughout the start of this campaign, but just gives up a few too many runs over the couple of overs he bowls today. We'll have a look at the run rate here for Indian CC Vienna, and well, there it is. The 7th over, of course, where we saw 3 dismissals, some fine keeping Malhar Chima throughout the course of the over, forcing a couple of wickets thanks to some great stumping, some great glove work. Of course, chance to say hello to Jay from back in the office joining us in the chat. Yeah, it was a pleasure to meet you in Rome. Shame it was as brief as it was, and hopefully get to meet for a little longer in future. This one's just going to be struck away, goes over 3rd, and that's gone for 4 runs. So a nice shot there by Sadiq, somewhat intentional. If you just take a look at this, got a very open bat face. Yeah, very open bat face.
Very nice shot. Yeah, hello Jay. Hope you're well. Hope you recovered from what was a very busy weekend there in Rome. But fantastic work from everybody involved in the Miltel Shield. It was superb from everyone who was working at the ground to everyone that did all the work behind the scenes. It's another wicket, and Kumaran has taken his 4th, 4 for 13, and with 4 balls to go. And also, when you think that that's 6 wickets down now, what an opportunity to take a 5-fer here.
Yeah, certainly is. We're still waiting for our first 5-fer of this series. Didn't have one in Rome either during the ECS.
No.
And, yeah, good catch over there. Just loses his footing as he goes to take that catch, but holds on to it.
Avinash Suraya has taken 4 in this series, but we haven't seen 5 in a while. I think we saw 5s. Where did we see 5s? In the T20 Women's Internationals, I think we saw a few, but not from the men's in a while. So here we go. Kumaran, 4 for 13. We'll go back to that. Let's have a look at this delivery first. And not a good one. That's going to be a minimal. And Chima, he's done some magical things, but there's no way he's going to be able to stop this one. That's going to be a minimo. And right after this, we can bring that graphic up that tells us of when the 5-wicket hauls that we've had and the last one that we had on the European Cricket Series. Well, there's Joanna Hicks. We saw her do it, playing for the Isle of Man and against the women of Greece. Are we going to see another here?
Yeah, great campaign for the Isle of Man. Of course, they went on to win the Valletta Cup, beating Greece a couple of times in the group stages and then in the finals. Yeah, good shot there by Yusuf Zai. Low full toss, and he's managed to bash away. Really good stroke. gets that one away for 4 runs.
So National Sports Day in India, of course, the anniversary hockey hero Major Dhyan Chand, and he's the man who, he's a legend there, of course, when it comes to the hockey, with victories at the Summer Olympics in 1928, 1932 and 1936. He was instrumental in helping India complete their first hat-trick of Olympic gold medals, and that's why this day is dedicated to him, a National Sports Day in India. So get out there and play some sports. Put down your laptops and your tablets and your phones. Go outside and play some sport, whatever it is. Whacked. Absolutely whacked. That has gone a long way. Manos. Arriba, Bitro. What a hit that is. And just remember, Shafiullah Yousafzai, he's a pretty decent all-rounder. We saw him do good things with the ball the other day. And also, he was, well, quite important, wasn't he, when they got that win, chasing that low score. I mean, it was a difficult one for them against Lord's EC. It was they only needed to get 104, but they made a meal of it. And this guy was the one who went out there and helped them do it. That's another one. Well, it's right in the hip zone, but that means it's in my hit zone, says Yousafzai, and he creams that one away. So, well, he's got a ball to go if he's going to get that 5-wicket haul. But at the moment, the last few deliveries have not gone to plan.
I think gets the Yorker here. He might have a chance to get Yousafzai with that enormous bat lift. That's going to be so down for him, tough for him to bring that bat down. So let's just see. He gets this full and straight. He might have a chance to pick up the 5th wicket.
Well, good take, and Chima just he's ready to whip those bells off. That's another sign of a good keeper. He takes the. Well, I wonder what the umpire is saying to him here. Well, can we just see this side on? I don't know if you still have it, Alex. I wonder if the umpire is saying, "Oh, you were very close to taking it over the stump." Let's have a look. Nah, he's all right. No problems there at all. But Chima, you can see he's ready to take him off. Well, what I was going to say, that's another good sign of a good keeper. He's not going to take those bails off unless he's 100% sure. So, end of the over, 9 completed, 137 for 6. So, even though there was that little mini collapse, of course, when Kumran took those 3 wickets in the over, they've still maintained a healthy strike rate and still look like they should get into that 140s. And maybe with a big finish here, they could even get 150 on the board. 26, that one went for from Kumran. He'd be disappointed. And it all went wrong after he took a wicket. Right, in the air, catching opportunity and taken. No mistakes. Nice catch. That's going to be the end of Ashaq Safi. He'll go for just 4. That was his second ball, of course. You've got to be going for the big shots there. Nice catch. Taken in the deep. Made it look easy. And another one bites the dust. So Safi will go. And that means that... I see if Zazai comes in pretty low down. I'm pretty sure Zazai batted quite high up the last time we saw him. So he's sort of been demoted a little, but in he comes. Certainly capable of hitting a ball, though.
Yeah, he just didn't have a good score against Lord CC, so they've given him a massive demotion. You talk about a very harsh system. This one is just pushed away towards single, and it just brings Yousafzai back on strike, which is a fairly decent outcome here for Donaustadt. So he's got 4 balls left in this innings. How many more runs can he get? 150 is certainly on the cards here for Donaustadt. It's going to be such a tough task for Indian CC in the 2nd innings.
Can Chima get another? That's the question. He's got 5. Oh, yeah, the right idea. And now they will go and they will get there. Yeah, I was going to say right idea, but they decided not to go for it in the end because the bowler doesn't take this cleanly. He gets away from it. Look, you see he's just trying to stop it and pat it down to his feet rather than try and stop that ball. And as a result of that, they will take another. That's expensive because Yousafzai is probably the man you don't want on strike right now.
High up in the air. And this could be a catching chance for the fielder. And, oh, well, he just never got in the right position, did he? And his technique was so awkward as well. But he might have a chance to get a run out here. We'll have a look at the sideline. He's probably gone is running to the danger end, and yep, that's it. I think he's just going to walk his way back to the dugout.
It's a direct hit. Chima doesn't have to get involved, so puts the catch down, but picks up the ball and fires it in. Direct hit at the stumps. Well done in the end there, I suppose, for Kumaran. It doesn't take the catch, but he runs out. Yusuf Zai, who quite rightly decides he wants to try and get back on strike. So with the score on 140, Yusuf Zai will depart for 19. A good fighting 19 from him as well. Once again, getting valuable runs for Donaustadt when they need him. 19 of just the 6 balls that he faces gets run out there by Kumran. So Kumran, I suppose he'll say, I did get 5 in the end. The 4 from my bowling and that one. Well, he'll certainly pick up some fantasy points. No doubt about that. So 2 balls to go. 141 for 8.
Got him. Great bit of bowling. Just a subtle variation there by Ahmed Zayan. That's going to crash onto the leg stump. So another low score here. Khan departs for a duck. Derek's going to come out. And I'm actually not sure that's right. I believe it's Asif Zazai was strike, or was it Jabran Khan?
That would be Jabran. Because
should be Jabran, yeah.
Jabran.
So I think, yeah, it is Jabran. I think you could just see that there's a couple of asterisks over there. It was a little bit confusing, but yeah, it is Jabran Khan. Of course, the new batter Zazai at the non-strikers end.
Clever delivery. Takes all the pace of it. Look at that. That's got nothing on there. It's a bit like when a football gets kicked and then the process, all the air comes out of it. So it's no runs of that. A ball to go. Can they get to a 145 if this gets hit to the boundary? Well, it will go to the boundary. It's going to be through the batter. A nutmeg for Chima. It will go to the boundary. It will be 4 runs. So they will get to that 145. So Donaustadt, they were always on for 140. Wickets did fall, and we thought, hello, maybe they'll be restricted to about 120. But with the likes of Yusuf Zai coming out there, and also that 1 over from Kumran, which he took his 4th wicket, and then, well, after that, there was the 5 wides, there was a 4, another wide, a 6-6, finished with a dot, but 26 came off it. That allowed Donaustadt to put the runs on the board. Now, one thing we know about Donaustadt, though they had a few issues perhaps on day one with their batting, particularly in one of those games against Lord CC, their bowling is very, very good, and so is their fielding. So this is going to be a real tough ask for India ICC Vienna, and with the likes of Naveed Hussain missing, I think a lot of pressure on Karanbir Singh to go well here, Nish.
Absolutely. We'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings. Iqbal Hussain opened alongside Uthman Zai. He would be dismissed by Irfan Safi. There is the first of 5 dismissals we would see from Chima. Of course, he tied the record with 5 dismissals in this game. Of course, it's a record held by a number of different wicketkeepers. So he can now add his name to that list as well. Then we see a great partnership between Uthman Zai and Safi. That partnership would be worth 78 runs. It just anchored them so well through those middle overs. They really accelerated, of course. It was punctuated by the enormous 4th over, where we saw 25 runs scored in it. Some great batting in that one by Uthman Zai and Safi. And of course, now we're taking a look at the dramatic 7th over, where we saw some brilliant keeping by Chima. And Kamran will be so grateful to him for helping him produce 3 dismissals during the course of that over. So a couple of stumpings and then this great catch as well to get rid of Sahil Zadran. You get 1 more dismissal after that one. We'll see it later in the highlights package. It would, of course, be the dismissal of the very important wicket here of Ahmad Zai. He would depart, a catch that was really well held on. So you look at that top 5. And Meher Chima is involved in each of their dismissals. Fine display of wicket keeping by him. This was well held on to out of the deep. That was Daud Zadran taking the catch to get rid of Mohammad Siddiq. We did see a couple go down for the Indian CC Vienna over the course of this inning. And I think they'll look back at some of them and just wish they could have done a little bit better in the field. Nice bowling there by Ahmad Zai to get rid of Jabran Khan on the 2nd bowl of the innings. And then, of course, we saw a pretty poor end to the innings from Indian CC Vienna's perspective. One just slipped by and went away for 4 byes. So in the end, Donaustadt will end up with 145 runs. They'll feel very, very good about their chances to go on and win this game. Of course, you look back at the last 2 matches they've been involved in. They restricted Lord CC to 104, and then the Daredevils to 105. So I think they'll be very confident heading into that second innings. We'll just have a look at some of the scores here. Of course, Uthman Zai top scoring with 47-21 deliveries. Mohammad Safi with 39 of 14. And of course, Yusuf Zai just playing a nice role right at the end. Once again, coming in late in the innings, hitting some key boundaries. He would end up with 19 runs of 6 deliveries. We'll now have a look at the bowling figures for Indian Cricket Club of Vienna, and Irfan Safi figures a 1 for 16, a good bowling performance by him. Ahmed Zaibol, just a 1 over run at the end, gave up 4 runs, managed to pick up a couple of wickets as well. Of course, he's not going to be credited for those 4 byes right at the end, but overall, look at the rest of the attack, probably a bit more expensive than you would typically expect. 16 runs of extras as well. That is something they'll have to work on. So Donaustadt have set a target of 146 for the Indian Cricket Club of Vienna. Let's see if they can make it 3 wins in 3. We'll have a short break and we'll be back on your air in just a few minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, and we're set for the start of the second innings. Donaustadt play 145 runs on the board here against the Indian Cricket Club of Vienna. We'll have a look at the bonus point equation. And of course, as you can see, for them to win this with bonus points, they'll have to, of course, do this with a run rate of 20.7, which will be a huge challenge against one of the finest bowling attacks in this country. Of course, I would say the latter scenario is the more likely of the two. Of course, you look at so far this series, Donostia have restricted their opposition to 104 and 105 in the first two games they've played. So, if anything, you'd say that Donostia are more likely to pick up all 4 points from this game. Yeah, I think looking at this Indian ICC Vienna side, you really feel like most of their hopes rest on Karanbir Singh's shoulders. Of course, no Naveed Hussain for them, which is a big, big blow. Of course, he's coming off a great innings against Vienna CC, where he made 38 runs of just 13 deliveries. Played a handy cameo against Lord CC as well in their opening match, making 15 of 6. Mohammad Hussain is opening the batting. Yeah, it's going to be worked away for a 4. Good shot there by Mohammad Hussain. So we didn't see him batting this high up the order earlier in this series, and he plays a fine shot to start things off. He's going for that wide Yorker. He just missed it by a little bit. Mohammad Hussain throws his bat at it and gets that away for 4. Of course, Mohammad Hussain was a member of the Vienna Eagles during last year's European Cricket Series here in Vienna, and didn't quite have the best series. This is just going to be played away over cover. It's a big chase, and it's back-to-back boundaries here for Hussain, and maybe he's going to do a lot better this time around. He averaged 14 last year in the ECS with a strike rate of 163. Let's see if he's made a few improvements, if he can find some better form over this ECS. I think they need someone alongside Karanbir Singh to make some runs, because the way this side is constructed, you really feel like it's a case of how far Karanbir Singh can just take them match after match. I mean, he's been sensational so far in this ECS. 69 off just 22 deliveries against Lord CC, 58 of just 25 against Vienna CC. But the moment he gets dismissed, it's like the wheels come off this Vienna CC team. And really, that's where you're just going to have to find a few other batters, look to see who else can make some runs for them. Mohammad Hussain is the answer. We'll, of course, find out over the course of this series. Oh, it's another one that just goes past the bat. Look at this. He's just stepping away towards the leg side rather than getting close to the ball. So he just keeps playing the wrong line. Ball after ball here. He's unable to access the offside right now. Once again, goes for a huge heave and just not getting close to the ball. This is poor batting. It really is. I mean, he needs to be looking to step towards the ball. And he's just taking a huge step towards the leg side. He's trying to clear the front leg, go for the Hollywood shot, but just look to get bat on ball. You know, trying to play A proper cricketing shot. And yeah, great variation as well. Some good slower balls. Here's a look at the golden ball counter. So 1, 2, 3, 123 matches since we last had a golden ball. One's wide, so starts off with a wide. Irfan Safi. Of course, got a couple of Safis playing today for this Indian Cricket Club of Vienna side. We got Irfan Safi, and of course Solomon Safi as well, who's playing in his first match of this series. He's come in place of Saurabh Lothra. Oh, big shot here by Karanveer Singh, and when he hits it, it stays hit. Massive six. I mean, many a batter would struggle to hit that kind of ball away for a six. It isn't the worst delivery. It really isn't. And he's just managed to find a way to pummel that one away over cow corner, and looks like they're just going to go and fetch the ball. He's just having a look at the bottom of his bat there, Karanveer Singh. That wasn't actually middled. That's the incredible thing. He still manages to get that one away for a six. He's just got so much power. A huge heave once again, trying to pull that one away. Yeah, this is a really good length, isn't it? Hard length, gets a little bit of extra bounce as well. This is struck firmly towards long off, and well, it's not the most conventional way to field it, but he does manage to get the job done on this Donaustadt side. They are incredible in the field. We've seen them take some great catches over the course of this series, and well, everything about them, their communication, their backing up is always on point. Yeah, here's his shins in the end there to try to stop that going away for four. Oh, nice little change up there by Safi. That one just staying a little bit low. Yeah, subtle variation in pace. I think he rolls his fingers across that one as well. Yeah, so Hussain, who started off his innings with back-to-back boundaries, has played 4 consecutive dot balls since then. That dot ball percentage right up there for him. It's up to 2/3. 67%. This one is another one that's just going to go past the stumps. Yeah, once again, just getting in with that ball. Good bit of deception. And yeah, these dot balls starting to rack up here for Hussain. It's now up to 5 consecutive dot balls. It looks to go big. It's up in the air. And it's taken. It is taken to Hussain, who started off his innings in fine fashion with 2 consecutive boundaries, plays out 6 straight dot balls and gets dismissed. He ends up with a run of ball 8. Safi, well, he had him dancing all over the place in that over. And he will get rid of him on the final ball of the second. Indian Cricket Club of Vienna are 18 for 1. Yeah, he finally gets bat on ball after 5 deliveries. And all he's done is just given a bit of catching practice to the fielder at mid-wicket. So, yeah, not the start the Indian Cricket Club of Vienna would have wanted. I think the other bad thing from their point of view is because of all these dot balls he was playing out, it just meant that Gagandeep Singh hasn't had too much of the strike. Beg your pardon, Karanveer Singh. It's the second time I've made that error. Yeah, quite a few things, quite a few ways those two players are very similar. This one is played away very nicely. Beautiful shot. Does it have enough to go over the rope? It most certainly does. Goes away for a 6.
Well, I can see why you confuse him with Gagandeep, because this is a Gagandeep Singh type of shot, isn't it? He's got the same build and also the same power. 6 runs over point.
Yeah, they really are very similar as players, which is why it just throws one off. And of course, just coming from Rome, where we got to see him in person, and he played so well. I mean, both of them just very talented all-rounders and powerful hitters. Got him! Huge wicket, and that might be a match-changing moment. Well, where are Indian CC of Vienna going to find the runs now? It's the first low score of this series for Karanbir Singh. He departs for 14. So it's been a difficult opening pair here for ICCV. Let's have a look at this once more. Getting that one to come back in a little bit, hits the stumps, and he's gone.
I think this, yeah, it comes back in, but if you watch that again, I don't know if Alex is able to slow that down from behind the bowler's arm, but it also moves away a tad, and that's why that's missed. So Karanbir will go, and it's not been a good match for him. He was expensive. Just watch his ball move away. So comes in, and watch here.
Yeah, just straightens right at the end, gets a bit of swing back in, and then the ball straightens right at the end. So yeah, terrific delivery, absolute seed there by the use of his eye. Yeah, tough start for both the members of this opening pair. Of course, Karanbir Singh gone for 14. Then Muhammad Hussain, well, he couldn't pick up the line or length when he was out in the middle. He departed for a run at ball 8. So we have someone other than Karanbir is going to have to find a way to make a few runs here. That one just goes past the keeper. Doesn't actually. It's kept quite well in the end. Just looked like it was going to slip away from him for a moment, but no, he's done quite well. Really has.
Yeah, it does well, because that one sort of keeps going one way. It doesn't come back at all. But yeah, I mean, Shafiq Fuller, Yusuf Zai, you saw him with the bat scoring valuable runs towards the end, and now with the ball, and he's a good player. Watch out for this guy. And what I like about him is he's attacking the stumps. He's getting that ball pitched up. He's getting it on a good length. And watch that, the perfect Yorker delivery. It's well dug out by the batter, Irfan Safi, but not getting too many freebies at the moment. Another dot.
Yeah, this you'd have to take a look at this power play. It's been dominated by this Donaustadt team. It's what we've become so used to seeing from them over the course of this ECS. Just very accurate with their lines and lengths. Some good variations as well to keep the batters on their toes. Fires in the throw at the striker's end. And well, one thing about this Donaustadt side is they are terrific in the field. They're encouraged to go for those direct hits just because they always have someone in the right position backing up.
A lot of grunting going on there, and I think that was from the fielder who throws that in, because I think he feels he's got the target, Iqbal Hussain, but it hits the edge of the pitch and then just loops over the stumps. But yeah, it's a slow start for Indian CC Vienna. 25 of the power play, but they've lost 2 wickets. And their opponents weren't that much better, just 6 runs ahead of them, but have lost, or had lost, that 1 wicket less. You can see that there. But then the acceleration did come, and it came pretty well, more or less all the way through the innings.
Oh, it's a big appeal over here, and was there something there? It's really hard to tell from this angle. We'll have to have a look at this once more.
It's
a cut shot.
Yeah, Jebran Khan certainly liked it. It's a huge appeal from him. But, I mean, it's close, isn't it? Very close, but I don't think it does catch any of the bat. And the umpire not moved on this occasion. Oh, well, that's been absolutely clobbered, but it's a good shot to play just for one. Have a look at this. Obviously hit something on the field. This definitely is a little bit of a tortuga. I mean, we've seen them bounce like this when they come off the pitch, but that's hit the field, and it really has taken off. But sweeper does his job.
Straight towards the fielder, mid-off, and oh, that was nasty. I mean, he's copped a few blows fielding it long off. We saw him blocking one earlier with his shins, and that was awkward as well.
Zazai, we saw him had to stop one in his shin earlier, but look, it's such good fielding. And if you want to know how to stop a ball on a bumpy field, that's how I do it. Well, he was rubbing his leg earlier, and now Zazai's rubbing his chest as well. Wild, really wild, and that, I think, is going to be 5 wides. Yeah, it is. It's a minimal, not a good delivery here. Really tries to put a bit of extra pace in this, Shinwari, and he sprays it down the leg side. Acrobatic effort there from Jibran Khan, but he can't stop it. Nobody can stop it. It's a minimo.
Just gets that one badly wrong. It's a mistake you don't tend to see from this Donaustadt side. We're normally so tight with their bowling. They don't tend to give up too many freebies. I mean, we look at there are 2 games earlier in this series, and well, they're always keeping extras to under 10, sometimes even under 5.
Zaruman Chidwari just, I think, getting a little bit excited about the pace he's generating. Goes for extra pace, but gets the line all wrong. They've got to get it back on track. Safi seems to be struggling a little. 2 of 6. And once again, just hits this into the ground. We'll just get a single putt. What you do notice in the field from Donaustadt is just look at the way they all attack the ball. Not just one fielder. It's not like one fielder says, yeah, it's mine. 3 of them. 3 of them are coming running for this. 3 of them want it. You know, it's good to see their energy in the field. Well, what have you been attacked by?
Well, you've been talking quite a bit about the spiders, and well, one just came crawling up on my trouser and had to, well, talk about evasive action. Just find a way to get rid of that one. And yeah, well, starting to see why Vienna is known for its spiders.
Yep, it certainly is. Slower ball there. Good comeback from Shinwari after trying to get excessive pace on the ball and losing his shape. He takes it all off this one. Yeah, very clever bowling. Well bowled. And the batter doesn't pick it at all, Chima. Chima yet to make a start, really, in this series. We know if he gets going, it can be pretty useful, but he gets beaten here again. So good finish to the over. Just the 5 wides, really, the little blip in it. Other than that 5, just 3 other singles in the over. So just the 8 coming from it. So Shinwari doing just like what the other bowlers are doing, keeping it nice and tight. And the score at the end of 4, 33 for 2. That rate now, oh, is it at that point of no return? It's just under the 19.
Yeah, it's just under that 19 mark, and it's very tough to see India and ICC Vienna winning this one from here. I think we're at the point where we're going to have to start thinking about whether they can get 1 point out of this match as well. I mean, have a look at this. They're well below that blue line. That blue line, of course, is the rate they need to go at to pick up just 1 point from this game. So I think this one could be another convincing victory for Donaustadt, as it's going to go straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and he's going to go for the throw, but nice backing up over there by Utman Zai. Yeah, they just are such a cohesive unit in the field, Donaustadt. Really are. As soon as someone goes for the direct hit, there's always someone in the right position backing up. You don't tend to see that for many sides. I think most sides, you tend to usually see them avoid going for those direct hits just because they're scared of overthrows.
Yeah, whereas the good teams are wanting you to go for it. In fact, they're asking why you haven't, because that's the challenge for those fielders who are backing up. They're getting into positions and saying, come on, have a go. Practice those throws. And just that little bit of fielding there as well sums up what we're talking about. So one fielder going for the ball, that's Aman Ahmadzai. But you can see that Asif Zazai is backing him up. They're both running to get themselves in a good position. They really have. The cricketing ethics that they've got is really good. Oh, well, this one has taken a real deviation. Taken on the arm, and they will get home. Well, the fielder here, just have a look at this. He was like he was doing a little bit of an aerobic exercise. He goes this way, and look at the way that's deviated. Oh, that's brilliantly captured by Spring Media. Spring Media. And, hello to Alex, who's in the Indian room today. And Artur and Dennis are here. Also enjoying a day off as that one. Well, that Grizzly gets pounded into the banner. 6 runs. So is this a start that we need to see from Indiana Vienna to try and get close here. Of course, remember, they do still have to do a bit of work just to take a point away from Donaustadt, and they need to get to 102 for a point. That's the score you see there in brackets. That's well bowled, really well bowled. I'm liking the bowling here from Yusuf Zai, getting the ball in good areas, and batters are swinging, but the problem is they're not getting across into the right areas. He's rushing the batters. So we're at the halfway point here now, so even though that was a slightly, ever so slightly better over, 10 come from it, and they don't lose a wicket, which is key, but still is way behind where they need to be. So now that rate has gone beyond the 20 mark. So if they're winning this match for the next 5 overs, they're going to have to score 100 runs. It's as simple as that. 103 off 30, 43 for 2. We can have a look at this here. We've already mentioned it's coming up. It'll be here soon. It's the Euros of Cricket happening in Spain at the Cardamom Oval.
Yeah, of course, very own Paulo from the Blue Group is involved in Portuguese cricket. This one struck down the ground for 4, and of course heard him giving his thoughts on that group there for Portugal, and my word, they do not have a single easy game. I mean, Group A is stacked. Very, very difficult to see who's going to come out of that group.
Yeah, I think Group A, you saw that even a lot of people talking about Group D. It's going to be some very close, exciting matches. And it's all about the team that starts well. And that's why I think that a lot of the teams that are being involved in playing the ECIs, I know that we're going to see some good ECIs here between Austria and Sweden. Those teams will go into that European Cricket Championship on the back of hopefully some good form, on the back of players having played. Well bowled, great delivery. Get the ball up there. I've been saying this all along, and that's exactly what the bowler does here. So Zulrahman Shinwari gets that up there, gets the ball Yorker length. We can see this side on. I mean, a lot of people saying, well, we hear you guys mentioning length of the ball and Yorker length. What are we talking about? Have a look where this ball is pitching. There you go. I mean, probably not 100% Yorker, but if you go by where the batter is standing, so because the batter is standing outside of his crease, watch where this ball is going. Perfect Yorker. Absolute beauty. And you can see the joy there from the bowler as well. Well bowled. And Zulrahman Shinwari gets a big wicket there. And a partnership that looked like it was going to develop gets nipped in the bud pretty early. That's going to be the end of Irfan Safi. Goes for 12 of 12.
Yeah, big swing and a miss there for Zadran. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to land it between those feet. It's so difficult for the batter to get underneath it. And it's a huge challenge to look to dig it out. Yeah, I was doing a little bit of investigation, and Donaustadt with a victory in this match, which at this stage looks highly likely. Their undefeated streak, not their winning streak, because of course they had 3 matches abandoned last year, would go up to 18. They haven't lost a game since match 19 back in 2022.
Impressive. Of course, impressive. We know that we saw a winning streak come to an end in Rome, didn't we? We were looking to get the biggest winning streak so far that we've seen. Of course, that still stays in Czechia, with of course the Czech Championship side out there. But even that came to an end this year, so records are there and meant to be broken, aren't they? That one gets played gently to mid-wicket, who has to negotiate the bounce.
Yeah, of course, we'll never know what the outcome of those abandoned matches would have been, but you know, it's been a long time since they lost. It was back to Pakistan Cricket Club in 2022. They lost that game, and then they beat them 3 times in a row after that match. It was quite incredible, I think, just making it clear that that loss was just a blip or a small bump in the road for this Donaustadt side. Here's a look at the scorecard, and well, a few starts in there, but no one's really been able to go on and play a big innings. And we're reaching the stage now where I think you really worry about whether they'll even get a point out of this game.
Yeah, I think that's what Chima is focusing on here. The captain, he's a smart player, and I think he will accept that defeat is imminent in this one. They're not going to avoid that, but you can at least steal a point away from this very powerful Donaustadt side. Of course, the last time we saw them, they were the first team to pick up 4 points in the contest, and that was when they got a thumping and a very good win, of course, against the Austrian Daredevils, chasing that 101 or 102 they needed with 26 balls to go, winning by 10 wickets. And that's what they'll be trying to do again to take all the points, but they've got to see the back of Chima. I think Chima's the one man that can hold them back. Oh, that's a very good shot, and there he is, Chima. He's second boundary, but that's a 6. That goes all the way, and he just waits on this, and then he loads and fires big.
Terrific shot there by Chima, and exactly as you said, if anybody can get them to a point, it's this man, Chima. He played a good supporting role alongside Karanbir Singh back in the first match of this series, and of course they were defeated by cricketer CC. Get some room over there, and it doesn't quite go where he intends it to, but he'll happily take those runs. A bit too much width on offer there by Ahmad Zai. That's not the kind of delivery he'll be wanting to bowl.
Yeah, and another one that's going to be fetched from.
Yeah, I think he was just looking to hit that a lot squarer, Chima, but he'll take those runs. Yeah, Salman Khan making a point here that he thinks Donaustadt is the best team bowling side in this ECS. Yeah, I would say without a doubt, this one is just kind of struck straight back to the bowler. Without a doubt, they're the best bowling team. And I think what makes them so good is just, I have not seen any team who hits the Yorker with the same kind of consistency they do here in Austria.
I think that as well, the variations are good. You get the slow balls in there as well. But of course, look, every bowler will know this, that you always bowl much better when you got the field there to support you and field to support you. You've got confidence. So if you're a bowler, if you're going to bowl a slow ball, the one thing you're going to be hoping is that the two men straight down the ground are going to take the catch, because you're thinking, well, I can bowl it, but they ain't going to hold it. If you've got that sort of attitude like this one, I mean, look, that again just sums it up. It would have been tremendous, but look at the dive, goes for it. And that's what makes the difference. A bowler can try things if he thinks he's got the field that can pull off good catches and extraordinary catches. And that one almost is an extraordinary catch, as Mohammed Sadiq is probably just an inch or two away of pulling off what would have been a one-handed cracker.
Yeah, that would have been a stellar catch if he had been able to take it. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard. So, Sher-e Punjab Vienna are going to be taking on this Indian Cricket Club of Vienna side in our second game of the day. Now, let's see if we get a better performance on the bat here by Indian ICC Vienna. They, of course, won the toss and decided to have a bat first for that upcoming game. Great ball here to start off by Al-Mazaya. Point being made here by Takir Asif. I don't honestly know much about this Salzburg side. I do remember that they made it back to the ECS final during the weekend bash in 2020. But he says Salzburg have a pretty strong batting lineup as well.
They have, and I mean, I admit I haven't had a good look at their squad. Maybe I'll do that now as it's come up. But I do hear that the likes of Akib Iqbal will be playing in that side as well. I know we had Akib who was on the chat yesterday, and I was asking Akib the question, ask if he's playing or not. And I've been told that he will be playing, and he could be playing in that Salzburg side. So if that is the case, then yeah, they are definitely going to be one to watch out for. He's an outstanding player, of course, the Austrian captain, very good batter, and very good bowler, and great in the field. Well, talking about the variations, this is what we're talking about. How about this ball from Safi? It's a real loopy delivery, and probably is a wide, actually. I don't know if it's been called. It hasn't been called a wide. That's definitely a wide ball. It misses that line by a long way. I think that's one that the umpire... Oh, it has been called a wide. It was a wide. Good call from the umps. And now this one is full and straight. Well, here we go. This is what it's all about. Well, over to you, Alex, again, because we'll see the slower ball first and then quick and fast and full and straight. Chuck the foot there, and it's going to be another one that bites the dust. So once again, clever bowling, and it gets the big wicket of Chima. And now with Chima going back into the shed, I don't know what else they got to come. I mean, that's that quick delivery. It must have got a bit of the bat here, Chima, because the ball initially looks like it's going to miss leg stump. So maybe gets a little bit on it. And look at Safi. He's absolutely pumped. So Chima now goes. Who's going to get them to that 102 to just take a point here? I mean, it's only the 4th wicket to go down. So it's not like there's 7 or 8 down where you're starting to think it's panic stations. It shouldn't be. And maybe Kunal Joshi. Certainly, Joshi was a player who last year did impress with bat and with ball. Maybe he's the one who can get going. It's that slower one, and it's a very good pickup. It's going to be another wide. So the slow ball from Safi does outfox the batters, but he hasn't been able to land one just inside the line yet. And that one is actually good reaction from the wicketkeeper from Khan to make the stop. Now, well, there's the slower one. And now I guess he'll go for the big Yorker again. Yep. And it just gets dug out. So good bit of bowling here from Aman. I beg your pardon, from Ishaq Safi. Following up that over from Aman Ahmadzai, I was going to say. He went for 15. So after getting 15, looked like they were going to get something started, but they lose Chima.
Yeah, nice ball there by Safi. It's difficult to get away. They do have some handy players. I mean, looking back at the Salzburg side we saw back in 2021, they've, of course, got Abrar Bilal, who was one of their top scorers. But then they've got some great bowlers like Zishan Goraya, the leading wicket taker back in the ECS in 2020. And they got a handy all-rounder in Ranjit Singh as well. So let's see if those three will be members of this Salzburg squad who will be coming over to Vienna for the ECS in a few days' time. Of course, you got Graz Cricket Academy as well, another side coming over from outside this city. So a couple of non-Vienna representatives will be taking part in this series. Yeah, the funny thing is, of course, Salzburg were very close to winning the ECS final back in 2020. They needed just 28 runs of 4 overs with 7 wickets in hand, and then they had an almighty collapse and ended up losing to Pakistan Cricket Academy. I believe they lost 7 wickets or 6 wickets with scoring just 10 runs or something along those lines. So it was a tough loss for them. And they'll be looking to pick up a trophy this time around.
Yes, certainly will. I know that you're having a look at that side. So from Salzburg, I noticed that Ranjit Singh is listed for them. Now, this is a guy, I was expecting to see him actually maybe playing for the likes of this Indian Vienna side, but it's all to do with where he lives. He has played for the Indian ICC Vienna before, and I can tell you that he was pretty useful with the bat. We saw him score 298 runs here last time. He was the highest run scorer for them, actually, but Salzburg is closer to where he lives, so he will be playing for Salzburg. That is, if they're playing, he'll play there, so he's definitely going to be somebody to look out for. I've noticed in that side as well, they've got Umer Tariq, another very good player, and I've seen him play, of course, plays for the national side, and he always played for the Austrian Cricket Tigers. He's a very good all-rounder, can hit the ball well, but he's taken 69 wickets on the network. Back in 2023, he took 38 wickets, so he is definitely one to watch. Well, this is one to watch as well. It gets absolutely pumped. And one other man, or 2 other men that have to be mentioned that are going to be playing in that side is going to be Imran Asif and Ashan Yusuf. Imran Asif, this guy, oh, what a hero of the ball. Again, plays normally for the Austrian Cricket Tigers. And he's got a high of 79, which I remember him scored against Cricketer CC. He's approaching 1,500 runs on the network. He's got 36 wickets as well. But Yusuf, oh, wow, hang on a minute. This is another biggie. So we're seeing some good rear guard action here. And it's Zadran doing it at the moment. So is Zadran the man? It certainly does look like, as he smashes another humongous 6 away. Well, the bowling here, maybe not quite the change they wanted. Aman Ahmadzai comes back on. He was expensive in his first when he went for 15, and he's going to go for more than that here now. Yeah, Ashan Yusuf, just the last one I want to mention. He has also, he can be a useful batter. Hasn't got a 50 on the network yet, but he's eyeing up 500 runs. But with the ball, sensational. Very good spin bowler, slow bowler, but he's got that quick, fast action as well. Got a lot of experience as well. We've seen him captaining the ACT side, and obviously he handed over that captaincy to Iqbal Hussain. So those guys from the ACT going into that Salzburg side, they are going to be good, really are. And I can already see, I mean, and Donaustadt, of course, are defending their crown here, and they're looking to make it 4 wins on the spin. But the number of teams that are coming in here that are, I mean, Cricketer CC, they're playing some great cricket at the moment. You're going to be Salzburg, you're expecting them to be really good. It's going to be a very, very, very interesting finals day. I can tell you that. It really will be. Can Donaustadt, though, hold on and do it again? And one thing about Donaustadt is, I mean, we haven't seen too much of them yet, but maybe the bowling and fielding fantastic, as a lot of people have said. But can they get their batting to click?
I think we did see their batting really click against Cricketer CC. I should say the Daredevils, when, of course, they managed to chase down 105 with 4.2 overs to spare. So I think when they get going, they are more than capable of scoring some big runs. I'm looking at that Salzburg team, though, of course. We'll see them in action for the first time next week on Monday. We're just having a look here to see if he stepped on the rope or not. Well, does he touch the rope? This is going to be a tight call. Really, really tight call. And
well, why don't we just ask Diana? Look at Diana there. She's clicking away. Diana, what do you reckon? Diana's saying 4. I'm looking at Diana. She's saying 4. She's got the camera. She's got the shot. She's saying 4. Well, there's Diana. Diana was signaling 4. And there you go. The umpires say, okay, well, you can't argue with Diana and her burrito. She's got the burrito there. She takes the shot. And I'm sure if there was any complaints, she'd have the snapshot to prove it. Right, that's up in the air. That will go all the way as well. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona. Shaka lagya. Well, maybe the point is on here, because those 2 boundaries mean they need 7 or 4. And, well, Kunal Joshi along with Ibrahimi Zadran are certainly making the difference.
They certainly are. A good shot over there. And now just 7 runs of 4 deliveries. If he sends 2 more to the boundary rope, it's going to be enough to get a point.
Oh, well, the slower ball from Zadran, not picked again. There's those variations that you guys are talking about. They have the variations, so good comeback there. Takes all the pace off it. It ends up being just a dot. Look, you can see he was trying to work this away onto the leg side to try and get something going. But I think here, really, that Zadran is probably saying, hey, look, you just hit 2 balls to the boundary. We just need 1 big boundary from you, and we could get that point. So come on, stay there, be positive. And that will help. So the dot ball that was bowled and now becomes a run, because that one will be bowled again. So get in there. Now 1-6 will do it. 3 balls, 2 to come.
Yeah, so 1 big shot will be enough now. If he can send 1 over the rope, that will get this Indian Cricket Club a point.
Well, this is going to get away from the keeper. It'll be a single. They'll rotate things. That'll be buys. Probably may even be the one for the over, but I think it just stays below. But interesting delivery that. It sort of came out the back of his hand.
They've got so many different variations. It's just so hard for these batters to pick up. They're just keeping the opposition guessing.
Watch this delivery. I think it's the knuckleball, actually. That's what it was. Notice it was different. And that is going to be the point. That is going to be the point. And you can hear the cheers there from Indian ICC Vienna. They know the importance of that. Pick up points in matches that you're not going to win, and that will serve you well in your fight to finish in the top 5. So good hit. And, well, Ibrahimi Zadran and Kunal Joshi have certainly provided the partnership that they needed towards the end of this innings. Sahil Zadran will be very disappointed after just going for 10 in his first. This over by his standards has been expensive. 18, and well, he just tucks up the batter with this one, but they will still get another, probably get, no, off the bat, says the umpire. So one more to go onto the tally. And so Joshi and Zadran, they do get a point here for Indian CC Vienna. They will finish on 104. So it will be a victory for Donaustadt. They will win by 41 runs. Pretty comprehensive. They'll be disappointed though, Nish. There's no doubt about it, with that 19 coming off that last over.
Yeah, it is quite disappointing. You wouldn't have expected Sahil Zadran to bowl that way. He was so economical in his first over where he gave up just 9 runs. Yeah, a little bit disappointing from Donostadt's perspective. They would have, of course, wanted to pick up all 4 points from this game, and well, they come so close to getting them. However, they've been fairly consistent. I mean, this is the 3rd game in which they've restricted a side to under 105. Yeah. So, yeah, this Donaustadt bowling unit, it looks so impressive. And, you know, I'd like to see them go up against one of the bigger boys, you know, the likes of the Cricketers CC or Vienna CC, and see how they bowl against them. That would be a very fascinating matchup. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match between Sher-e Punjab Vienna and the Indian Cricket Club of Vienna. So Indian CC now 1-2, going up against the Sher-e Punjab side, are looking really good to start this series. Just suffering 1 loss yesterday in what was a very entertaining match against Vienna CC that came down to those last 2 overs and was ultimately decided by a terrific catch by Mark Simpson Parker out at long off. So it's time to roll the highlights reel for this innings, and Indian CC Vienna were off to a pretty slow start. Keep in mind, they were just 25 for 2 at the end of the power play. Mohammad Hussain had a pretty difficult time. I mean, he started off with a couple of 4s, then he placed 6 straight dot balls after that. Karanbir Singh, with his first low score of this series, he would make just 14 runs in this match. We'll take a look at the dismissal of Mohammad Hussain. Good catch there by Mohammad Safi. Karanbir Singh, you can see him, he hit a couple of 6s over the course of his innings, but he would depart thanks to this great ball by Yusuf Azai, just swinging back in, straightening a little bit right at the end. So difficult for Karanbir to deal with that. Meher Chima, the skipper, came in at number 3. He made 21 runs of 13 deliveries. This gave his side a chance to maybe pick up at least a point out of this game. Irfan Safi spent a long time out in the middle, but he would make just 12 runs, a run of ball 12 for him. He was done by this terrific ball by Shinwari.
Yeah, the bowling was good. I mean, you've got to say the disappointment will be for Donaustadt is, as you mentioned, the 4 overs, the score after 4 overs was 33 for 2, but in the last 2 overs, they leaked 36 runs. So the most expensive overs were first over number 9 from Ahmadzai, 17 came off that, and then Sahil Zadran, that last over, 19 off it. That's where they'll be disappointed. They put a lot of hard work and effort in the field in the first 8 overs. They just let themselves down in the last 2, and it was mainly, it has to be said, the length that was bowled there, particularly from Sahil Zadran. He normally is a very good finisher with the ball. Still, you can see there's a smile on his face, and he and the batters there having a good chin wag about what could have been. But I think at the end of it, fair play. I think you could probably say that Indian CC Vienna probably did deserve that point. Remember, they're hampered, well, both teams there hampered with some availability issues in that match. I do believe that Indian CC Vienna, who have got a big day here today, don't forget, they will play 3 matches, as will Sher-e Punjab Vienna, who also played 3 yesterday. So they're going to really be going through the fitness and stamina levels here today. But it's going to be big matches for them. I know that they will have probably the likes of Naveed Hussain come in to play the last match for them. So they have got some other players coming in. That's going to be pretty important. Quick look at that scorecard. A very good partnership there towards the end from Ibrahimi Zadran and Kunal Joshi, helping them get the point. I just wonder here, I mean, Meher Chima, he starts slowly, doesn't he? He doesn't get away straight away, or when he's batting, he takes a bit of time. So wonder if there is the possibility of him making a few changes and maybe just getting the likes of Zadran and Joshi a little bit further up in the batting lineup. With the bowling, I think they bowl really well. It's just the last 2 overs that let themselves down. But Ishaq Safi, fantastic. And, well, my player of the match certainly would be Shahipullah Yusufzai, because I think he just bowled brilliantly and he scored those vital runs with the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought he did well too, but in the end, the man of the match was given to Utmanzai for his 47 in the first inning. So congratulations to him. Congratulations to Donostia to win this one by 41 runs. They were so close to picking up the bonus point, but they'll probably look back at those last 2 overs where a bit of complacency set in. We've got another match coming up in just about 20 minutes time, so make sure you're here for that one.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome viewers to the start of match number 17. This will be an all-time classic. I just got a feeling about this as Sher-e Punjab will take on Indian Vienna. Two teams with explosive batters looking once again to get big scores on the board. The captains earlier were with Tyrone Peters, the tournament referee. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Indian Vienna CC to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's a tails.
We'll bat first.
They're going to bat.
Chima winning the toss then for Indian CC Vienna and deciding that he will have a bat first. I'm liking that move. It's a positive move. It's a lovely sunny day and there's been a lot of talk about this pitch and I just want to touch on it at the moment first before we talk about the two teams. Some people are feeling that this surface has been very kind to the batters. I feel differently. I feel that batters have scored good runs on here and big runs, but I don't think the bowlers have bowled the right lines. It is a hard surface. I think the ball is coming through and batters like that. I think batters much rather the ball comes through, it's quick, it's fast, and they've got time to play their shots. They're not waiting on it. But I think the bowlers, they bowl too short, and I think the reason for that is bowlers on a track like this get a little bit excited. There's a bit of bounce in it, and when they find that it's got a bit of bounce, they find it difficult to pitch the ball up. And when we say pitch the ball up, quite often we say that when you're pitching the ball up, you're trying to get the ball around about this area, so just before the crease. So the batter is in the crease, that ball is coming in at a Yorker and they're finding it pretty difficult to dig out. If you're bowling it short, of course, the batters, and a lot of the batters that we've seen already are batting inside their crease and they're just waiting to put the ball away. That is certainly what Karanbir Singh does. So we're going to see him with a bat pretty early. But apart from Karanbir, who else can go well here? Of course, Chima is going to be pretty key. They were very happy with the bowling there of Kumran, almost picked up 5 wickets there. But Sher-e Punjab, they haven't got Sahil Zadran in their side. He will play no further part in this tournament. So a lot is down to Harmeet Singh. Harmeet Singh yesterday was fantastic. Remember, Sher-e Punjab yesterday chased well against Nazi, chased well against Vienna Danube. But those were scores under 150. When it came to putting a score that they had to chase in the 190s, what Vienna CC put on the board against them, you thought it was going to be very unlikely, but they got very close. Harmeet Singh there, 86, he blasted all over the place. So he's going to be pretty key. And I think someone like Hassan Sadiq is going to be key for them as well. I do believe, though, even with a few outs for both sides, this is going to be a high-scoring one. I think here that Sher-e Punjab have to bowl well. That's the one thing they didn't do well yesterday. I think they were a classic example of a team who got too excited with this bouncy pitch and bowled too short, and batters were able to put them away, either pulling or hooking or playing the uppercut over that third man area. So get the ball pitched up and maybe introduce some slower bowlers as well. I think it'll be a good match. I think it'll be an exciting match. And I think Nish Bhatt is going to call a good one here. Nish, the news from the middle is that it is going to be Indian Vienna that will have a bat first.
Thank you very much for that update. And let's see if we can see an improved batting performance from this Indian Vienna side, who ended up posting a pretty low total of just 104 runs on the board in the last match. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. So, of course, as we can see, Karanbir Singh, the leading points getter for Indian CC of Vienna. No surprise there. Started off this campaign with a couple of half-centuries. Struggled in the last match, made just 14 runs, which was a real blip for him. We'll have a look at the win predictor. Sher-e Punjab, 72% favorites to Indian Cricket Club Vienna's 28%. Of course, Sher-e Punjab playing in their first ever European cricket series. Yesterday was their first day of action. I have to say they put in a very impressive first impression. Won their opening two matches, won them both fairly comfortably as well. And then, of course, they were involved in an absolute thriller against Vienna CC, taking it down to the wire. They were so close to pulling off a record chase. Of course, they needed just 41 runs off the last 2 overs. They were going along at a rate of 19 to 20 for pretty much the entirety of the innings, and then, well, Mark Simpson Parker produced an absolute moment of genius to deny them a victory. Pulled away by Karanbir Singh, goes into the sunflower field. That's 6 runs to start off. Now, Hassan Sadiq, he was a man who had a terrific day yesterday with both bat and ball in hand. Very close to getting a half century, was dismissed on 47 in the second game he was involved in. And it was pretty decent with the ball too, I think. The Sher-e Punjab team, you look at them, I would say their batting is definitely their strength. They're the kind of side who can just smash a team out of the game. Here we go. Second ball of the over coming up. As just watches that one, misjudges the line a little bit there. Karanbir Singh. Yeah, well inside the tram line, so no issues whatsoever. Yeah, I was just expecting that one to go wide, but it straightens a little bit and stays inside the tram line. It's gone up in the air. This could be a catching chance. Be a great catch if he can take it. Oh, well, how often do you see that? How many times do you see that? A fielder running to attempt a boundary catch. He gets a hand on it, but helps it away for a 4. Oh, these catches are so difficult. We saw a similar catch taken at one point in this series. You can just see that. That's Safatul Pache running towards the boundary rope. It's one of those where he maybe just lets it drop. He has a chance to get to it and stop it from going towards the boundary, but everyone goes for the catch, and more often than not, they drop it and help it away for a 4. That is a wide. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely fantastic stroke by Karanbir Singh. Goes away for a 6. What a top strike by a man who is a very powerful cricketer. We'll take another look at this again. Oh, just admire how good a shot that is. Oh, goes big. What a shot. Incredible stroke. Oh, holds the pose. Nice high elbow. Let's take one more look at this. Beautiful pose. Straight drive right out of the textbook. And that's what I love about Karanbir Singh. I mean, obviously he's got the ability to bludgeon the ball, to hit some really powerful strokes. And then he's also got some really classy shots in his arsenal as well. Got a few Bs just coming into the commentary. And I gotta say, Bs have been, well, tracking us wherever we go. We had quite a few Bs over in the Rome Dome as well. Just inside the tram line, so no issues there. It's a dot ball. And Indian Cricket Club of Vienna are going to be 23 for no loss at the end of the first over. Well, let's have a look at this quick graphic here. So, well, it's been a great pleasure to be alongside you in what's been a fantastic summer of cricket. It's still not done yet. We've obviously got the remainder of this Austria tour, and then we'll be heading over to Croatia before the European Cricket Championship. We've still got some events coming up, and looking forward to that curtain closer in December, the ECCW. What a terrific way to round out the year. And yeah, so many great events, as you can see, still left to come. Malta's always so exciting. You always see some really good, close, exciting cricket there. Some very talented batters in that country, and it's always good to go back to the Marsa Sports Complex. And then, of course, well, you got some Barca ball coming up as well right at the end of the year. Of course, a good chance to just welcome back Rico Full in the commentary box.
Good to be back. Well, we certainly have had the Summer of Niche this year. You've been to a lot of those places, and it's great that you've been able to join us on tour. And of course, it's great that you, wherever you're tuning in from, can also join us here in Austria at the moment. And of course, from here, we will continue, because Croatia will be next, our next event. But we also, of course, have those T20 internationals happening in Greece. And that'll be exciting. Greece and Spain. The Spanish women and the Greece women going head-to-head. And I really think that's going to be a very exciting series. Both those teams, I think, are probably level par where they are. They've got 2 or 3 very experienced players in there, some new players that are learning. I reckon that's going to be a very good and exciting and enjoyable series. Of course, the Spanish women are also going to be here, not this coming weekend, but the following weekend for the ECIs here. We'll have ECI men's and women's. Good heavy ball being bowled here by Tijuana at the moment. It's certainly causing a few problems here, and this is the issue, isn't it, that Indian ICC Vienna will have. If Karanbir Singh is there and on strike, runs are coming. Other batters are struggling, and you can see here that the captain, Mihachima, has just been tucked up a few times with that heavy ball. Let's see if he gets his feet into play this time. And yeah, he gives himself good room. That's a very good shot. Good response from Chima. Well, wake up, boys. Incoming grizzly action. Gives himself a little bit of room, and he cuts that away beautifully. A lovely shot, powerful hit, and Chima, a few more out the middle of the bat, and he can really start to get his form right and his confidence going. They've had a very good start with that magical first over, 23 coming off that one.
Yeah, of course, Meher Chima batted superbly alongside Karanbir Singh when these two sides played Lord's Cricket Club. Oh, this is pulled away, beautifully pulled away, goes away for another 6. Looking to bang that one in short there, Jagdeep Tijuana. Let's take another look at this stroke. He just picks up that length so early, and that's been hooked away. Goes for a 6.
Yeah, not a good ball, too short. That's been the issue. I was saying this yesterday about Sher-e Punjab Vienna. I mean, for them to win matches, they're going to have to bat really well, because I don't think their bowling is going to stop teams scoring big runs. They only will succeed if they come across batters that don't like the short ball. If batters like the short ball, they'll be in trouble, because they have difficulty getting that ball pitched up. We had a quick look there off the standings. Of course, both these teams are looking to keep moving in an upward direction. Sher-e Punjab certainly had a good day yesterday. They got a win over Snarsi, then they got the 4 points over the Vienna Danube side, and then picked up a very valuable point in chase of that very unlikely high score of 194. They got to 169, so picked up a point. So good day for them yesterday. Good Yorker. That's what you're talking about. That's what you need to see. And it's Pache that comes in and starts off with a very good delivery.
A terrific Yorker. It does so well to get the bat down there, Karanbir Singh. He has been bowled by a superb Yorker earlier in this series, and he looks to get down nice and low to block out those Yorkers. I think this is an interesting opening partnership combination. You obviously got Karanbir Singh, who's an aggressor. I think Chima, the right role for him would usually be to play facilitator, but the way he's batting right now, well, he might take on that aggressor role. That's the 3rd boundary, the 4th boundary he has hit over the course of this innings.
Yeah, it's I think we saw him swing and miss at a few, and then it was almost like Karanbir had a word with him and said, hey, you know, this is what you're doing wrong. You're trying to hit the ball too hard. And, well, watch out when you go in there. You never know what's lurking in, well, I was calling it the field of joy, when it might not be joy for everybody. It's little things that are lurking in there. And this one gets played down, yeah. The field of joy? Well, maybe not. We're calling it the field of joy because, of course, some of the things that we found out about the sunflower is that it brings joy and positivity to everybody, symboling strength and good fortune and admiration and loyalty. So the field of joy. bowler almost getting a bit of joy here. If you get the wicket of Karanbir Singh before he gets to a 50, that's an achievement because he scores 50s for fun.
It seems like the field of terror if you're one of the members of the fielding side. I mean, not only are you going to go fetch a 6 and have to deal with the pain of that, but then also seem to have wolves coming out to attack you.
There's all sorts lurking in there, and that's just crunched, isn't it? It just crunched lovely jubbly out of the middle of the bat. Well, that is sweet. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. As Karanbir Singh goes big down the ground again. And yeah, Pache started well with the Yorker, didn't he? But he needs to get back to that. You start bowling this length, you get in trouble. A few people were saying when Karanbir batted in the earlier match that they felt that his head was going up a little bit too soon when he's batting. So we'll keep an eye on that. He certainly does, as you mentioned, he has struggled with that ball when it's been pitched right up. And that's a fuller delivery. That's better. That's the year is to be. So whatever was said to Pache certainly does work.
Yeah, great ball there by Pache. Gets that one right on the money. And of course, looks like the power play has come to an end. So Indian Cricket Club of Vienna are in a very healthy position at the end of these 3 overs. Got an interesting comment here from Binge Watcher in the chat saying Pache looks like a mixture of Noor Ahmed and Azmatullah Omarzai from the Afghanistan national team.
Oh, okay, fair enough. That's a good observation from someone. We're just waiting for the scorers just to catch up there. Just a little glitch there. And we'll get that on your screens here in a moment. What I can tell you is that I think they're just checking if that actually was the end of the over. So I reckon they could. Well, let's see. The scorers and the umpires are in chat with each other. That's Praveen and Lenin are the 2 umpires out there. And I think the 3rd umpire, Siva, along with the tournament referee, Tyrone Peters, are just checking with the scorers. So looks like we're okay to go. So 50 without loss after 3. We're just a couple of balls behind. And that is going to be too wide. And I'll have to be bowled again.
He's going to bowl that one once more to Ibrahimi. He's certainly been in the action. I think he had a pretty difficult start to this tournament. Dropped some important catches, was a bit expensive, but he's just gotten better and better as the series has progressed. That one's going to go away past the keeper, and it's going to be a minimum. He just remains lying on the floor over there. That's, of course, Arsalan Arif, who's behind the stumps.
I wonder if they're giving this no ball. I don't think this pitch is on the track. So, well, you said he's got better and better. Well, he's got wider and wider. I think this is, let's see. Oh,
I think it just catches the edge of the pitch there.
Just catches the edge. So, let's see what that goes down as on the ball, because I did see the umpire. Yeah, it's gone down as a no ball at the moment. So no ball, and so that will be a wide and 4 byes, 5 off the ball. And he does sneak this one in, so he just needed a couple. Did Suleiman to get his line right. It's hit firmly. Well, this is not going to be that far from me, actually. Just doesn't come into the cue. Powerful hit. And Karanbir Singh and Chima both are motoring pretty well here now. 50 came up in the board at the end of the power play. And after 6 runs without a legal delivery from Ibrahimi, then a dot ball is followed by a crunching shot down the ground for 4. Well, beats him outside the off, so swing and a miss, dot ball.
Yeah, that wider line serving him a lot better, and yeah, that's absolutely perfect. You just see he goes over that tram line, so the umpire has managed to get that call spot on.
Getting movement is Ibrahimi. That's what's working for him. And that one is just a little bit too short. He does, I mean, it's unfortunate, but the way that these two are batting, they're just throwing the bat at everything. So Karanbir does get beaten gets a genuine edge here. And you can see, look where he's looking to hit the ball down the ground. But he's going to get lucky. Hay suerte por Carambir. Cuatro más. And we can see definitely that digger behind is moving to the left now. It's moved a fair bit already. Whatever it's digging down there, some sort of trench. We might get to see that again when we go back to the next camera. That's not a good ball. It's an interesting one. I can see what he's trying to do here, Ibrahimi, because he's getting the ball to move a fair bit. He's thinking, all right, if I start around middle and leg, maybe it's going to come back for me. But swing just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just looking at this field setting, this one's gone up in the air. That's a much better ball. It's in and around the channel, and he's going to get it. He just had to get out of the way of Chima, who was at the non-striker's end, but he's going to be able to get underneath that ball. Yeah, much better there by Ibrahimi. That's where he needs to be bowling it, and he gets the outcome he desires. Karanbir Singh, the danger man, will depart. Let's have a look at this ball. Pitching on a good length in the channel. He just doesn't have the room to free his arms to play the shot he wants. And that's well held onto. Good catch off his own bowling.
Yeah, you see Karanbir Singh, he watches, and as soon as he sees the bowler complete the job, the bat goes under the arm and off he walks. So they do get him out before he gets to a 50, goes for 33. So once again, Karanbir makes a start, and then he goes. New batter comes in, just needs a little bit of help from one of the opposite numbers to help him with his sled. And nice to see that Kushwant Goraya was able to oblige. It's Ahmad Ghani that is coming in at number 3.
Yes, and let's see if this run rate dips now that Karanbir Singh is gone. We've seen this side just suffer and have a few collapses after they lose their star batter in Karanbir. Oh, great shot there. Absolutely wonderful. It's going to go over Long On's head. He was momentarily interested, but you need to be a giraffe to have a chance at that. Jagdeep Tiwana won't be able to get to it. Brilliant end to the over. 6 runs off it. Yeah, 23 coming off this over, but you do get the important wicket of Karanbir Singh, so it's just so hard to analyze.
Yeah, it's the second over that's gone for 23. Of course, 23 was the very first over as well. So India at ICC Vienna going well. 73. They've lost the 1 wicket, but nice to see that Ghani's come out and played a nice positive shot. Remember, they have got other batters in there that we've seen do well. I think Kumaran, he played a good role with the bat a bit earlier. And just checking to see if they've also got, Ibrahimi Zidran. So they've still got players out there that can make a good contribution.
Just stepping towards the leg side. They're trying to make the room to cut that one away, but it's going to be a dot ball.
Well bowled is the call from one or two of the players. Well, it's a dot ball. You'll take that.
This is a good rate so far for Indian Cricket Club of Vienna. We just have a look at that current run rate. It's hovering around 17 at the moment. And it's just a case of how much longer can they sustain this now that Karanbir's gone. Chima's done a terrific job this innings. Oh, huge shot there. Oh, Ghani's absolutely bludgeoned that one. Goes all the way away for a 6. Oh, he smashed the leather off that ball. 2 6s to start his innings.
Well, Ghani is not there to hang around, and it's it's got a bit of width on that, and for him to crunch this down the ground when really he's reaching for it as well, that's amazing, powerful hit. He's here to deal in 6s, as that's another one that goes all the way. Boom, boom, boom. Shakalagia. Way up. Mal's Riva from the umpire. That is right in the slot. This is the thing where you're not getting bowlers reacting quick enough. He starts well, does Dawood Surki, but then after being hit down the ground with a ball that was, what you would say, a yard or so outside the off stump, but it's all about the length. He then delivers a similar ball again. So the variations have to be in play here, because the batter otherwise is just going to cheer into you.
Yeah, you know Karanbir Singh, I think it's very clear where he wants to hit it, around that long on mid-wicket region. So I think he's just got to mix it up, go for that wide Yorker, force him to try to reach out at one. I think he'll just feast on balls that are in and around that region where he can send them flying towards mid-wicket.
Chima, ball to go then. In this, the 5th. And Chima launches it high in the sky. That also will go all the way. Bully, bully, bully. And it's a wonderful start here from Indian Vienna. They won the toss, elected to bat. Well, the captain said we'll have a bat. Well, he's still out there. And they moved to 93 off the first 5 overs. And well, I did say at the beginning of the day, as we welcome you into the cube, I said at the beginning of the day, we've had 3 days of high scores, and there's no reason why this day, day 4, should be any different. And at the moment, it's proven to be just that.
Absolutely. And I think the great thing for them is the fact that even though Karanbir Singh has departed, that run rate is still looking very, very healthy. It's above 18. And I think this is so important for this Indian cricket club. This is going to go away as well for a boundary. Oh, so well hit there by Ghani. Look how fast his hands are through the ball. You know, Sadiq hasn't missed that Yorker by much.
Yeah, this one is going to be 4. I think it just hits before the rope. You can see there. Well, in the words of McEnroe, hang on a minute.
Oh, that might have just hit it flush on the rope.
When I looked at it, I must admit, when I looked at it from where we are, I saw it bounce. You can see the fielders are saying, hang on a minute, that's 4, isn't it? But when you look at that, it definitely seems to be hitting the ropes. A 6 will be given.
Yeah, my initial thought it had gone for a boundary as well, but excellent work there by Spring Productions. Oh, that's going to be a misfield. Well, after seeing some excellent camera work and excellent cricket on the previous ball, this is all a bit too poor. Well, they can smile about it now, but if they go on to lose this game, I don't think there'll be too many chuckles.
Jagdeep has kicked this away from Azadullah. Watch this. And he just takes it away from him. He said, I've got you covered. And Azadullah Safi, in the end, gets nothing as that one is nudged away from him by Jagdeep Tawana. So, back-to-back boundaries. Oh, clubbed. And that one is going you-know-where. Well, you got to be careful when you go in there. There are lots of things lurking in that field of joy. And let's just say that sometimes it's not just joy that comes out of here. Well, that has been smashed. Well, in he goes. He'll be coming and running out of there pretty quickly. I can assure you of that. Well, there you go. Get out of there pretty quickly. Get out of there quickly. Oh, I love it. Hey, thank you very much to, of course, the ECN photographer, Diana Oros, who provided us with that picture. Back to the action here, and this one is going to be a teaser, but it does get stopped. No problems from Surki.
My question is, how do we get a wolf in there to take that picture? It's very kind of him to volunteer to be chased by a wolf as well for a picture.
Well, let's just say this morning when I was in there, I could hear a bit of rustling. There are things living in that field, but of course the sunflowers are. Hit hard. Watch the bounce on this. And it watches it pretty well. Gets it in the palm of his hands. Does Suleiman Ibrahimi. And what we got here.
That's just incredible, though. I mean, that ball was so good because it was finally a much wider line. They've been bowling everything in this slot, giving it to them just outside the off stump. Sadiq bowls a bit wider, forces Chima to reach out at it. And that's what they've got to do. Against these two batters, you want to go wide Yorker. They're both trying to go over long on and mid-wicket.
Hassan Sadiq. He's gone for 41. And, well, no, he hasn't. He's gone for 47 because that's going to be another one. And in the words of Shahag, who's in the chat, it's another boom, or as Dave would sometimes call it, it's another sweet Caroline. Boom, boom, boom. Another one that sails over our heads. And that over, it's another one that goes magical. 24 come of that. So just go over the over by overs here. 23 of the first, 16, 11, 23, 20, and 24. And that is why this looks like it's going to be a score maybe in that 180s here. As they are 117 for 1 after 6.
We'll take a look at this scorecard. And as you can see, Ahmad Ghani with 42 runs off 9 deliveries. What a fast start it has been for him.
Well, if you swing hard, then you'll get lucky. Fortune favors the brave. And Chima in this innings. He has been brave, the captain. Wins the toss and bravely says, we will bat. And it's issues that they've had, but just look at him. He's swinging so hard at this and throws everything at it. All the white goods, including the kitchen sink. That's going to be 4 more.
I've seen some interesting comparisons in the chat throughout this day. Got another one coming from WAS20. This sounds very interesting. He says that Chima reminds him of Kohli because of the passion he displays when he's playing.
Okay, I don't know where that quite comes from, but I don't think Chima will mind that. That's beautifully played, by the way. It's going to be another boundary in Chima. Well, Ghani got off to an absolute flyer. He's on 42 of 9, and Chima is saying, hang on a minute, I got here before you, and you can't catch me up. So he now joins Ghani on 42.
Yeah, both of them now in the 40s. Oh, it's been a fine, fine partnership. Goes out towards square leg, and it's going to be another misfield. Well, they have struggled with their fielding. We saw quite a howler at mid-wicket an over ago. We're going to see another error over here. This should be just the 1 run. It's a regulation bit of fielding. Sure, it just takes a slightly nasty bounce. Couple of bounces ago, but yeah, should have stopped that.
Should have stopped that. And this goes back to what I was saying before about when we were talking about Donaustadt and their bowlers. When you're a bowler and you know you got the field there behind you, it makes your job so much easier. It makes you excel in what you do. When you haven't got the field there, I'm like the bowler, he's just gone for another boundary here, Sulaiman Ibrahimi, and he's now probably resigned to the fact and think, well, what's the point if they can't stop it? So it does have a knock-on effect on the bowler. And now he drags this one down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. But it's what we saw from Sher-e Punjab yesterday as well. And look, they did pull off some great catches as well. There's no doubt about it. It wasn't all bad. But things like that, you've got to. I mean, there's no way that ball should be going to the boundary. This is another one that's going to be well stopped. That's better. You see, if you got those sort of standards, I think that's Harmeet Singh who's back there and makes that stop. Interesting that we haven't seen him with the ball. Harmeet Singh, he's got that slingy action. I think yesterday he was expensive most of the times that he bowled, but he did come up with an over. One good over as well. I think it just looked like he was a bit rusty.
You got a question coming in here from WAS20 asking us what is the fastest 50. Can Ghani make it? No, he's already passed that mark. The fastest 50 on the network is a 10-ball 50. And, of course, looking for a 9-ball 50. That's, of course, part of our final frontier.
Yeah, 10 balls, you're right. This is going to bobble away, and no mistakes from the fielders. Hassan Sadiq keeps his standards up, and the over comes to an end from the bowler, Sulaiman Ibrahimi. Again, you got to feel for him. He doesn't go magical, that's a good thing, but there were runs on there that shouldn't have been. 16 come from it, and India and Vienna are marching towards a big score. Let's talk a little bit about this, and we've had this graphic up a few times, of course. Have the Challenger Division this side as well, and also the Premier Division. So with the Challenger Division, 2 divisions, the top 2 teams make it into a final. And both of those teams, you get to the final, both those teams then will be in 2025's Premier Division. So they get promoted. And this year, 1 team, so the lowest ranked team out of Group A, B, C, and D in the Premier Division will be demoted. So that's new this year. To leave, it's going to be, well, somebody's saying well bowled, well bowled. I don't know who that is, but it's not well bowled. It's down the leg side. He'll have to bowl it again. I suppose if the ball doesn't go to the boundary the way they have been in this innings, you're probably saying it's well bowled.
There's been a few times I've heard well bowled to a full toss that's gone for a 6. I think for a lot of these players, it's just instinctive to say well bowled after every delivery. Not sure they're even paying attention to the balls a lot of times.
That is a better delivery from Jagdeep Tiwana. This is another thing that I think I was saying about the Sher-e Punjab Vienna side yesterday, that I don't think they have they don't have a team that's loaded with all-rounders, so you'll tend to find that they will go back to bowlers even though they've been expensive. So we saw that on a number of occasions yesterday, whereas normally if a bowler goes for 20 or 25 runs in an over, you tend to try and find a another solution, somebody has to bowl, but I don't think they had that yesterday. And this one, watch the spin, and deals with it pretty well. He's fielded well out there. Now that is somebody you can go to. He's been kept there at that third position at the moment. Harmeet Singh, what a knock from him, by the way, yesterday. I must admit, I was very surprised that he didn't get the player of the match in that match yesterday. And of course, the match I'm talking about was that high-scoring thriller at the end of the day. We'll talk about that maybe after this ball. Throws everything at this and misses it. So just a few dot balls creeping in here that Indian CC Vienna won't like. But yeah, yesterday Vienna CC 193 for 3. That was in match number 15, the last in the day. Kitab Omari scored 55 of 21. And there were contributions there from Iqbal Singh, scored 52. And MSP and Ekbajan scored 32. But Sher-e Punjab, we said they'll do well just to try and get to a 130, something they needed to get a point. Well, they went past that and they got to 169 for 4. So Vienna CC won by 24 runs, but Harmeet Singh, 86 not out of 28. It was an amazing knock, and without that knock, there would have been no contest in that match. So, again, I know he ends up on the losing side, but for me, I think for most people, he was the player of the match. So I was a bit puzzled how he didn't get that. But yeah, I suppose those that make the decision, I think on a different line to what we do. End of the over. So with 8 overs completed, 135 for 1. What a good over that was. Just the one wide in there. But Jagdeep Tiwana comes back with a really good over. Just 2 runs from it. 135. So it is now for 1. And another dot. So are they finishing on a bit of a high here?
They could finish, get a strong finish here. I think Sher-e Punjab certainly bowled quite well these last 8 or 9 deliveries. This is going to be struck away, and there could be a catching chance, and it's another one that's been dropped. And, well, he's fallen over here as well. Has he hurt himself? Oh, he's just clutching. Well, it looks to be like the inside of his thigh. Yeah, he just landed awkwardly. Let's have a look at this. Well, this could be serious. I just see a bunch of players running over to him, so let's have another look at this. Yeah, drops the catch, and then just watch his reaction right after dropping that catch. He's on one leg, and he's just gone down there, clutching the inside of his thigh.
Yeah, well, while that happens, there were some applause, and of course the applause weren't directed at the fielder, they were directed at Chima. There's a Chima taking the couple there. It has moved to his 50, so the captain of Indian CC Vienna, 51 of 26, so he does get there before Ghani. 137 for 1, but of course concerns will be here. But I didn't see, I must admit, when I saw him going for the catch, I didn't see anything that suggested that he might have rolled his knee or something, but it looks like they are maybe going to just walk him off the field where he'll be able to get a bit of rest, or maybe just get a bit of ice on that. So it's good to see him on his feet, but maybe just as he was running, he just felt something go there. So it looks like that the 12th man will come on here for Sher-e Punjab, and that's listed to be Surinder Singh. So Surinder Singh will come onto the field to play probably till the end of the innings, I'm guessing. There's only, what have you got here, 8 balls to go. 137 for 1 though. Chima gets a half century. He needed this knock, didn't he, Chima? It's a knock that he needed. They needed another batter apart from Karabir to get in form. I do believe that probably Naveed Hussain comes back into their side for the final match that they'll play today. Remember, they play 3 in the day, and that will be against Lords CC. Yes, we do have a team called Lords CC. They'll play 2 matches later today. And that's going to be a wide down leg side. Lords CC, of course, we saw them on day 2. They played 3 matches. They lost the first 2 against Donaustadt and also against Cricketer CC there. So they started with 2 very tough matches, but they did win against the Austrian Daredevils, chasing the 109 they needed. Firmly struck, and it's going to get in the gap. There's going to be 4 more runs. So Chima is hungry to score some more, and I think Ahmad Ghani will be quite happy for Chima to play out the most of this over, and then he can have a go in the very last over to try and see how many he can get out the middle.
Yeah, it's the first boundary we've seen in 11 deliveries. So runs had dried up prior to that shot. We had only seen 8 runs off the 11 balls preceding that 4.
That's well picked. Look at the keeper here, by the way. Yeah, I wonder if we can just see this again. Just looking at the keeper. Look, so we've talked about the difference between the keepers. Now, Aslan Arif is, for me, a very good keeper, but look where he's standing. He's not making any effort to get to the stumps, and the ball then finally gets thrown in and has to be fielded in the covers.
Yeah, if he's just rushing to the stumps, you wonder if there's a small chance that they can force the run out. In the end, I think they were just depending on the fielder to get the direct hit. He did have all 3 stumps to aim at, so it would have been easier than most direct hits you tend to see.
Well, that sounded good. And it's looked good as well, and it's gone a long way. That is a crushing hit. So Ghani now goes to 49. It's going to be the end of the over. I'm pretty sure that he will get a chance to get that 50. But this partnership has been superb, hasn't it? Remember, Karanbir Singh departed with the score on 67. So these two have gone past that, the 50 mark, and you feel that if they get a really good over here, who knows? Who knows where they can finish up with? I mean, maybe they could get to the 167. That will mean they put a 100-run partnership together, and it's been a good one. Both batters been sharing the spoils.
Yeah, so they're going to go with Sapatullah Pache to bowl the final over. An interesting choice. Pache, of course, bowled fairly decently. Final over, the power play gave up just 11 runs, so it's a good choice here, I think. Pache might have a big part to play with the bat in hand as well. We know he played a quick fire 20 of 6 in the opening match for Sher-e Punjab in this series. This one's gone up in the air, and where's it going to land? It's going to land safely. Are they going to push for a second? No, they will just settle for the 1 run. But they might get the second here because of the throw. Oh, it's not the best backing up, and then the throw there is terrible as well. Could they get 3? Could they get 3?
Well, you know what? I think they could have got 3 here. Ghani is saying, nah, I'm not giving up the strike. They still, well, look at the throw. This is an awful throw. So they could have got 3. Look at Chima, and then Chima had to go back, and he and knocks his own stumps over. Of course, he can't be out, but still, that's a bit of a comical moment there. Chima wants to get back and strike. Ghani says, I'm staying here. Why he wants to stay there? Because he wants a big 6, but he's in danger of being caught, and he will be. He does it the hard way, the fielder does, Suleiman Ibrahimi, because he runs in a little bit too much, but he does and is able to hold on to the catch, even though he makes it far more difficult than what it was.
Yeah, we'll have another look at this again. It gone high up in the air. It was skied, and then, yeah, as you said, just has to take that slightly behind his head in the end. Didn't quite get into a nice, comfortable position to take that catch. So there's going to be a wicket. An incredible partnership has been broken. This partnership was worth just under 90 runs, 85 to be exact. So they put their side in a terrific position. I think it was in particular between overs 4 to 6 when they managed to make 67 runs that really put this Vienna team in a commanding position.
A new batter has to come on strike. It's Kunal Joshi. I wonder if Joshi would just push at this so the captain can have 2 big swings at the end. No, he won't push at it. He'll rock back and he'll play a lovely shot over the covers for 4. And it's a tough one, this, isn't it, for the Indian, for the Sher-e Punjab side, because they've got the field set for 2 batters that have been hitting the ball down the ground on the leg side and over cow corner. A new batter comes in and he goes straight over the offside. And that's not a good ball. It's too short, going down the leg side. He gets a swivel on this good, does Joshi. And Joshi doing a little bit of the MD. Oh, as that one is played away nicely.
It's great to see Joshi coming out here and playing these shots. And I think this innings, as a fan of the Indian Cricket Club, would really fill you with plenty of hope for the rest of this series, because this has been an innings where it hasn't quite clicked for Karanbir Singh. He's only made 33 runs. I say only, of course, by his standards. And they're still on 160 with a ball to go. This has been spectacular.
All right, another opportunity. Same fielder again. And this time he tries to do it the same way as he did last time. And this is what I saw happening the last time. He runs right underneath it and then tries to take it over his head. So watch, his positioning is all wrong. I still wonder how this has gone to the boundary. Why the other fielder? Remember we were talking about Donaustadt. Well, they would have had somebody backing that up. And the fielder there is in a great position to back it up. And, well, he just stands there and lets the ball go with the boundary. So we'll finish with a chance that gets dropped. So a good hitting in the 3 balls that he faces there to Josh. He comes out, hit 3 balls at the boundary. And Indian ICC Vienna will finish on a very healthy 164 for 2 off their 10 overs.
Now have a look at the highlights of this innings. They managed to get 23 runs off that first over, bowled by Hassan Sadiq. It was Karanbir Singh at his very finest. He would make 33 runs of 12 deliveries over the course of his innings. Some superb striking by him during that over. 4 boundaries, 3 sixes, and 1 4. Sadiq was taken to the cleaners right at the start. He was ably supported by Maher Chima, who we often see play a facilitator's role, but not this time around. He was an aggressor. He was looking to attack. He was scoring some quick runs. He would, of course, end up with 57 runs of 29 deliveries. A fine innings by the captain. We did see Sher-e Punjab bowl a couple of wides, a couple of huge wides. Of course, they ended up giving over 11 runs of wides, a few minimos hurting them. That would be the end for Karanbir Singh. We thought that this run rate would dip massively once he was dismissed. It was, of course, in that Suleiman Ibrahimi over, which went for 23 runs. But boy, it didn't. Instead, we saw Ahmed Ghani come out and bat absolutely superbly. 51 runs of 16 balls is what he made in the end. And between overs 4 to 6, when these two players, Chima and Ghani, were attacking, they managed to get 67 runs. It was a fantastic phase in the game where you thought that maybe this Indian cricket club would get to something in the 180s or the 190s. But we just saw Punjab just tail it back a little bit between overs 7 to 9 when they got some dot balls in. There was that very dry period where there were no boundaries for 11 balls. This was, of course, the injury for Baljinder Singh. I wonder if it was something with his hamstring. I mean, he was clutching the inside of his thigh. We'll, of course, keep you updated with what occurs in regards to him. Rather funny moment there. The batter sliding in and knocking down his set of stumps. This was a good catch out in the deep by Suleiman Ibrahimi to get rid of Ahmed Ghani. Just taking a look at some of these key moments from this final over. Just one more look at that catch. This was there were a few chances that were put down over the course of this innings, and I think they will just look back at some of those opportunities and wish they had done a little bit better. Maybe they would have been able to restrict this Indian ICC Vienna side to a lower total. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And of course, Maher Chima top scoring with 57 to 29, but you got to say that Ahmed Ghani innings, that was just something else. It was really special. 51 runs, just 16 deliveries. Karanbir Singh got a start when he was very close to getting his 3rd half century of this series, got that 30+ score, and in the end he was dismissed thanks to a good bit of bowling by Suleiman Ibrahimi. We'll turn our attention to this bowling card, and Jagdeep Tiwana had figures of 0 for 18. Thought he bowled pretty tightly, but you look at the rest of the attack, Hassan Sadiq in particular, well, I could just tell that they had a difficult time during this first innings. So we're halfway through match 17, and Indian Cricket Club posted a very healthy total of 164 runs on the board. We're going to have a short break, and we'll be back on your screens in just about 10 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, we're set for the start of the second innings. Indian CC Vienna batted superbly during the first innings. They have put a formidable target of 165 on the board for Sher-e Punjab Vienna. This is going to be a really, really tough chase. It's going to be a huge test of this Sher-e Punjab team. And let's see how they fare. Of course, we saw them become very close to chasing down a record total earlier yesterday. Let's have a look at the bonus point equation. Of course, if they can achieve this target at 7 overs or less, then, well, we are in for quite a surprise, and it's highly unlikely we're going to see that happen. They would, of course, have to go at 23.4 and over to achieve that. But yeah, maybe we could see Indian CC Vienna pick up all 4 points from this match, although they've just struggled with the ball a little bit over the course of this series. They've been hit and miss. You know, against Cricketer CC, they gave up 173 runs when they bowled in the first innings, but they did a much better job against Vienna CC of 107. So now let's see which Indian CC we see. We're going to go with Karanbir Singh for this first over. Yes, of course, they held Karanbir Singh back until the 6th over in the previous match, but this time they're going to have him bowling in the power play, which is typically where you're accustomed to seeing him. I think he's a good power play bowler. That's not the best delivery. That is not the best delivery, and it's going to go away for just a single. I think he's gotten away with that one, so yeah, that looked like it was going to go away for a 4, but the batter, well, hasn't played that particularly well. It's just come off the toe end of his bat. He's missed out on one there. Really should have gone away for at least a 4. That ball just outside the off stump again. Needs to be careful with his line over here, Karanbir Singh. Now obviously starts off with one big wide and pushes one down the leg side. Even there, I mean, you know, usually that's in the slot for the batter and gives them a perfect chance to free their arms and send one flying over the rope. No real foot movement here from Singh. He's kind of pushing at it with his hands, of course. Harmeet Singh batted superbly yesterday, made that brilliant 86 of just 28 deliveries against Vienna CC, gave his team a chance to pull off a remarkable result. And ultimately, they fell just short of making the all-time highest chase on the network. This one is pushed away towards third, and they're going to get a single. On the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Yeah, Karanbir Singh just struggling a little bit with his discipline. He bowled a big wide down the offside, got away with one that was going down the leg side, and then does bowl another wide here. Just comes off his pad, and once again, I mean, you look at this bowling, he's getting away with a few fairly poor deliveries. Yeah, usually you'd see batters of this quality just flick these ones away behind square leg. A chance to say hello to a few people in the chat. Got SF Shohag joining us, as well as Johnny Hisham. Now this is wonderfully played away. Really good stroke there. Goes to a little bit shorter, and it's been just hooked away. It goes for a 4, so a boundary to end the over. 9 off the first.
Yeah, you just saw there that before he bowled that last delivery, he pushes the fielder out. So he signals what he's going to do. He bangs it in, but the batter is able to hit it finer than what the field was set for. Yeah, you're right about Curran. He just hasn't found the sort of rhythm and consistency that you would normally associate with his bowling. He seems to be struggling and can't work out why that is. He's bowling a lot of deliveries that are going down the leg side. But the thing is, and I think you've touched on it already, Nish, that when a good bowler or a good player or any player is not bowling well, you have to punish them. You know, you're chasing 165 here, and Sher-e Punjab Vienna weren't able to do that. I mean, that's an over that should have gone probably well into the double figures. That one may probably be a wide. It's a little bit too short, and it loops over Sadiq. So wide ball to start from Irfan Safi.
Yeah, if he bowls like that again, I think he'll be lucky if it goes for less than 20 runs. That's the kind of bowling that we saw from Curran Singh over the course of that over.
It's another one that he gets completely wrong. It's going to be another wide. He's getting good lift in that area, but you can see that he is way wide of the mark of the target. So the plan obviously is to try and keep that ball in that just wide of the off stump. He's going too wide at the moment. Also having a look at the field, really, if that's the plan, I think he really needs to be thinking about getting one more over on that side. Seems to have 4 at the moment on the leg side. This one is going to be one that Chima can't take. They're going to run hard, and they're going to take a bye here. So Chima, don't forget, he was outstanding behind the stumps earlier when he had 5 victims, which of course equals the record that we had. Some of his work when he was standing up to the spinners was absolutely fantastic. And don't forget that we'll see that battle again when the spin comes on. And of course, it was Kumaran who was the bowler.
I think we've seen rather sloppy cricket from both these sides to start things off. You know, we've seen a few errors in the field, a lot of wides, and I think even if you look at the batting side, I mean, there have been some poor strokes played by them as well, in particular when you go back to that first over. Yeah, getting some good bounce over there. Nice carry through to the keeper. It's just been a rather sloppy start by both these sides, although as things stand, not too much damage has been done by Sher-e Punjab in these first 8 deliveries.
A little bit too wide again. I wonder if he gets a fair bit of movement here. Let's have a look at this. And it's just, he's getting a bit of movement, but he's really getting that ball to come off the seam. Once that ball is pitching, is taking off. But you can see what I mean about the field. So if he's bowling this line, and that's what he seems to be wanting to do, he doesn't need 4 on the leg side. You'd be wanting to get another one across and just put that man in that backward point area, give him a bit more strength there. That's going to be a no ball now, because that's the second one that I believe is going over the shoulder. I think the umpires will have a look at this. That's too high for me. I mean, it's definitely a wide, but of course, a no ball always takes priority, and I reckon this is over the shoulder. Let's see. Yeah, he's only that's so no ball coming up here. So the short stuff for Irfan Safi ends up getting him into trouble. This over has already seen 3 wides and now no ball. So free hit. Can they get this away? And not out. Not out. It's a slower delivery. Good thinking from Safi. Harpreet Singh smashes it back onto his own stumps. There was sort of an appeal from the bowler. Just watch this. You might see it here. Gets excited for a moment and then thinks, oh no, it can't be out.
Instinct just kicked in over there, didn't it? I mean, it's one of the best sights for any bowler to watch the ball just strike the stumps, but you have to just pull back his instinct. But yeah, if he's going to bowl this wide, it doesn't make sense to have a deep mid-wicket. I think bring him in.
Yeah.
And maybe send a deep third back for some of those edges. It goes a lot straighter this time, and it's going to be a single. Yeah, very long over so far. I mean, it's quite incredible to think that we are just 4 balls in We've seen, well, 3 wides and a no ball so far. So this has been a massive, absolutely massive 7-ball over already.
Yeah, and if you think of the innings, don't forget there was those 2 wides from Currambee, but they just haven't. And the thing about this is at the moment they've not been punished for it. All those extra balls have resulted in, so far, not a lot. Rolls the fingers on this one as well. So one thing that Safi is doing, though he might be having a few issues with his line, he certainly get the variations in. So that's that slower ball. It's a bit of the old cutter, and Hassan Sadiq misses out on this as well. So Hamrit Singh, 8 balls for 6, and Sadiq is now 4 balls for 1. Not exactly the start that you want. And even at this point, that 115 looks a long, long way away. It's another swing and a miss, and it's hard to believe that we're watching the same team that almost chased 194 in the last match that we saw here yesterday. But that is the end of the second over, and they've only got just 15 from it. And that over had a lot of extra deliveries, and 3 wides, a no ball in there as well, but they weren't able to capitalize on that. Just the 6 runs come from it.
I think you have to credit the bowling side for some good variations, but overall, I think it's been some pretty poor batting by Sher-e Punjab in these first couple of overs. I'll have a look at the standings. As you can see, Sher-e Punjab 2-1 so far this series. That one just going down the leg side. Oh, could be a run out with a direct hit. Think he had about a couple of stumps to aim at, maybe even all 3. I think this could be very close. It's going to be interesting. We'll have another look at this.
Well, Currambee is already waving him goodbye. Currambee is the bowler. He believes he's gone, and he's right. Look, that is out, and by a fair way. The umpire just wanting to make sure things happen pretty quickly, but it's a hesitation. I don't know if you can have a look at the batters, Alex, and you just see the hesitation. The run is definitely on. They both hesitate, and just like that, the dangerous Harmeet Singh is going to be run out for just 6. Have a look at the hesitation. Watch the 2 batters here. So definitely a run. They look at each other, they stop, they start, and by the time Harmeet gets going, the direct hit was always going to get him into trouble. And what a way to lose a man who we know if he gets going can be so dangerous.
Yeah, poor running between the wickets, and I think that just epitomizes what this opening partnership was like. You obviously see the hesitation, but once he's running between the wickets as well, he isn't sprinting at his maximum. I think it's could have done a whole lot better. It's just disappointing start here for Sher-e Punjab. Very odd to see them playing this way. A loud appeal, but I could just tell that struck him outside the line of the off stump. Height's a big question mark as well. Not much going for that.
Yeah, I think the height definitely is going over the stumps. And I've said before, unless that ball is pitched right up, the umpires will be right in thinking that the ball is going over the stumps. And now a little bit of a delayed response from the batter, the new batter. Well, it's not the new batter, of course, it's Sadiq, because, of course, the run out from Harmeet was at the other end. So Sadiq gets on where he doesn't want it.
Now, this is something that really confuses me. Of course, Jagdeep Tiwana, we know he's a fairly decent batsman, but why is Arslan Arif not coming in at number 3? I mean, I would have had him opening the batting, considering he made 70 of 20 balls in the second match yesterday. Very, very puzzling. I mean, he's listed to come in at number 8. I doubt they're going to have him that low down the order. You've also got someone like Pache in there, too, but yeah, Pache's probably better in that sort of number 5 position.
It's high in the air and straight to the fielder. So let's see what does happen here. So Currambee Singh does pick up a wicket, and Jagdeep Tiwana is going to go without scoring. He will go first ball for a golden duck. Well, we haven't seen Goldie this morning. And knock, knock, Goldie, are you there? Because we need you. We need you to do your thing. And there is Goldie, a little bit of the old... That is the end of Jagdeep. And has to go for the big shots. Goes for it, but he finds the man on the boundary. One hand coming off the bat, which means he doesn't really get the full power in the shot. And, well, lo and behold, it is Arslan Arif that comes out at number 4.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise. We've had to wait until all the way down here at number 4 to see Arslan Arif. For me, he should be opening the batting, or at least at number 3. Well, let's see how he does here. But if he goes on and really starts to attack from the first ball, then I think you'll wonder why he was not there for these first few overs. And he starts off by playing a lovely shot, just flicks that one beautifully off his pads. And, well, that's the stroke of a man who's in perfect form. And, you know, if he opens the batting, then you don't waste this entire power play.
I think you're right. I think if you were to look at, so let's define batters as opposed to, you know, guys who can hit a ball. If you were to look at the batters that they have in their side, Arslan Arif is the only real batter that they have. He's classy, he's elegant, he can play all the shots. And you need a guy who can do that at the top of the order. The hitters, well, they either click or they don't. Arslan, we know he's a talented player, and he just needs to get in. I mean, that 70 that he scored yesterday was really classy. 70 not out of 20 balls in that run chase against Vienna Danube. And Zahid Zadran played his part as well. He scored a fine 30 in that knock. So they do have batters that can come out there and make some impact. But, yeah, you got to go with them top of the order. But it's not a good start. You can see the power play is not often that you can say there's 30 runs difference between the two teams here, like for like, after 3 overs. But that is the state of play. So Sher-e Punjab of Vienna, a team that we normally associate with power hitting, certainly hasn't started that way in this match. This gets worked away to the leg side field by Sadiq.
Yeah, so the Rathanayaka with a comment in the chat saying that, what's happened here? I mean, this is a side who have some very good batters. I agree. I mean, this is a team who, of course, we saw come very close to pulling off a record chase yesterday. And prior to that game as well, they were certainly batting superbly. This one is struck out towards mid-wicket. It's just going to be a single. I think their approach has just been all wrong to start things off. They're sort of misjudging a lot of these variations as well, my Indian Cricket Club.
I think the other thing that's very important to point out, that sometimes we could be talking about a good team in a position like this and say, well, look, you know, you got to take your hat off to the opposition. They bowled and fielded really well, but they haven't. They haven't bowled well. They bowled a lot of loose deliveries, a lot of wide deliveries, but it's just been not very good batting. But there are still batters there can make a change, and that's a nice shot played down the ground, beautifully played. And Hassan Sadiq gets a badly needed boundary.
Yeah, that one was in the slot. He gets that one away. Hassan Sadiq, of course, batted beautifully yesterday, but hasn't quite clicked for him to start off this innings. He's on 7 of just 10 balls. I think one thing we commented about Hassan Sadiq yesterday was times he probably wasn't hitting the ball as hard as he should have, but he certainly did that over there. That's a great strike by Hassan Sadiq. Just reaches out of that one and pumps it straight down the ground for 6.
Yeah, a wonderful shot. That's been absolutely smashed. And of course, look, there's no Zahid Zadran in the side, so we know that he won't play any further part. Of course, I think he must be just over. Maybe he was over for a few days from Germany and got the opportunity to get into the side and get a few games in, but he's no longer here. His holiday is over, so they've got to do the rest without him. They're going to miss him big time because he made instant impact with his bowling and his batting. So I think the likes of Arslan Arif now and Sadiq and also someone like Harmeet Singh becomes pretty important. That's going to be dragged away on the leg side. They'll just take a single.
Yeah, just the 1 run over there. So despite that 6, only 12 runs came off the previous over, which isn't good enough for Sher-e Punjab. Not required, by the way. It's shot up to 22, and lo and behold, we're at the point where we're now bringing up the graphic for how many runs they need just for a single point. Yeah, poor delivery there by Kumaran, just going down the leg side, and all he has to do is get some bat on it to help it away for 4.
Two batters having a chat, and of course a lot of things to talk about here, but at least they have made a start. That's important.
think, yeah, it just goes back to that point. I mean, this hasn't really been incredible bowling by the Indian Cricket Club in these first 4 overs. I think they bowled this way against most sides. They'll get punished, and there we go. Shorter delivery, gets pumped away for a 6. And is this finally going to get Sadiq going? Has he woken up at last after a very slow start? And not a great delivery. We'll take another look at this. Just sits up so nicely for him, and he has pulled that away. 6 runs, back-to-back boundaries for the first time this innings.
Well, the 2 batters, we did see them coming together. They had a talk, and of course, one thing they would have said is, hey, there's bad balls out there. Let's put them away.
That one just climbing up on Sadiq a little bit, getting a little bit of extra bounce there, Kumar, and hits the deck hard on that ball. Looking to just extract as much bounce as he can. That's just going to be a single, so he works that one away towards square leg. Nice comeback well after getting hit for a couple of boundaries. The 2 balls to follow it up have been much, much better.
Yeah, remember, took 4 for in the last match, and he had about 5 balls to try and pick up that 5th wicket, but unfortunately, it went pretty bad after that. And this is that partnership, though, here between him and Chima. Chima, not like him really. He's not those stumps over a couple of times. Usually, he holds back and only does it if he's short, but not the start that a lot of people were expecting here from Sher-e Punjab. I want to invite you into the cube, and I want to say thank you to everybody that's watching, wherever you are watching from around the globe. The chat has been fantastic, and I want to thank you all for a lot of the messages that we've been getting on our social media as well. And of course, speaking of social media, those numbers on the YouTube, our subscribers are going up all the time. So thank you very much to our global audience around the world.
No, that's not a great delivery to start off by Ghani. I think they bowled so many deliveries down the leg side. That's been a real Achilles heel for ICC to start off this game, and they're starting to get punished for some of this poor bowling these last couple of overs, but still, Sher-e Punjab are not going at the rate they need to. Those last couple of overs produced 24 runs. I think the wind slipped away from them. They need to go at almost 14 to even get a point out of this game.
Thing is, though, we know that 2 batters, we know Arslan Arif and Sadiq, these 2 can go. And that's what they need to do. That's a good comeback, though, there from Ahmed Ghani. Ghani, of course, made a fantastic knock with the bat, 51 of 16. So he certainly is a good man to go to. Another good all-rounder in the side. And that's the key here, really, isn't it? The all-rounders they have. Karanbir Singh. Now, Ahmed Ghani is starting to find his form as well. Running hard to take the leg by here. Or was there a bit of bat on this? Now, a bit of bat.
Yeah, just a little bit of bat on that, but this has been odd. This has been very odd by Sher-e Punjab. This is not what you expect from a team of their quality. We've seen them demolish some very strong attacks throughout this series. And that's more like it. Well, that is what we expect from the likes of Arif. He has sent that one over mid-wicket. Humongous shot.
It's a huge shot. Be careful going in there. We've seen the Wolves. And I get the feeling that I always get the feeling that somebody's always looking over me sometimes when I'm well, there you go. I told you there's always somebody that's keeping an eye on me. Well, I reckon that giraffe has been woken up with that grizzly going into the fields. So we've had the Wolves in there and now the giraffe as well. Well, I tell you what, the giraffe can come in very handy when it comes to finding those grizzlies.
Yeah, certainly can be. And maybe that giraffe can also just be a target for where they need to be looking to hit some of these balls. It's not seen too many Maximos so far this innings, and there's another one. There's another one. So back-to-back 6s for the first time this innings.
Yeah, good hit. And Helix, newsflash coming in for you. Day off tomorrow, Nish. And I reckon he planned on purpose. I reckon Nish thought to himself, oh no, it's been on Friday. I haven't bought myself a shirt. And, well, Nish, you're off tomorrow. Nish will come back and reply in a moment. Did you plan that?
No, I didn't actually plan that. That was more to just do with the fact that obviously because you're off on Saturday, it'd be good for me to be off on Friday. I do have a peacock. I brought a shirt. It's got about 3 or 4 colors on it. I mean, by my standards, it's fairly peacock. I have it ready. I can send the proof as a picture.
No, I tell you what.
You can rate it tomorrow.
No, I tell you what. Like you said, I am off on the Saturday, so Saturday becomes your Peacock Friday. You got to wear it on Saturday, all right? And then we'll have voting on it on Saturday. Yeah, wearing it on Saturday?
No, wear it on Saturday.
Right, there you go, folks. So Helix, you're going to have to make sure that you're on Saturday, and maybe we'll get the votes out on the Peacock Friday number that Nish has got. I'm sure it's fine. 61 for 2 at the end of 6.
I'm not promising to meet some of your peacock standards, but for me, it's got more than for me, it's got more than one color. That's pretty peacock for me.
But hang on, you said that to me in Rome. You said, "Yeah, I've got a shirt with lots of colors," and well,
it's pretty similar to the Rome shirt.
Oh dear. In that case, it may not do.
I have a feeling I'll be getting a lot more 2s and 3s on the chat when we're asked to rate it out of 10.
That's well fielded. Look at the difference in the field here as well from the Indian ICC Vienna side. They're not making those errors that were being made by Sher-e Punjab Vienna. Well, that's not a good delivery. That will go to the boundary, and it's going to be quattro mas. It's a full toss. That's on the legs. I don't think is an issue for the height, but it just gets helped away. A little flick. Thank you very much. And Hassan Sadiq finds another boundary. So these two need to get going. They've got going. That last over from Ghani went for 17. They need a few more of those and to try and get themselves at least in a position where they will get to that 115 to take a point in the air, and taken. And that's going to be the end of Sadiq. That's the last thing really that Sher-e Punjab needed, just as Hassan Sadiq was starting to get into his rhythm. And Kumaran it is again that takes a wicket. This time is not Chima doing the damage behind the stumps, but that one just sort of popped up, doesn't it? He does get the ball to pop up, and as a result of that, can't get too much power in it. Very good technique from Irfan Safi, who holds on to the catch.
They're very well held on to, and I think this just makes their chances of getting a point even harder. It's been an odd innings by Sher-e Punjab, not what you expect from this side. I mean, you look at all these quality top-order batters, and they've just not been going at the rate we're accustomed to seeing from them. Safatullah Pasha comes in at number 5. He's a guy who can get going from the word go. We saw him start off this series with a quick-fire 20 of just 6 balls.
Has a go, misses out on it. Yeah, and then in that match yesterday when Pasha, we were a little bit confused when Pasha came in a bit lower actually, but when he did eventually get out there, well, needing to go at 20s, he was out very first ball, but he's got a bit more time he can spend out there if he chooses to. That one is going to be a tremendous take. What a take this is. This is so wide, and Chima standing up, no issues. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Yes, Chima, we of course saw him involved in 5 dismissals in the previous match. And a little bit of innovation here. Hasn't quite worked out the way he intended. It was a little bit scary as well. I thought it was just going to knock his head off. Let's have a look at this again.
Well, let's see here. So, all right, fair enough. Why not? And if that's what you want to do, if you want to get funky to get off the mark, fair play. And I'm assuming he does get a bit of bat onto that, and he's not being given as buys. And let's see. It's the end of the over. Score moves to 69, and he will be given a run for it. So 69 for 3 after 7. So very good over there from Kumaran. Only the 8 come from it, and he picks up another wicket. He's having a good day.
Going back to that innings you're referring to yesterday, this one has gone high up in the air, and Pasha is going to send that over the rope for a 6. Now, this is a man who can attack, and, they've probably got their 2 right players out in the middle if they want to pick up a point. They're both more than capable of helping this side go at that 14 and over they need to pick up a point. But going back to yesterday's game, Pasha was out on the first ball, and they brought Jagdeep Tiwana higher up than him. Tiwana made 1 of 4 deliveries, which is actually much worse in that scenario than just getting out on the first ball.
Yeah. You're right. Shot. And that's going to be 6 runs. Thank you very much. All right, Pache. That's what he does. He hits the ball pretty well. He's got Aslan. Aslan's just struggling to get on strike at the moment, but Aslan Arif will be saying it's fine. If Safatullah keeps hitting the ball like this, I don't mind staying at this end. Right, well, he should get on strike now. That bobbles away to the fielder, but got to say that the ground fielding has been very good from Indian Vienna. That will just be a single. Wow, that's it. That's what we're talking about. This is how clean Aslan Arif hits the ball. Of course, the brother of Zishan, and both of them are such good hitters of the ball. And that is clean and sweet as that one goes over and just dropping short of that field of joy.
I don't know if some of you heard on the mics, but we had a plane flying pretty low overhead above us. I think that's one of the lowest I've seen a plane flying over this ground. Yeah, great shot there by Arif, and now that point is starting to look attainable.
Yeah, hit really well. Are you going to tell us any details about that plane, or just that it was flying low?
I would not be able to tell you any details on the plane. I'd have to maybe pick up a flight tracker and be one of those people that starts looking.
I was going to say, maybe I'm confusing with Charlie, because Charlie, if he sees a plane, we could be in the middle of something, and Charlie would say, Rico, plane. And he'll tell, oh, that's well, let's have a look. He's claiming this catch. He doesn't reckon he's touched any of this rope. And Aslan Arif is not hanging around to contest it. Let's have a look at this. Well, it's he jumps up, holds on to it. I think he nails the landing. I think he nails it. I don't think we got any more on this. Let's see how much of this we can have. And let's it. We got the feet. I wonder if we can just stay on the feet. I know we ain't got the ball, but even if we can stay on the feet there. And yeah, that's okay. I think we've got enough of that to show that's okay. I think that's going to be all right. He's going to be given out here. Yeah, there you go. Well, I tell you what, Spring Media, you get us the shot that we need. We may not have the fielder, we may not have the cat, but we got the feet, and the feet is what's important in that one. So Aslan Arif will go 31 of 11, and it's 94 for 3. But you're right, they should, again though, question mark, they should get the 21 they need, but we are talking about Sher-e Punjab.
I think with that wicket, though, it does make things a little more interesting, because you would feel now it just brings Indian CC back in contention to get all 4 points. Yeah, over in Ipsanas, we were doing a bit of plane spotting, mostly with some of the RAF aircraft, but it was a lot easier there because they only had like about 4 or 5 models that they were flying overhead, and they had pictures of them on their website, so neatly labeled.
New bat who comes in needs to try and get a partnership together here with Pache, and just a slight hold up here again. Not sure what this is about, and well, umpire pointing at somebody, not sure what. Well, the bowler saying, come on, umpire, give me a break. It's hot out here. Kunal Joshi, there he is. He's gone backwards and forwards like a yo-yo. And, all right, maybe this time, third time lucky for Joshi. It's being played straight to the field. Oh, no. There's no, what's happening here? Who's going to get to the other end? On the Iba. Well, what is happening here? Look at the running. He's running to the other end, and his partner is not moving. Pache is not moving. Oh, well, let's see this. Well, they make it. Look at this. Look at this. And he's saying, what are you doing over there? He said, Chalanata, Pajuhan. Jaldi ka, jaldi. He doesn't have the ball. The Chima. I wonder if he has the ball, it would have been out. Not sure. But let's have a look here. No, I think he makes it. Well, considering how late he started, he does very well to make it.
That's why you love European cricket. True moment of comedy. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was the right thing to go for the single there. Pache obviously wants to be on strike as well to start this over. Shawkat, well, was rooted to the spot, and eventually he had to dash to the other end. They got a few comments about the Peacock Friday shirt. Well, another reason, of course, is the fact that tomorrow is one of the only days the UN does its tour here in Vienna. So Vienna is actually home to one of the major UN offices and a number of other organizations, such as the OEC, IAEA, and on weekdays they always got a chance to just tour their facilities. This one is sent straight towards mid-wicket. It's really nicely caught, and Shawkat will depart for a duck, sends that one straight down the fielder's throat, and just makes getting these remaining 20 runs that much harder.
Yeah, it's catching practice, isn't it, Shakati? Just trying to whip this over the mid-wicket boundary, but he finds the hands. And there's Derek. Derek's there to quack him off. It's going to be a duck. Hello, Derek. I'm glad that we've contained Derek's. I mean, the Derek's were getting crazy in Rome. I think they loved the pasta, they loved the pizzas, and they were growing big. It's good that over the last couple of days that they've gone back to their normal diet and their normal size. All right, Irfan Safi picks up a wicket, but he's hungry for more. But this time is, well, it's going to be an incredible save. I think this is, you know, the song that goes head, shoulders, knees and toes. Well, this is certainly fingers and toes, because he gets a finger on it, and then, watch this, fingers, foot, and the ball runs away from him. How many do they get? Surely they run 2 here. They need to run as many as they can. Yeah, only the 1.
Yeah, they pick up just the 1 run, and
maybe it's to keep Pache on strike. Maybe that's the reason. No pace in the ball. High up in the air. Fielder comes in. He's caught brilliantly so far, and he is not going to drop that one either. What a good catcher he is out there. That's Mohammed Hussain. Takes another one. And now with Pache gone, I don't know where they're going to get these 19 from. They need 19 of 7 balls for a point. And it looks like that Indian ICC Vienna, after losing out to Donaustadt in the first match, are going to take all 4 points here.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to leave here with bonus points. And wow, that would be such a surprise, wouldn't it? I mean, after everything we've seen from the Sher-e Punjab side over the last couple of days, the superb batting, the fact that they've just been hammering these bowling attacks all over the place, I don't think any of us saw this coming.
So that will be the end of Pache. 15 he gets off the 7 balls that he faces. Hussain, once again, great catch from him. Can anybody get a boundary away here? They need something. Not with that delivery. That was a quick delivery in the right areas, and it beats the batter. All ends up 96 then for 6 of 9, and it means that they basically need a magical over here to get a point.
Yeah, they certainly do. They're going to have to go big in this over. Just take a look at these bowling figures. Interesting to see who's going to bowl this final over. Expect to be Daud Zadran because he bowled quite well in his first over. Bowled that 4th over. The first one right off the power play went for only 12 runs. And it looks like they're going to go with Inzergul Ahmed Zai instead. So they're introducing a new bowler. He starts off with a wide.
Okay, that's why you just think the whole match really. If you think of the way they bowled, you think of the way they fielded, and the way they batted. All right, Sher-e Punjab, Vienna need to forget about this match pretty quickly and focus on the other 2 matches coming up. Well, that's a nice hit. So that's 5 off 1 ball. So that certainly helps. So that now takes it down to 14 off 5 for a point. Can they do it? Suleiman Ibrahimi is the batter who's come out there. He's got to Surki out there with him as well.
Yeah, so a good start to this over. And, well, if Ahmed Zai goes for quite a few runs here, I think you'll really start to question why they went for him in the final over when they had a chance to pick up all 4 points.
It's this firmly. Will they try and take 2? I don't think they will. They're not going to take on Hussain out there, who's just been top gun with his catching and his fielding. Ahmed Zai. All right, that's okay now. I think you're okay just to take the single and keep the pressure on. The throw fired in, but Chima deals with it.
Yeah, so 12 runs needed of 3 deliveries now for a point. And Ibrahimi is back on strike.
And now that one is going to go for 4. That's handy. A handy little tickle. So it becomes 8 off 2. Still really need, I think, you need a boundary here. And if you're not getting a boundary here, you've got to get 2 here. So singles are no good here. Singles are no good. They need a boundary. So Ahmed Zai being given the ball here. Has a lot of faith in his bowler, does Chima. Ahmed Zai. And gets the dot, but it's going to be a wide. I wonder, have we got a side on this stumping? I thought maybe the foot. Did it go up for a bit? Just a bit. Just a second. Watch that. Just a second, but he gets it down in time. All right, wide. Single. You got to get a single. They won't get a single. Oh, dear. You got to read the script. You got to read the script. You needed to get something off that ball. Swinging and missing. And now, unless it's a 7 up, even if the ball goes for 6, it won't matter. So, Ibrahim, I suppose he's probably thinking he's the more likely to do it. But you still had to take the single there. And now this one, it's a big appeal. Now, what's this going to be? Does it catch? It must have caught something. That's why, yeah, it does catch the pass. So leg by the finish. It will be all 4 points to Indian ICC Vienna. And gotta say, it's a very below par performance from Sher-e Punjab Vienna. I think we and everybody watching was expecting to see a few fireworks. And it reminds me of many a time back in the UK on November the 5th. You're excited all day, and then the heavens open, and the firework display gets cancelled, because that's what this feels like. There were no fireworks there from Sher-e Punjab Vienna. They will lose, disappointingly, by a big 55 runs. Well done, though, to Indian ICC Vienna.
Yeah, incredible performance by Indian ICC Vienna. I think that was a real stinker. There's no other way to describe it by this Sher-e Punjab side. None of us could have seen that coming. I mean, keep in mind, Indian ICC Vienna were almost made to pay for that decision to go to Ahmed Zai in the final over. I can see a comment in the chat as well by Jean-Claude Stain about that decision. Again, why do you go to someone who hasn't bowled much throughout this series when you've got a chance to pick up all 4 points against Sher-e Punjab? In the end, they'll leave this game with bonus points, but I think we might look back at some of the bowling by Indian ICC Vienna, and I think we'll feel like they got away with quite a lot during the course of that innings.
Yeah, I just get a feeling, though, from them. I think we saw a little bit of that yesterday, that Chima is very keen to try and give as much of a match to the players that he has. So on some occasions, he's made some decisions which you think, it don't really quite make sense, but it's almost like at this stage, maybe looking at the way that the standings are, that he's quite happy to say, you know what, if I take 3, I'll take 3, because I still believe that we'll get that top 5 finish. We'll have a look at the highlights. Well, that was the way the innings finished for Harmeet Singh. We know he could be the dangerous player. He gets a run out with a direct hit. Brilliant bit of fielding there, you have to say, to remove him. But again, it was just the standard of cricket that Sher-e Punjab played here today. They weren't good in most things that they did. They didn't bowl well, didn't field well. They certainly didn't, apart from 1 or 2, didn't bat well. I have to say credit there to at least the likes of Sadiq, who did go out there and score a few runs, 34 22, before he was caught there by Kumran, and also to Arslan Arif, 31 of 12, but just losing the wickets at the wrong stage. And even at the end there, you know, when you had that opportunity to try and maybe get a point, the batters just didn't realise and take the opportunity that they had. And we saw a few things coming out of the field of joy as well, and I'm sure that will keep that going for you throughout this series. And this one was an interesting one. It was hands and toes that kept it in the field of play. And then, of course, some of the catching there from Hussain. Wasn't he good out there? He made no mistakes. Mohammed Hussain took some really good catches. He's a top gun fielder out there. He's got a strong arm as well. So though there were a few that got away, it wasn't enough. And that last over, I know that a few people were a little bit surprised to see that it went to a new bowler. But even then, I think Ahmadzai, 12 come from it. He keeps them to all the points. So well done to Indian CC Vienna. But you have to say, Sher-e Punjab Vienna, they really have to get their act together here pretty quickly. They will play the next match, match number 18. And if they thought it was going to get any better, it is not, because they are up against the powerful Donaustadt side. Quick look at the scorecard. I think I've already mentioned the main contributors there. Hassan Sadiq, 34, 22, and 31 of 12 there from Arslan Arif. On the bowling front, once again, as I mentioned, I think Chima used the opportunity, Nish, to give several bowlers the opportunity, and in the end, they didn't let him down.
They certainly didn't let him down. We'll have a look at some of those bowling figures. Gananveer Singh with figures of 1 for 13, really well bowled by him. But then Irfan Safi, I mean, look at those numbers. They just pop right out. 2 for 7 over the 2 overs he bowled. They might just want to tighten up a little bit on extras. 12 runs of extras, a little bit more than we are typically accustomed to seeing at this level. But overall, a solid win for Indian CC Vienna. They will take all 4 points from this game. We've come to the end of match number 17, and it's a massive victory for Indian CC Vienna. A bonus point victory against Sher-e Punjab, a side who, of course, started out this campaign with a couple of wins in a row, and now they face their 2nd consecutive defeat. They don't have too much time to think about this, though, because in 20 minutes' time, they'll be taking on Donaustadt, the defending champions. Make sure you join us then, as we'll be right back after a short break.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome to match number 18, where Donaustadt, who have made a perfect start to the 2024 campaign with 3 wins out of 3, are taking on Sher-e Punjab Vienna, a new team, but a team that does excite us. Let's see how this one goes. But before we see the action in the middle, let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Donaustadt to call.
Head.
Head is a call. It's tails.
Okay. Ball first.
They're going to have a ball.
We saw Harmeet Singh out there for Sher-e Punjab Vienna, and he wins the toss and decides that they will have a bowl first. I think they do fancy themselves chasing. You can understand that because their bowling has been their weakness. We saw even in that last match, they tend to get the line wrong more times than not. I remember talking to you guys about getting that ball full and getting those Yorker lengths going. Well, we didn't really see that from them. We saw that the Indian Vienna side get those Yorkers in and they were very productive, but Sher-e Punjab, they're just not getting that right. So I think for them, the way they're thinking is try to contain Donaustadt, who haven't really been able to go big with the bat just yet, but try to contain them. Maybe if they can keep it to a 130, 140, then go out and knock those runs. Donaustadt, they're a team that are loaded with a lot of players. Of course, I've mentioned them many times, but I think we'll focus on some of the players that maybe don't always take the highlights. I mean, Shafiullah Yousafzai, he was fantastic in that last match, and he could quite easily have been the player of the match. Scored runs later on in the innings when they needed to, and with the ball he was exceptional, and he certainly was nailing those Yorkers. So he's been very good for them, and I think other players are stepping up to the mark as well. So I'm liking their play. And another guy certainly to mention for them, someone we don't normally talk about, is Ishaq Safi. He also bowled beautifully well. One person who normally does perform well was Sahil Zadran. He'll be disappointed though with his own performance. I mean, he's the captain of this side, and he'll be disappointed that he gave away 19 runs in that last match that they played, which allowed, of course, the opponents to pick up a point. Sher-e Punjab, they're a team that are relying on their big hitting. Harmeet Singh has been sensational. He'll be hoping that he can put a performance like he did yesterday when they were chasing that 194 against Vienna CC. He batted beautifully well to get that score in the 80s. Someone like Aslan Arif, though, can also be a big hitter for them. Can he perform here today? We did see him score 70 runs yesterday as well. But of course, the issue will always be with the bowling. That we did see something like Tawani get the ball in the right area. So he could be the one that certainly could go on to make a difference in this one. But they've got to find some spin from somewhere. Nishay, the news here from the middle is that Sher-e Punjab of Vienna will start off with the ball.
Thank you very much for that update. So, of course, Sher-e Punjab Vienna fell well short in the chase that we just saw take place in the previous match. They suffered a bonus point defeat at the hands of Indian ICC Vienna. And of course, we'll now have a look at this fancy dashboard. So the defending champs, Donaustadt, they're off to the perfect start, 3-0 so far this series. And of course, you look at the likes of Ishaq Safi, he's been very good. Donaustadt making a few changes to the team. I think they've been rotating their squad throughout this ECS, giving a number of other players a chance to play, and I think whoever stepped up for them so far has done a stellar job. They've even moved the captaincy around quite a bit. And this time, of course, for today's play, we're seeing Asif Zazai captain this team. No, it's just incredible. I mean, they've been so good. And we haven't even seen Razman Shigawal playing much throughout this ECS. It just shows you the strength in depth this Donaustadt team has. It's going to be Tiwana bowling this first over. Thought he bowled well yesterday, but he was a touch expensive against Indian ICC Vienna. Batter starting off with a very open stance over here. He's telegraphing where he wants to launch it. Just a few seconds away from the start of play. It's at 12:59 local time, and as soon as the clock ticks to 1, we'll be ready to get underway for the first ball. There we go. It's exactly 1 o'clock. And he starts off with a wide down the leg side, so a real loosener here by Tijuana. Doesn't quite get that one right. Yes, of course, I had a conversation with some of the members of the chat during the match break. And yeah, thank you very much, Helix, for sharing some of the information you did. Yeah, of course, have used Flight Radar in the past, and as I mentioned, it has been lagging quite a bit on my tablet. So I think ADS Exchange, yeah, working much, much better, of course. We had a plane flying overhead earlier, and I didn't have anything open, so I wasn't quite able to track what that aircraft was. And then, yeah, Helix just recommending this really nice app, which allows you to narrow down the area. And it's much simpler as well, much simpler. Doesn't have anywhere near the same amount of lag. Very basic UI. Oh, big swing and a miss. Yeah, that one, just looking at the height on that ball again. Ooh, well. Been given a wide. Looking to pull this, and it just comes off the top edge of the bat, and it falls just short of the keeper. Oh, he knows. He knows that was an opportunity. Watch just how it catches the glove along the way, and it falls just short of Arsalan Arif. That was a half chance. Would have been very tough. But that is just a scary moment for Iqbal Hussain. Going for the big pull shot here. Let's just take a look at the square leg umpire. It's already seen one above shoulder height wide. Yeah, so he's already bowled the one for the over. If he goes above the shoulder again, it'll be a no ball. Oh, he finally executes that shot. Finally executes that shot, Iqbal Hussain. And sends it away for a 4. Great strike by a fantastic player. Oh, he's been terrific so far in this ECS, Iqbal Hussain. Starting off with a great 53 against the Daredevils and a 43 of just 18 deliveries against Lord CC. He's in great form, really is. Here we go. Does he have a comeback ball here, Tijuana? Just got hit away for a 6. Oh, looks to go big again, and this is going to catch an edge. Is there a chance to take a catch here? Oh, yes, they will. Oh, yes, they will. Very well held onto there by Tijuana. Beg your pardon, Tijuana bowling? Quite sure the identity of that fielder. Will make sure to tell you who it is. Oh, he's going for the big shot, catches the top edge. Oh, really well held onto. It's not easy to catch those. It's really well to track that ball and snaffle it right at the end. Another wicket falls. The first wicket for Donaustadt. We'll just take a look at this once more. Yeah. High up in the air, really, really well taken. That's a terrific catch. So we're now going to see Mohammad Safi making his way out to the middle for Donaustadt. He's set to face the first ball, should say the last ball of the final over. Looks to go big here. Hasn't quite timed that one as nicely as he'd like. It's just going to be a single, so Donaustadt are 10 for 1. Have a look at the days left until the European Cricket Championship. Got 25 days to go until the ECC, when the finest sides in Europe converge in Cardama for the biggest tournament of the year. This is going to be absolutely wonderful, of course. Got a new addition this year with a Challenger and Premier division, so it's going to be bigger and better than ever before. So we're into the second over, and let's see who they're going to hand the ball to. You can just see a man who has been inserted into the lineup for this game. Gursevan Singh playing for Sher-e Punjab. Oh, that just goes past the keeper as well. Oh, really, really unlucky. Very unlucky. Let's just have a look at this one more time. Oh, he's landed that absolutely perfectly right next to the feet. And it's ended up veering away. Just got some bat on that as well, so the runs will be credited to Safi. And nice bowling here by Sadiq. Of course, so the Sher-e Punjab side really shocked us all in that previous match, didn't they? I mean, we've seen them batting superbly throughout this European cricket series. They, of course, started off with a great chase against Snazzy. Looks to go big. Shout to catch it. Oh, it's going to be well fielded out the deep, so just the one run, and of course they were chasing down a target of 137, and they did it with 10 balls to spare. Then they impressed us once more against Vienna Danube when they were chasing a target of 125 and managed to chase it down with a good 3.5 overs to spare. I think they really started to just embrace this role as a side who are so good when they're chasing. Chance to catch it, and it will be caught. It will be caught by Tivana, the man who bowled the first over. Well held on to. It was a fairly simple catch. Another one falls for the Donaustadt. They lose their second wicket inside this power play. Let's have another look at this ball. That's a soft dismissal, really is. Very soft dismissal. It was a full toss. It was asking to be hit. Should have been hit away. But it goes straight to Tijuana. Donaustadt are 15 for 2. Going to continue to look at this dismissal. No, very well taken there by Tijuana. So it's Osman Zai who's coming in here at number 4 for Donaustadt. Yeah, they've not found themselves in a hole this early in the innings at any point so far this series. Oh, a chance for a run out with a direct hit, but the throw was nowhere near the stumps. He only had about a stump and a half to aim at. Let's just take a look at this. Look how far away it is from the stumps. Nowhere near them. It was a pretty bad throw in the end, in all honesty. Safi will play this away towards mid-wicket, and it splits the two fielders, goes away for a 4. Excellent shot there. Just looked to go short, Sadiq, and he has been punished. Very good pull shot by Mohammad Safi. Beautifully played away by the left-hander. Of course, he's made the move over to Donaustadt. He used to play his cricket in the past for Vienna Danube, and I'm sure he's glad that he has come to join this champion side, and he's going to be hoping that he can get his hands on some silverware at the end of this series. Here's a look at the standings. Donaustadt off to the perfect start. 3 wins in 3 for them. Sher-e Punjab Vienna started off with a couple of wins in a row and then followed up with 2 losses in a row. And of course, I was talking about how good they have been with the bat in hand for much of this series, how good they are at chasing. Well, I told you how quickly they managed to chase down targets of 125 and 137. This one's up in the air. Is it going to be taken? Oh, well. It looked like he had grasped that ball, but it just slips out of his hands in the very last minute. Well, Syed Shaukat is in the deep. Let's have a look at this. Well, he's done the hard, but he's actually managed to track the ball perfectly. It just somehow slips out of his grasp. Oh, very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Looking to step towards the leg side there, Safi, and then smart bowling by T10 makes the adjustment. Goes with the wide Yorker. So yeah, Sher-e Punjab Vienna side obviously did a great job chasing in their first couple of wins, but their last 2 chases, well, have been rather mixed. The first chase, though, I mean, they had a target of 194, and they were doing a great job to reach what would have been a record chase until things fell apart for them in the penultimate over. They would end up falling short thanks to a great catch by Mark Simpson Parker out in the deep. But then that last match, that was so puzzling. I mean, that was not the Sher-e Punjab we are so accustomed to seeing. They just suffered a bonus point defeat against Indian ICC Vienna, not coming anywhere close to the target that was set for them. Just batting very oddly. I mean, a lot of times they weren't even able to hit away the bad balls, and yeah, the way they played in that innings was certainly very puzzling. This one struck towards mid-wicket, and that's going to be a single. Just the 1 run there. Just making the adjustment now. Everyone just getting into the right position for the right-hander. Big booming drive there by Ahmed Saib. He doesn't get close to the ball, misses its line. Last ball of the power play coming up. It's been a very good power play so far by Sher-e Punjab. Now Shout to catch it. Is it going to be taken? Oh, it falls well short of the fielder. Nowhere close to him. I could just see a few in the field getting a little bit excited when they saw that shot. End of the power play. Donaustadt are 24 for 2. It's a huge improvement here by Sher-e Punjab. I mean, you compare this to the power play they gave up against Indian ICC Vienna. I mean, their opposition was 50 for no loss at the end of the power play, and they've given up less than half that many runs in this power play. I think they're just bowling so much better, hitting their lines and lengths really well, giving the defending champs a real run for their money, and that just makes that performance against Indian ICC Vienna just seem all that more puzzling. I mean, we know Indian ICC Vienna side has a few of its own issues, and to fall apart in the manner that they did after some of the expectations they had set for them in their first 3 performances just kind of caught us all by surprise. Here we go. Bashe starts off with a dot ball. And it's down the leg side and just waiting for the umpire's decision. Yeah, it's been given a wide. We're into that part of the day now where the heat really is starting to become a factor. And it's also at that point where we need to start thinking about hiding some of our devices. Away it goes. Away it goes for more runs. And that's another boundary there. So, yeah, this is slightly streaky. As you can see, he is looking to play that quite fine. He's looking to go over third man. Don't think he ends up going as fine as he actually did in the end. That one coming off more the top edge. Goes away for 4 runs. Oh, away it goes, more runs, it's another boundary. Well, why is he continuously banging it in short here, Pache? I mean, he should be looking to go a lot fuller than this. Is starting to get a touch predictable, and yeah, I mean, he was ready. He picked up that length really early, and he has hooked that away. A beautiful cricketing shot. Away it goes for 6 runs. I think you could just hear a few, could just hear some of the conversations that are going on in the field. Oh, well, that's a better delivery, but it's going to be a poor outcome. I think he just has to chalk that one down to some bad luck. There wasn't too much he could have done about that, but that's a better delivery. That's where he should be looking to bowl it. He's going for that wide Yorker. It's a much better plan. Goes away for 4, and I can tell a few people in the field agree as well. I think after he bowled those 2 short balls, just going to tell you what some of his teammates said. This is struck away over square leg, goes all the way for a 6. An incredible shot here by Ahmadzai. It's now 4 consecutive boundaries. Oh, sensational. And again, just decides to pull his length back. I think he just needs to keep looking to bowl that Yorker length. That has to be the plan here for Pache. Now, big shot. And it's going to be another streaky boundary. It's going to be another streaky boundary. He was looking to go towards cow corner, and once again catches the top edge and goes flying away towards the rope. Now, it's so unlucky for Pache at times this over. And he hasn't helped himself as well with some of his bowling. I think just banging a few too many in short. I think as I was saying, after he bowled those 2 short deliveries which went away to the boundary rope, you could hear a few of his teammates saying, use your head, what are you bowling? And then, of course, when he came back with the wide Yorker, I could just hear someone saying, yeah, bowl there. That's what you need to be trying. And yeah, just a funny over there for Pache. Unlucky at times, but didn't help himself on other occasions either. We had some of his decision-making with the bowling. Yeah, Helix saying it's time to get the umbrella out to protect your equipment. Yeah, well, I think we're going to need a lot more than just an umbrella. Shorter delivery again there by Safi. They got a clear plan here to look to bang it in short. Everyone just switching around now for the right-hander. Oh, that's going to go away for a 4. It was a poor delivery. He's probably spoiled to wide. He has spoiled to wide. I mean, if he leaves that alone, definitely going for a wide, but he might have also had a few extra runs off buys. But Ahmadzai decides to chase it, get some bat on it, and he will get 4 runs. He just couldn't resist the temptation. Chases out that wider one and picks up a boundary. Oh, and oh, the chance to take a catch would have been sensational if he'd been able to grab that one. It goes straight to Sandhu. Well, let's take a look at this. He's just backing away, looking to go over the offside. Sticks one hand out, and it just didn't quite stick. He's now going to go out to a deep square leg for the left-hander. And continually looking to bowl short here. It's become a bit of a plan for Sher-e Punjab. I have to say, not quite sure what they're thinking with all these shorter deliveries. They're much better served, just looking to bowl stump to stump, full or in the channel. Short again, and it's gonna go towards the fielder at mid-wicket. Just a single. So got a long off. Very, very straight long off. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. And I can't quite see the fifth fielder. No, looks to go big, looks to go big. And that has been launched all the way for 6 runs. Just missing that Yorker there, Safi. Was looking to go full and ends up being an overpitch delivery that he's just able to help away behind square leg for 6 runs. So, of course, it's a good chance to welcome you into the commentary position as Donaustadt find themselves 64 for 2 halfway through this innings. It's been a strange performance so far. I think, as you can see, Sher-e Punjab started off really well, and I think they just started to employ this tactic of bowling a lot of short stuff over these last couple of overs, and it hasn't worked out that well for them. These have been some of the most expensive overs of this innings. Well, of course, now return back to the playing field where we are set for the start of the 6th over. About to see someone bowl who hasn't bowled previously in this series, of course. He's one of the changes that they have made to their lineup. Of course, it's Gursevan Singh who is coming on to bowl. Yeah, let's see how he does. I'm really looking forward to seeing him bowl. So we're set for the start of the 6th over. Oh, could he get a stumping here? Could he get a stumping off his very first ball? Looks like he has. Looks like he's got rid of Safi. So Gursevan Singh on his first ball of this series grabs a wicket. No, just tosses that up, draws the batter forward. Smart bowling, and then it's supported by some great wicket keeping as well. Arsalan Arif with some sharp glove work. Well, this is just the start he would have dreamed of. Oh, Gursevan Singh, he'll be absolutely delighted. We'll have another look at this again. Yeah, beautiful bowling. He just drew the batter forward, and then it all came down to whether or not Arsalan Arif could do the work needed behind the stumps, and he most certainly did. So his first ever wicket for Gursevan Singh, or should say the first wicket of these last couple of years. The last time he, of course, had a wicket on the network was all the way back in 2021. This one goes away for a 4. Yeah, just over pitches that delivery. The batter does well, just clears that front leg, Yusufzai, and helps it away through long off. Oh, yeah, but a yes, no, some miscommunication between the two batters. Yeah, really, I think that's it's all about Ahmadzai over there, who's obviously it's his call, and he was just a little bit uncertain. It was initially a yes, and then he says no. That's good bowling here by Gursevan Singh. Really good bowling. That's not the best ball. That was a pretty poor delivery, and well, Yusufzai has spoilt a massive, massive wide. I mean, that would have missed a second or third set of stumps. That's how wide it is. That's just inside the tram line for a left-hander. That's how wide it was. Yeah, I don't know what Yusufzai is thinking. He's just let Gursevan Singh get away with a very poor delivery. Yeah, it's a little edge. It's going to be a big chase over here. Side shortcut. Just trying to back heel that one. And they'll get a couple of runs. So 2 to end the over. Gursevan Singh, his first over, will go for 6 runs. And he grabs a wicket. So a terrific start to his ECS 2024 campaign. Have a look at the scorecard here, and as you can see, well, Aman Ahmadzai batting on 40 runs of 13 deliveries. And of course, you can also see Mohammad Safi on 13 and 12. Yeah, we're just at that point now where that heat, oh, it's really picking up. I mean, the ice cube is turning into a microwave. Yeah, the sun's shining straight in here at the moment, and I gotta say, it's tough conditions as well for the players out in the middle. The heat really starting to play a factor. It's probably the hottest it has been at any point in this series right now. So Ahmadzai is now 6 runs away from a half century. Oh, what a shot. Incredible shot. Gets that one away for a 4. And Ahmadzai is now just a couple of runs away from bringing up this 50. I've loved the way he's batted. Really has. I think he's punished them whenever they've looked to go short to him. And I don't know why they persist with this tactic. It's clearly not working. But they're adamant that they're going to bowl short to Ahmadzai. Seen very few Yorkers attempted. Even less wide Yorkers, which is just not something you see much from sides outside of Donaustadt. Has this one got enough to go away for a 4? It does. It's a misfield as well. I could have done way better, but Ahmadzai will bring up his 50. A fine, fine knock by him. He came in a situation where his side were 15 for 2, 10 balls into the innings. And he's batted superbly under pressure and put his team in a strong, strong position. Yeah, so, well, I can report the first device has gone down, so, yeah, the tablet is no longer in service. Oh, go short again. I mean, well, someone explain me their thinking over here. Why are they continuously just looking to bang in everything short? Oh, well, I mean, he's in position. He's waiting for the shorter ball. I mean, surely you have to at least look to bowl a Yorker over here. I mean, they're expecting the shorter one. Please try to catch them by surprise by just trying to get one underneath the bat. Right in between the feet. And this time he does look to go fuller. He does look to go fuller, and, well, he's just missed it by a little bit, hasn't he? It's a better idea, at the bare minimum. I mean, that's what I have to say. At least it's a better idea. I mean, he ends up missing the Yorker by quite a bit, and it turns into an over-pitch delivery. But you've got to at least try to bowl Yorkers, and personally, try to get that Yorker a little bit wider as well. I mean, we know Ahmed Zai, he's looking to target that long on to mid-wicket region. Yeah, see if he can get a wide Yorker. Just try to force him to reach out at one. Oh, see ya later. What a huge hit. Another one into the sunflower fields. And it's been an incredible turnaround here by Donaustadt, who were in all sorts of trouble at the end of the power play. 30 runs coming off this over. So we're going to have a look at the groups. And as you can see, we've got a couple of divisions this year, the Challenger Division and the Premier Division. And it just makes things that much more exciting, allows teams to play against other sides at a similar level. And of course, promotion and relegation will be in play this year as well. So a couple of sides will be promoted from the Challenger Division. One team will be relegated from the Premier Division, but I expect in future, I think we'll get to a 2-2, 2 down, 2 up sort of system. So yeah, I think we're going to be starting off with 2 going up and 1 going down for now. Yeah, Yasir Hussain just saying at the end of the 7th over that he ought to have taken a single just to keep the strike. Yeah, I mean, you got a point, but I think if you can hit a 6 and make it a 30-run over, a supersonic over, well, you don't turn that down, do you? Especially when you've got someone like Yusuf Zai, who is capable of hitting a long ball, but he's not going to be able to this time. He finds the fielder out in the deep and is well taken. And yeah, Yusuf Zai, we know he can play the role of a closer really well for Donaustadt. But in this innings, he will depart, having made just 6 runs of 7 deliveries. I mean, not to continue to dwell on the heat, but I just touched my charger pack, and well, it feels like you're touching the base of a pan. That's how hot it is. Yeah, you could fry an egg on that. That's how hot it is. And I think, yeah, these devices really starting to heat up, and I think I'm going to have to look for some shade just to make sure that we have access to all of our electronic equipment. The tablet, well, I can confirm that it has gone down for the moment. Yes, it just worked away towards fine leg, and yeah, just the fielder inside the ring does a good job to ensure it doesn't get past him. He's going to look to go big, and it's going to go out towards mid-wicket, and it's just going to be a single. So just the 1 run over there. We got another 2.1 overs left in this innings. Oh, just beyond the fielder. There was a chance. Would have been tough. It was a good attempt by Kushwant Goraya. And he's not going to be able to stop it. Going away for a 4. So we're at the end of the 8th over. We'll just have a quick look at this graphic. And as you can see, Donaustadt currently going at about 13 1/4 and over. It's a very decent rate. They've got wickets in hand over here as well. And we know this is a side with plenty of batting depth. You've got Ahmed Zai out in the middle on 71 of 21. You got Sahil Zadran as well. So, well, there's still plenty of batting quality left in that Donaustadt team. So, I certainly think they'll be looking to target getting to something in the 140s. Just going to pick up a single there, so danger man off strike. Zadran is getting set to face the second ball of this over. Massive, absolutely massive. Just have a look at how he gets underneath that ball so well over there, Zadran. It's an attempted Yorker. He hasn't quite been able to nail the length, but no, beautiful shot. Strong bottom hand, gets underneath that ball and well, helps it away straight down the ground. It's going to pick up a single here, so Sadiqa with a good comeback delivery. That time around, he got the Yorker absolutely spot on. Yeah, very good afternoon to you, Wayne. Great to have you joining us here in the chat. Good game going on here. Had a good day of cricket so far. A couple of exciting games, and we're into our lunchtime match. That one is just inside that wide tram line, so it's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, I think that right there is the kind of line you want to be looking to bowl. If you can really get it nice and full, get that wide Yorker in place, and look to hit that tram line, then I think you're going to be so tough to bat against. And that has to be the plan here for Sher-e Punjab. Look to hit that wide tram line. There we go, 7 balls left in this innings. Last ball of the over. Oh, it's going to be a wide, so yeah, we're just at that point now where the sun's just coming straight into the commentary tent. It's actually a little bit hard to follow some of the play as well because it's shining straight into my eye as well. So I'm going to try to describe the action to you. Oh, it's up in, it's going to be a dot ball. So end of the 9th over. Donaustadt are 117 for 4. Yeah, so final over coming up. Let's see who is tasked with bowling this over. Got a few options over there as we take a look at them. I mean, do you go back to Pache after he went for 27 runs in his first over, or do you decide to go with a 6th bowler? Looks like they're going to stick with him despite that expensive first over, and this one is just worked away for 4 runs. Really good stroke there by Zadran. Yeah, just cuts this one away. Let's have a look at this ball. Yeah, superbly played. Excellent stroke. Goes away for 4 runs. Oh, well, could this be a no ball? We'll have to have a look at that again. And this full toss is pumped away for 6. Gonna need to look at this side on just to confirm if the height on this one is okay. Oh, this could be tight. This could be a little bit tight. Yeah, I think he should be all right. He should be all right. I mean, keep in mind, he's also not upright. And it's already sneaking in below his waist. So I think by the time that goes past the popping crease, it's going to be below his waist. Huge shot. Enormous shot. High and handsome. Goes away for 6 runs. This is going to be struck away towards fine leg, and it's going to beat the fielder out in the deep. It's going to be 4 runs. I mean, I think he would really fancy his chances to take the catch here. Davut Surhi is out at fine leg. Oh, really should have taken that catch considering he'd covered all that ground. Ooh, down the leg side, and Oh, well, chance for a run out here. Chance for a run out if they're aware of this. And just watch this again. There was a real chance for a run out. A lot of yes, no, and he was just stranded in the middle of the pitch. Not sure whether to stick or twist. Oh, well. That has just gone past the keeper. And oh, well, look at the annoyance here for Arslan Arif. There's a big deviation, a chance to take a catch, a thick edge. Oh. You know he holds very high standards for himself, so he would have backed himself to take that catch. Goes away for a boundary, streaky boundary to end the innings, and this Pache over ends up going for 26 runs. So the decision to go back to him ends up being a costly decision, as he's going to go for 28 in this over. It's actually gone all the way for a 6. Well, Safatullah Pache bowled a 27-run first, a 28-run second over. It's just not quite worked out for him. It's been a difficult day at the office in this first innings. We'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings as Donaustadt end up with 145 runs. It was a very slow start for them. They lost a wicket in each of the first couple of overs. They were 20 for 2 at the end of the second over, 24 for 2 at the end of the power play, and it really looked like they were going to be in some serious trouble. Full credit to this amazing Donaustadt team. They found a way to dig themselves out of the hole, making 27 runs in that first over after the power play. They struck 5 consecutive boundaries over the course of that over. Of course, we saw a really good one snuck in by Gursevan Singh. And I thought Gursevan Singh, well, he was the pick of the bowlers. What an incredible impact he made for this team. Got a wicket off his very first ball of this year's ECS. And of course, that great over sandwiched in between Abdullah Safi over, which went for 30 runs. Gursevan Singh, either side of it, was superb. He went up with figures of 2 for 12. Easily the pick of the bowlers. And boy, was he impressive. I think this Austrian side really struggled to pick him. They didn't enjoy the lack of pace either. Let's take a look at some of the other key moments in this game. A second wicket, which Gursevan Singh managed to take. I saw some of these catch attempts, which let's face it, weren't necessarily the best. A few chances were put down in those final few overs. Some chances that were very, very important, that if they held on to them, maybe they could have restricted this Donaustadt side to something a lot lower. As we see 28 runs go in that final over, you just watch the highlights of it. It's time to have a look at the scorecard for this innings. And of course, for Donaustadt, the top scorer is Aman Ahmadzai with 80 runs of 26 deliveries. Siles Adran with 33 of 9. Those two are the top 2 scorers. And then I think outside of them, they really struggled to make runs. It's now time to have a look at the bowling figures for this Sher-e Punjab Vienna side. And of course, I thought they bowled much better this time around. They were far more accurate with their lines and lens. I think the pick of the bowlers has to be Gursevan Singh with 12 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. And he picked up a couple of wickets. Jagdeep Tiwana bowled superbly as well, 1 for 14 in the 2 overs he bowled. Hassan Siddique with a solid performance too. I think there's just a couple of expensive bowlers in there, and both of them were extremely expensive. I think look away if you're a fan of Pache. Those figures look absolutely nasty. So in the end, Sher-e Punjab Vienna need 146 runs to win. Join us in just a few moments' time when we'll come back for the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. It's a big thank you to, of course, our partners, the Paramatch HCL Software, to the likes of Grizzly Bear Sports. Not only are they providing us with the balls, but also the dashing new umpires attire. And a big thank you to Bizaway as well for getting us around. And Locker Lifestyles, of course. We will see those brilliant trophies come out next Friday on finals day here. This is the equation here. So with that total of 145, it means that the bonus point equation is as this. Restrict to 101 or less, and you can take all the points here. Or if the batting side won all the points, they've got to try and get this score in 7 overs. That, I feel, well, I was going to say I feel unlikely, but if this Sher-e Punjab Vienna bat the way we know they can, it could be on the cards. But I just think it's a little bit unlikely because we do know that the bowling of Donaustadt is very tidy and very good. And in fact, it was only Sahil Sadran who led his side down in the last match when he didn't bowl very well and he gave away 19 of the last over, and with that, the chance to take the point. Here's the first ball in reply, and it's going to be a dot ball as Ishaq Safi starts things off. Safi, of course, bowled very well, and he was one of the guys that I mentioned, probably one of the unsung heroes of this Donaustadt side. Bowled very well, 2 for 7, and kept things pretty tidy. Forces once again the false shot to play to miss. I do like the move that they're going with Arslan at the top of the over. And I think you guys probably heard the debate that myself and Nish were having, saying that if you've got someone like Arslan Arif in the side, there's no point coming in number 4 or lower. Get him in at the top of the order. If he clicks, he can make things happen for you. Chasing a wide one here. I think in the end he does sort of retract from playing the shot. I'll give him credit for that. He's out there with Harmeet Singh. Now, Harmeet Singh, I did chat to him during the interval, and I asked him the question why he's not bowling. And he did tell me there was a bit of fielding that he did in yesterday where he clocked one on his leg. And as a result of that, he's feeling the pain of it. And also says it is also impeding him when it comes to the batting. So he's not 100%. They caught it right in the shin. So bowling, at least for today, is out of the question. Safi, tidy so far, just the wide. And this one also is not going to get anywhere. Arslan looking to try and get underneath it so he can elevate the shot over the top of the mid-off up, mid-on back. Square leg back on the boundary, and now Safi, I think, doing the right thing. He's bringing him back in. I think Safi's saying, well, the line I'm bowling, you're not going to play one down square. Puts a man straight. I wonder if this is a bluff, though. I wonder if he goes for the short ball. No, it's not a bluff. He does go fuller. Now, the only thing with that move there is a couple of times in that over, the similar shots were playing by Arslan, and it went straight to the fielder who was in the mid-off position. You see here, so it wouldn't have been a single if you kept him where he was. So once again, quite often I say, don't make that move unless the batter has actually hit the ball over that fielder. I mean, the intent might have been there, but he hasn't done it as yet. So straight away, he goes back to that original field here to Harmeet Singh, facing his first ball. And it's going to be another wide, so the second wide in the over. But sticking to a plan, I don't mind that. Stick to a plan. He doesn't miss it by much at all, does he? Stick to the plan and see where it can get you. Warm welcome to everybody around the world. Namaste, assalamu alaikum, sasri akal, one welcome to everybody watching via the Indian continent, watching via fan code. Lovely to have you with us, and a big shout out to everybody that's chirping away on the chat. And talking about chatting, one man who ain't going to be doing too much talking is Harmeet Singh, because he is going to depart without scoring. It will be a golden duck for him, a forced first baller for Harmeet Singh, and he's going to get quacked back here. Oh dear, the one man who really needed to click for you today. Well, he maybe because he has got that injury, is playing with his mind. Well, it's certainly playing with his form. He will go, and Ishaq Safi will pick up the big wicket. Harmeet Singh will go for a golden duck. He's going to get quacked off. I'll just remind you, 125 matches now since a golden ball. Well, pretty soon, the countdown for 150 is going to start, unless we bring it to an end. So Harmeet Singh doesn't get going here. It's going to be a golden duck for him. Ishaq Safi picks up the wicket, and a comfortable catch from the other Safi. So caught by Mohammad Safi, bowled by Ishaq Safi. Hassan Sadiq comes out. That's in the air, but it will get away or wide off the fielder. Once again, the long off not being deployed, so he's in the circle, gets over. So it will just be a run. First run, though, off the bat. Sadiq now gets on strike. Shinwari is doing the bowling. Thick edge. That's going to go for 4. A little bit of luck for Sadiq to start off with. Hassan Sadiq, you probably get the feeling here now with Harmeet Singh gone early that this partnership between Hassan and Aslan becomes again pretty key. They won't want to go down here, and they won't want to go down without picking up a point. They've had that already in a disappointing match against Indian Vienna. They need to get something out of this match. 102. They should get that. It's a score that they limped to in that last one. Well, that one will help. I think this is probably caught. No, it hasn't caught anything. It's going to be wide. I thought I heard a sound of maybe pad, but we'll see here. The umpire doesn't see or hear anything, and in fairness, you don't see that. That's just a rare error for Jibran Khan, and valuable 5 runs go on the board for Sher-e Punjab. They need a few more of those, but they also need to get the batters to start to click in this very important match for them. Into the body, gets played away. Bit of hesitation from the batters. Well backed up. Asif Zazai is there to do the tidying up. A few people on the chat saying hello. John is there, Helix. I know John was out and about doing a few bits today. I hope you've done all your chores, John. Right, high in the air. Now this is going to be a real chase for the fielder, and he almost pulls off what would have been another superb catch. We haven't had a real blinder here today so far, have we? And every day so far here in Austria, we've been provided with sensational catch. That certainly was up there as being one of them. Just out of the reach there of, once again, Asif Sazai. So a boundary for Arslan. Not the cleanest of hits, and it was a little bit scrappy. And that's not scrappy, that is straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot. It's pitched up. Shinwari goes for a bit of pace and full and straight, and he gets it hit past him pretty quickly. Nice shot. Yeah, hello to John, to Duncan, to Helix. And, well, we have a Robocop in there as well. And Robocop is asking, how many balls have they lost in the field so far? Well, Robocop, it's a very good question. I do feel, though, not too many, with a combination of the fielders going in there and finding them, and also some helpers from the Federation, and, of course, the animals. We have found most of them. And we got a good... Played away nicely. So I'll stop. We've got good lookouts there now. Of course, we have a giraffe in that the field of joy now. And yeah, we do have a giraffe. Well, if you doubt me, we can prove it to you. Well, maybe we'll have a look at out of the standings first. Well, we normally get a little glimpse of this. It normally comes up pretty quick and fast. There we go. And now you see it, and I'll say now you don't in a moment because it goes pretty quickly. But Cricket CC, they're at the top. But Donaustadt, a win here from them, will see them take top spot, even if they take just the 3 points. Just look at the net run rate that they've got. But Sher-e Punjab, they had a good day yesterday, not so good here today. They'll be looking to get some points on the board. You see, batter's been put off by the giraffe. And maybe pretty soon we can show you that giraffe. We have a giraffe in there. The giraffe is friendly and helpful. The wolf, on the other hand, is a little scary. And there we go. That's going to end up in towards the field. Well, watch out going in there because there's all sorts in there. So that one's been nicely played. Nice shot by Hassan Sadiq. And it goes into the field of joy. But be warned. There we go. I told you. There's the friendly giraffe that has been helping the fielders find. In fact, I think the giraffe actually threw that one back. Thank you, friendly giraffe. And lovely shot. Flicked away. And that one is going to get up in the field. We have got the friendly giraffe, but you do have to watch out for some of the wild animals. Well, we've seen the friendly giraffe. And maybe we can show you what else is lurking in that field. Well, the giraffe is friendly, but the wolf is not so friendly. Look at those snappers. Oh, get out of the way of that pretty quickly. You can see that the field was doing just that. Pajo. Well, there you go. The word has got out, and Sahil Zadran is running out of the way of it. Yeah. Good work, by the way, there from Diana Oro's. Loving her creativity. And maybe, a few more to come. I know a few people have been sending their suggestions in. Keep them coming. So, yeah, Robocop, I think we probably, if we have, we've lost maybe one or two, no more. Oh, dear. That is just a delightful shot. No good bowling, though. Oh, dear, to the bowling. Sahil Zadran is having a bit of a mare. It didn't go well for him the last time he bowled, and this one ain't started well. 4-4 and now 6. It's just beautifully timed. Take nothing away from the batter. It's not a good delivery, but Hassan Sadiq just helps that away. So runs start to flow. You can see Arslan saying, Kalmate. Put away the bad ball, but don't throw your wicket away. Me and you have got to do most of the damage here, and I would tend to agree with him. Better come back. Better delivery. Now, that's the areas. This is what we're used to seeing. The likes of Sahil Zadran bowling. That heavy ball that goes across the batter. So, well bowled. Good comeback from the national team player. And Sahil Zadran was, we saw him captaining Donaustadt a few times, but the captain this time around is Asif Zazai. He was also the captain earlier today. And now this one gets away from the keeper, tries to stop it, can't here with his pads. And it's going to be another wide, so that's going to be another couple. Like this also for Sadiq, because it just means that he's able to get to the other side. He'll just rest up. And Arslan, well, he was the man, I think, who was telling Hassan, hey, you know, you're doing good, but try to keep your head, try and stay cool. And, nice shot, and a really good stop. Very, very good stop. That's been timed pretty well. It needed a good stop. And Shafiullah Husafzai makes that stop. He's been very good here today, it really has. And looking forward to once again seeing him having a ball and slinging that ball in. Zadran's gone for 17. Slower ball. And I think there might have been something on this. We'll know now from the umpire signal. Yeah, there was something on it. There was a snick. Does it carry? That's the question. Does it carry here to Jabran Khan? That's a snick. And no. Just dropped short of him. He tries to smother it with his pads. gets through him and will go all the way down to the boundary. So Sahil Zadran, I mentioned him going for 19 in the last over he bowled, which gave away the opportunity of taking all the points away from the Indian ICC Vienna side. Well, this time he's gone for 21, and after a slow start, they're back and they're going well. 43 then, the score at the end of the power play. Started with that very tidy over, then Shinwari went for a few, didn't he? 19 of his. It's timed well, and this could end up badly. No, well, Captain Zai does well, makes the block. I thought the ball was going to go over his head and spin behind him for a boundary, but fortunately, Asif Zai doesn't have that feat. He is able to stop it. Well, this one is going to be a spicy stop if you could. It's a good effort. Gets the dive in to try and make the stop, but not able to. Yeah, I was talking about the over by over. So started off with a great one from Safi. 3 for 1. Got that wicket, didn't he? Very important wicket of Harmeet Singh. But then it's come back a 5-back. Chimari went for 19. So it's 2 over score, 22 for 1. And then that last over, well, just almost doubling up. 21 coming from it. Short, lovely shot. Beautiful shot. Well, that's a handsome stroke, isn't it? Because it's not about clubbing. It's not about trying to thrash the ball as hard as you can. It's a little bit of etiquette. It's a little bit of finesse, timing, and placement. 4 runs. Delightful. Sadiq. Started to look good. Thing is, he's been here before. That's the thing. He's been here before. Gets into sort of the 30s, the 40s, and then finds a way to get out. Needs to go bigger. Just pushes out at that one. We'll take the single. Yusuf Zai gets a hand to it. Can't take it cleanly, so that's nicely played. Just keep an eye on that rate. They've taken it to around that under, well, just about 14.5 from here on in. Great comeback, especially after that, the way that first over went. Yeah, just played it away, and you can see that every time there's a run, that Sher-e Punjab Vienna making good positive sounds from the bench. So Ishaq Safi, of course, got that wicket of Harmeet Singh being brought back, I think, here just to try and get another big wicket. And he hasn't been able to. That's another one that's going to... Well, this is a great pickup from the fielder on the 45 as this ball ricochets once again of Jebran Khan. And kindly goes to that fielder who picked it up and phrased it in, but they're still going to get the run. That's obviously did catch a little bit of something from the batter, otherwise it would have been a wide. So leg by catches the pad. It is the end of 4 overs, so 55 for 1 after 4. That over from Safi going for 12. And you'll take that. You'll take that from Safi. He's a good bowler. And if you can get through that second over of his without losing a wicket, that's a good place to be. Great shot. Great shot. He's made that shot his own. That's 6 runs. And Hassan Sadiq has once again timed the pants off of this ball. It is just a wonderful shot. So every time that ball is coming into his pads, he's just, look at the timing on this. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Lovely shot. And, well, Shafiullah Yusuf Zai, I was saying I was looking forward to him to come on to bowl, but he doesn't start with a good one. Gets this down the leg side, only slightly, only a whisker. But when the batter's seen the ball well, it's enough to send it to the boundary. And now this is, well, I'm not sure. I mean, normally I would say that if this is a fielder, that he's maybe he's had some alu parontas and hasn't got the ghee off his fingers. But this is the wicket keeper. This is Khan. Or maybe he left those gloves too close to the curry or the naan bread, and there's a bit of butter on those gloves because he hasn't been able to take a thing, has he? It's played away, and this time they decide not to go. It's well picked up. In comes the throw, and it's Mohammed Sadiq makes the stop. What I like about the last few overs here, they've taken away the dot balls. I'm trying to look. The last dot ball was in the middle of that third over from Sahil Zedran. So it went 4, 4, 6 dot and then carried on. So since then, we haven't had a dot ball. And that's what's been good about this partnership. No dots. Rotation has been good. And they've been getting the boundaries when they need him as well. This one is also going to sail over that backward point area. 6 more. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, the fight back continues. So remember, after that really bad start, when 3 came off the first and they lost Harmeet Singh, these two have brought the rate back to where it started from. And now they're starting to take it lower. It still stands around the 14, still plenty to do. It's another one that can have an opportunity there for another run, I think. Could have tried to take the extra, the bye. Launches into it, is high in the air. And not only is it high, but it goes to the base of that field. The field of joy is what we're calling that field over there, based on the fact that it's the field of sunflowers. And sunflowers bring joy and positivity. We know that. And that is our field of joy. Mind you, if you're the bowler and you're being hit into the field of joy, you're probably not feeling that way about it. So the score at the halfway point is 77. And I get the feeling here, because of the heat, that maybe the batters have asked the 12 to maybe come on and with a bit of water. Well, not only the batters seem to think that the wicket-keeper he wants the lid, the keeper. And, I thought he was going to go and wash his gloves. But anyway, the helmet will do. Let's take a quick look at this. Upcoming events. Here we are in Austria pretty soon. The European Cricket Series here will be over. We'll have men and women ECI action. Croatia, well, that will be interesting. ECIWs there and ECIs. And, of course, the European Cricket Series, Croatia, and, of course, Nish and Charlie Hunt will come together there. The young guns will join forces again. Then we got those ECIs T20 action in Greece. And of course, that is where Greece and Spain will be there. And that leads us nicely on to the European Cricket Championships, the Euros of cricket. By the way, since we're talking sport, did any of you stay up and watch the Paralympics opening ceremony? And I must admit, I got me my dinner ready early. It was on the one of the sports channels here in Austria, and thoroughly enjoyed watching that. And if you ever want to be inspired and amazed by individuals, well, just watch some of the Paralympics at the moment. It really is quite amazing and sensational to watch as well. And I certainly will be keeping an eye on that. It's up and over the top. No sweeper out on the offside. So every time these shots are being played in that area, they're getting the results that they want. They're getting boundaries. So this is the Sher-e Punjab that we wanted to see with the bat against the Indian ICC Vienna side. This is why we were all a little bit deflated, I think is the word. We were deflated. We were flat. We were probably as flat as they were because we didn't get to see what we were expecting to see. This is more like it. Shaka That is a biggie from Arslan Arif. That will go all the way. Boom! Shaka right out of the middle of that bat. And that has gone a long way. Beautiful hit, beautiful strike. Power, balance, technique, all the weight going into the shot. And now he's going to get out. Oh, it's a quicker delivery, slightly flatter. And once again, Aman Ahmadzai gets the breakthrough. I think he just went for the shot here. It was a preempted shot from Arslan. And it goes down on one knee, but that ball was certainly quicker. I wonder if he gets any of this. Does he get a bit of bat on this one? I think he does. I think he might drag it on. Once again here, yeah, he does big time. So it goes for the wrong shot in the end, Arslan. You can see he's looking to play that shot over that sort of mid-wicket square leg area. He would have been better off just taking a step forward and playing straight down the ground. Watch here, one step forward going straight would have been the option, but he's trying to play on the leg side. But still, a healthy start. I think Arslan Arif once again underlines the fact why for us he should be opening 36 of 19 as he goes. Next one gets played away quite nicely, and now this is going to be pretty key, isn't it? So you've lost a wicket. You don't want to lose too many quickly here. You want to, once again, quickly establish another partnership. Now, one thing you don't want to do, you don't want to lose Sadiq now. And you're not going to, because that's another one that's been bowled to the areas where he liked it. That's why I think also Arslan Arif and Hassan Sadiq complemented each other really well. Arslan was playing a lot of shots out on the offside, and they were struggling to get the line right to him. And Sadiq, he's been clipping a lot of balls on the leg side. Every time that ball gets strayed anywhere near the pads, it's whipped away. So 6 overs completed. Hassan Sadiq still there on 44. He's been joined out there by another man we know can hit the ball pretty well. He's only really demonstrated it once, so we can't read too much into that. Let's see if he can do it again. The rate has come down, so he's moved down from 14.5 to just over 13, needing 53 of 24 balls. And if Sadiq stays there, they're getting this. Edge goes away to the boundary. Now, remember that Nishay was telling us that they've got a pretty decent record. You have to go back a long way to win the last time Donaustadt had lost a match. Are they going to go down here to one of the new boys, to one of the new teams? Swing and miss. Well, swing and edge. Goes to the boundary. He'll take those. And Shinwari coming back onto bowl. Bit of a risk maybe. Shinwari did go for 19 in his first over. Slow ball. The grunted slow ball. Oh, it gets past the fielder. You don't normally see errors like this from Donaustadt, and that looked like it was Ishak Safi that makes the error. He took his eye off the ball. It's a bit of a glaring error. Takes his eye off the ball, and then before he knows it, the ball has got past him. They'll take 2. Down the ground, fielder coming across. He's not going to stop it. That's going to be 6 runs as well. Wonderful hit. And now it's time for Pache to try and prove to us that there was no luck in that hitting we saw from him the other day. Shafatullah Faseh. Shafat, as he likes to be called, going by the name on the back of his shirt. Hits another big one away. Slower, but thumped. Picks it, nails it. Out of the middle, lovely jubbly. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 más. And, well, Shafat enjoying his moment. Shinwari is not. Oh, wonderful pickup. Wonderful pickup. Runs are flowing. There's no doubt about that. Runs are flowing. Short. It goes back to the pace. Bangs this in. Gets one past the swinging bat of Sher-e. Just have a look at the last few overs, by the way. So Ishaq Safi, his second over went for 12, so they negotiated him well. Then Yusuf Zai went for 22. Ahmad Zai, 16. This one's gone for 18 so far. And that one, if it's wide of the fielder, will be another boundary. We'll make that 22. It's another magical over. And it's exactly what you need. And Pache has shown us that it was no fluke. He is a hard hitter, especially if you don't bowl well to him. 22 then off the over. Donaustadt are in trouble here. They need something to go their way pretty quickly. Surely someone like Sahil Zadran has to take the ball here to try and make something happen. Meanwhile, this, of course, is what's coming up next. Indian ICC Vienna, who've had a good day here today. Remember, they did take all the points away from their opponents in that last match, and that was Sher-e Punjab, this team we're seeing out there. They're taking on Lords, so welcome back to Kumajar and somebody like Sahil Bharti up in the air, but again, safe. That's an area that just hasn't been defended. That part of the field always been left vacant to Sahil Zadran, who by his own standards is not having a good day with the ball. That's going to go for 4. Well, what's the answer here? Who did it turn to? We have seen on occasion Utmanzai have a ball. Maybe they go to him. Somebody's got to make a difference. That's well timed. Oh, that's just pinged off the bat. That is just pinged off that bat, and it's flown over the surface of this beautiful Seabarn cricket ground and gone to the boundary fence. What a shot. What are we seeing here? That rate now is under 10. That rate has been brought down in the last 18 balls quite drastically. Under 10. You got to say here, this is Sher-e Punjab, Vienna's to lose. Donaustadt could be facing defeat here. Slower ball gets missed out. A dot ball, a rare dot ball. He's gone to this slower ball a couple of times, hasn't he, Sahil Zadran? And in fairness, in most occasions, it's worked well for him. So gets a dot. Thing is, though, he's still got to get through 3 more balls in the over. 23 required of 15. Donaustadt did not lose here last year. Pitched up in the air, but this is catchable maybe. And, well, the fielders don't move. They look at each other. The man at mid-wicket and long on just look at each other. 1 points to his partner. His partner points back to him. Meanwhile, the ball bounces once and goes over the line. That's 4 runs. Sahil Zadran can't believe it. He's still looking in that direction, thinking, guys, do me a favour, try and get to it. 4-4.4. That's what we've seen in this over so far. The rate has now dropped down to 8. 19 or 14 balls. Surely they can't mess it up from here. By the way, Hassan Sadiq, a fine half century from him. It's wild. Just gets punched down the ground. He's quite happy just to take the single. He's asking the question from the square leg umpire. He wants to know if it's too high. Well, let's show him what we see on the height front here. And no, I think he's okay. It's going below the waist. It will just be a single. Fase has probably got the license to go for a big shot here. Hits it straight down the ground, and it's going to be stopped by Yusuf Zai. Now, do they chance him again? What does the captain, Asif Zazai, do here? Because that's another one that's not going to plan. 14 come off that one. 12 balls to go. 129 on the board. That means that 17 required of 12 deliveries. Donaustadt going to go down here. They've had an impressive run, haven't they? Is it another good, impressive run that will come to an end on the European Cricket Network? Prague CC, we saw their record come to an end. When they got to the record, it soon came to an end in Czechia. We saw Roma CC, who were trying to beat that record. Their undefeated record came to an end. Now, are we going to do the same here? Are we going to see the same here now from Donaustadt? They do go back to Yusufzai. Oh, he's worn this. He's worn this. I don't think it's got onto the lid, but that's a sharp delivery that I think he's got into the... Is this the shoulder? Where's this got him here? Oh, in fact, that might be the side of the grill. I think you might just have to have a look at this again, umpires. That might have been the side of the grill. If it is, you surely got to check the batter out here. That was a spicy delivery. One for the over. Oh, how important is this over? 16 off 10 balls. Hassan Sadiq. They're asking the question. Umpire not moved. Here we go again. What an important over. Waits for it. Hits it pretty well, and he'll get the distance. It'll be 6 runs. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Brrr, that's 6. And that now takes it down to 10. 10 runs. There's the signal from the umpire. Ten of 8. Oh, the batter. Yeah, there was some movement behind him, I think. The fielder, I think that was the captain, Zazai, just moving himself a bit straighter. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. What a shot. That's 6. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro. That's 6 runs. Hassan Sadiq. I said at the time, getting into the 20s and 30s this time would not be enough. He has to go further. He's gone further. Amongst all the excitement, he brings up his 50, and he's gone from 50 now to 69. He's on the verge of creating scenes of madness here at the Seabarn Cricket Ground. Donaustadt. They can't believe what's happened. There's double teapots all around. They're going for the motions. A team so used to winning. A team so used to dealing out and dishing out the punishment are receiving here. With a ball to go in this, the 9th over. It all happens in the 9th. Maybe it'll all be over in the 9th. Here we go. 4 needed. And it won't be a boundary. It shouldn't be a boundary. It will just be a single. So we will go into the last. Stranger things have happened. And Sher-e Punjab Vienna, they could be the sort of team that maybe could still end up on the losing side from here. So I'm not going to call it just yet, but they are almost there. 3 required of the last 6 balls. That over from Yusufzai goes for 14 in the end. 14. The over from Zedran before went for 14. 143 for 2. Everybody getting in on the act here now, including the, well, grizzly ball size spiders are coming in now as well. And I'm not joking. Wait till Nish comes in here. He'll scream. I'm not going to tell him. I'm not going to tell him. I'm going to make him stand there and then tell him. Uh-oh. Wide ball. Pressure, pressure, pressure. The captain, Asif Zazai, takes the over to see if he can make something special happen. 3 becomes 2. Still 6 balls to go. Donaustadt, a very good long-running unbeaten record. Looking to come to an end now. This one is going to be a spicy stop, as Zedran does very well. Scores now tied. Any run will do it. Just watch. I don't know if we can see Sher-e Punjab here, but just watch. I'm pretty sure that there'll be wild scenes of celebration when this run is hit. I can't believe they're not even bringing everybody in. They're not even bringing everybody in. It's the case of saying, well, they're not going to try and take the single. They're going to try and hit the ball to the boundary, so leave everybody where they are. Dot ball. Well, it's not a dot ball, actually. You get something on this. He's out. Well, he is out of there, but I can be forgiven for not seeing that because there's no celebrations at all. Now, the batter's going out there. Better hurry up. The last thing he wants to do, knowing that the scores are tied, is to take too long and then 5 runs be added onto the target. He gets there. New batter on strike. Jagdeep Tiwana comes out. Not had too much go his way. He'd love to score the winning runs here. So score still tied. The wicket that went was Pache. Sadiq at the other end on 71. He's not going to get back on strike because if he gets to the other end, it will be game over. Swing and a miss. Oh my. Oh my. Swing and a miss. At what point do these two batters just decide, you know what? We're just running. I would do it this ball. Why wait till the last? I reckon whatever happens this ball, you run. You try and get that run. Whether there's contact on the ball or not. Now you can see that the captain, Asif Zazai, brings fielders in. Hits this well, and that will be the win. That will be the win. And there is joy from Sher-e Punjab, Vienna. They have pulled off a victory against Donaustadt, who are very fantastic. And long unbeaten spell comes to an end. The reigning champions have been beaten. And Sher-e Punjab Vienna, who, well, disappointed us big time in the run chase against Indian ICC Vienna, have shown us just what they can do, even though they lost that wicket of Harmeet Singh for a golden duck. What a response it was. Arsenal Arif, first of all, started things off. Got to have him at the top of the order. 36 and 19. Hassan Sadiq, 71, not out of 25 deliveries. And with a little cameo there from Faseh, 24 of 11, have given a victory to Sher-e Punjab. Well, they're a new team. Well, it took a new team to end the record that Donaustadt had built over the years. They've been beaten, and Sher-e Punjab Vienna are the team to do it. What a knock there from Hassan Sadiq. Next match coming up, Indian CC Vienna will be taking on Lord CC. No, not all the way from the UK. This is the Lord CC that they have here in Austria. They've been around since 1989. First time, though, playing on a European cricket series. First time playing the T10 format, and they do have a win under their belt as they beat the Austrian Daredevils in their third match. They're looking to go and stay on course for wins and see if they can get another one here. It won't be easy because they're up against a very good side. They will be taking on the Indian CC Vienna. That'll be a good match, but let's just have a look at the highlights here again. I mean, that one, there was a touch on there, but it didn't carry. Sadiq maybe got a little bit lucky. That slower ball beat him. That was unlucky. They were trying everything here, Donaustadt. And a team that's normally known for bowling well and fielding well, but mistakes were creeping into their game. Mistakes perhaps we haven't seen in a while. And of course, maybe some of the absentees like the Itibar Shardida, they certainly did miss him with the ball. And also on the bat, Razmal Shiguel not in the side. But that was a wicket that went down. But you know what? It didn't matter. Wickets may have gone. They kept on fighting. Arsenal Arif just played the wrong shot, didn't he? But he may have gone. Then Pache came out. And a lot of people were saying, well, all right, Shafat, we've seen you do it once. Can you do it again? Remember, he scored something like 20 or 6 balls. Oh, yeah, he could do it again. And he did it again at the right time for his side. 24 of 11, 2 sixes and 2 fours. But it was all about that man, Sadiq. Some of the shots he played, beautiful shots, got to his 50. And then he knew, though, the job wasn't done. Had to finish the job. Some of these shots that he was playing were great. Though, it has to be said, one thing you've learnt about Hassan Sadiq, do not bowl at his pads. Bowl at his pads and you will get mullered. And that's what he did. Wonderful moments there at the end there. Sher-e Punjab, they have registered another win. What about their record then? So they won 2 yesterday. They lost the last match in an epic run chase against Vienna CC. Then today they really disappointed us against Indian CC Vienna. We thought that was going to be a much closer match. They weren't that great in the field. They allowed and leaked plenty of runs, allowing Indian Vienna to get to 164, but with the bat they just didn't perform at all, did they? It was only Hassan Sadiq and Aslan Arif both getting in the 30s, which helped them to get to that 109 score, but they missed out on a point. But they might have missed out on a point when they came back and they took 3 points here. So the opportunity for Donaustadt to go and return to the top of the standings, it won't be. And of course, Donaustadt, one thing that will hurt them there as well is that they're not only just their unbeaten record, but that healthy net run rate that they had will take a knock as well. So we're going to need time to cool down. I certainly need time to cool down. Where's the ice and where's the bucket, everybody? I need that here, right now, before we come back. So 20 minutes to compose ourselves and we get ready to do it all over again. So another very good and very exciting match coming up. Looking forward to the action. It's coming up thick and fast. It really is. And we had a chance to have a look at that fantasy dashboard earlier. But it is once again going to be an exciting match as Indian Vienna are taking on Lord CC. So we're going to see once again the likes of Punjab, Sahil Bharti, and also don't forget Avinash Surya, who was very good with the ball as well the other day when he took 4 wickets. And, well, maybe the likes of Anthony Lark will be in there as well. Somebody who I feel will just get better and better in this format. Look at that ground, by the way. I mean, you know, when you dream sometimes of playing cricket in a beautiful, picturesque ground, these sort of images certainly must come to mind. That is just beautiful. It really is. It is a wonderful ground, and it's always a privilege to be here at this Seebahn cricket ground in Austria. So I'm going to allow you to admire that view for a moment, but we will be back in just under 20 minutes time to talk you through match number 19. And Nish will be joining me back again. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, cricket lovers. Looking forward to this match number 19. It's going to be the third match in the day for Indian Vienna, and they're looking to go well. Remember, so far today, they didn't start well with a loss against Donaustadt, but they came back well with that good win over the Sher-e Punjab side, and now they're looking to make it another win. Remember, they took all the points away from Sher-e Punjab Vienna, so they're in good state of mind for this match. They're up against Lords. That's right, Lords CC will come back. Remember, we saw them on match day 2. Let's see how they come. But before we talk a little bit about the two sides, let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Lords Cricket Club to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a heads.
You bet first, sir.
They'll bet first.
Lord CC winning the toss and deciding it's a good day to have a bat first. It certainly is. Very warm here in the middle at the moment, and certainly that needs pointing out. I know that you heard Nish talking about how hot is getting in our cube at the moment, with devices are starting to overheat. Well, players could be overheating out here. Very hot. I think by far the hottest day that we've had so far. Temperatures currently around about 34 degrees, and I think when you're out here in the sun, certainly feels a lot hotter than that. So players will have to pace themselves here pretty well, and I think some of those quicker bowlers maybe just cut back a little bit on their pace and just concentrate on line and length. So Lords, what do we know from them? When we saw them back on day 2, they had a difficult start to their campaign, playing the first time on a European Cricket Network tour. Remember though, they're a team that have got a long pedigree. They've started as a club back in 1989, used to playing the longer format, but you could certainly see some of those talented players in their side. Their captain, Punjab, was absolutely sensational on day 1. So though they had a tough match against Donaustadt and Cricketer CC, when it came up against the Austrian Daredevils, they got their first victory. So the captain was instrumental, scored over 100 runs in the day, and he was also the leading wicket taker with 7 wickets. Also someone like Sahil is going to be pretty key. Sahil Bharti, he was very good, very powerful batter, very good in this format. And then of course Avinash Arusa, he was very good with his little bit of spin. He picked up 4 wickets in one of those matches. But we all know about the power of Indian Vienna. The news is, though, no Karanbir for this match, but that's not going to be too much of an issue, I don't think, for Chima. Why? Well, Chima has found his form. We saw he scored a very good half century himself, and then also something like Ahmed was in good form. Ahmed Ghani smashing the ball all over the place. And for him, well, he may not have Karanbir, but he has got a good player in Naveed Hussain coming back into the side. So they would be the favourites going into this one, but from what we saw from Lord CC when they got their first win on the European Cricket Network a few days ago, they are a team that can mix it up, and maybe somebody like Anthony Lark could be their hero this time around. So let's go over to the commentary cube, and Nishay Bhatt will talk you through the first ball.
Here we're set for the first ball. Indian Cricket Club of Vienna about to take on Lord CC. Should be an exciting match. Of course, we're coming off a big result in the previous game. We saw that massive victory for Sher-e Punjab, knocking off Donaustadt, who of course haven't lost a game since all the way back in 2021. Of course, their official winning streak stood and I believe about 12. Keep in mind that of course they had those matches abandoned right at the start of the ECS last year. So a tough end for what was a very nice run for Donaustadt. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Of course, for Lord CC, got to look out for Kumudja. He's a man who has made some big runs over here in the past, and he's an integral part of this Lord's CC team. Was amazing last year, wasn't he? Was up there amongst one of the highest run getters, the 5th highest run getter when he was a member of the Vienna Eagles. 296 runs in the 10 innings he batted, and top score of 84. The strike rate of 176. He's just a brilliant stroke player, and he's always so fun to watch. He plays proper cricketing strokes, and I look forward to seeing him. And here's a look at the win predictor. So unsurprisingly, Indian Cricket Club of Vienna are listed as the 62% favorites for this match. Well, we're Just moments away from the first ball. Looking forward to this. This should be a very exciting matchup. So the players are ready. They have taken the field. They've currently got a man at long off, and the second fielder outside the ring is positioned at deep extra cover. And the umpire just having a word at the moment with the batter. That's the square leg umpire. And as soon as the clock ticks to 3, we should be ready to get underway. You wonder why they're in discussion here. It is the square leg umpire who's on the pitch right now. And he's making his way now towards square leg, so yeah, should be ready now. It's almost 3 o'clock, and as soon as that goes to 3, we will have our first ball. And here we go. First ball. And Hussein, of course, very interesting bowler. We know he's got this slingy action. We're just going to have a look at it again. Yeah, not quite a 180 degrees, but I have to say that arm angle sort of was not as straight when we saw him last time around. And oh, he's got it. He's got it first ball. What an incredible wicket. Should say second ball. Ja is gone. Well, Kumu Ja departs for a duck. Incredible ball there by Hussein. Full and straight, got a little bit of movement as well, and that's enough to beat Ja's bat. And he's managed to get a wicket over here. A superb start. Derek comes waddling on a plain white Derek. It's a 2-ball duck. Lord CC lose a wicket on their very first ball. Let's have a look again at this terrific delivery by Naveed Hussain. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely perfect delivery. Just gets a hint of movement away, beats the outside edge of the bat. I mean, that is almost unplayable. That is the perfect delivery. I mean, what more can you ask than that? Just pitched around the middle stump and just moves away a little bit, clips the off stump along the way. There's not too much the batter could have done about that. It's just sensational bowling by Naveed Hussain. Struck away first ball by Bharti. Off it goes for 6. Now he's a powerful hitter, really is. We've seen him play some good counter-attacking innings over the course of this series, in particular during Lord CC's first match of this series when they were in all sorts of trouble at the start of the game, and then he came out and just started sending the ball towards the boundary rope. He's going to have to do the same here, just put some pressure back on Naveed Hussain. That's wide down the leg side, and he's going for that leg stump Yorker, but he's missed it by a fair bit there. Naveed Hussain is just trying to land that in between the batter's feet. Just gets the line all wrong. Now it looks to go big, goes over cover, and that's gone the distance for a 6. Yeah, Hussain with a bit of slot bowling there. That's just asking to be hit. Can't afford to bowl there to Bharti. Let's just take another look at this. You can see he's batting well outside his crease. Generally in T10 cricket, you tend to see batters batting deeper in their crease, just to turn those Yorkers into overpitch deliveries. This one's worked away by Bharti. Off it goes for a boundary. Very nicely struck. So it's couple of sixes and now a 4 this over. And it looks to just pull his length back, but it ends up just coming at him very nicely at about waist height. And he's able to pull that one away. Now works this one away as well. It's off his pads, high up in the air, and it's going to go beyond the fielder at fine leg, who gave it a good chase. That was Izragul Ahmadzai trying to chase that one down, but it falls in front of the rope, and it's going to be 4 runs. So Lord CC are 21 for 1. Also got a few comments in the chat about the bowling action. Johnny Isham calling him a slinger. Here's a look at the calendar for this year, and boy, it's been another terrific year on the European Cricket Network. Of course, started all the way midway through January. We've had the privilege of going to so many wonderful destinations, and now we're here in Vienna for what is our 4th last European Cricket Series of the year. And I got 3 more coming up after Austria, and of course, you can see our marquee events highlighted over there, the European Cricket Championship, and of course, the ECCW as well. And there's plenty of other events as well that we had recently. Of course, just yesterday we concluded what was a terrific week of cricket over in the Netherlands. This is just flicked away very nicely off the pads, goes away towards square leg. That's 4 runs. So, yeah, of course, the series was a massive, massive success. Not only did we see some terrific cricket, it came down to the final over where the Netherlands won in dramatic fashion. But we, of course, also saw ICC match referee Phil Thompson give plenty of praise to Spring Productions for the great work they do, and said that the ECN broadcast was one of the finest broadcasts he's seen. And that was great to hear. And, of course, a big congratulations to everyone over at Spring, you know, across the continent in whatever event you've been involved in. I think we've just done a great job bringing all these games, all these pictures to all of you. That one goes away for a 4. It's back-to-back boundaries here, really nicely struck away by Dutt. So 2 consecutive boundaries to start off this over. And not quite getting the bounce he wanted on that ball, so he's just able to help that one away. Speaking of the weather, it's got a cool breeze that's momentarily passing by. Hope this lasts a little longer than a couple of minutes, though. We've had a few times we thought that maybe the sun was going back in, and only for it to, well, I'd say rear its ugly head. I think that's what I can say at this stage. The sun's really been bothering us quite a bit. Yeah, good ball there. Change up, took some pace off that, got the line spot on as well, just inside that tram line. No, it looks to go short, but it's just too far down the leg side. It's going to be helped away by Dutt. It's 4 more runs, the 3rd boundary of the innings for him. Well, let's just take another look at this ball. Digs that in short. I think they've been bowling too short at times. Look at that previous ball he delivered. I mean, that's much better. He's got to be looking to bowl full, nice and full. Even if he goes for that full and wide delivery, he'd be so successful. I have to say, I mean, the wide Yorker has been extremely underused throughout this series. It's one of the toughest balls to face, especially for batters at this level. And yeah, at times with all these batters looking to hit the ball towards mid-wicket or long on, I think if you can get that wide Yorker and just have it outside their reach, it's such a weapon. There we go. I mean, it's a wider line, and yeah, as you can see, Dutt's unable to play that. I mean, he's just looking to hit everything towards the leg side. This, of course, are about to come to the last ball of the 2nd over, and also a good chance to welcome back Rico Full in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's great to be back, and just listening to you talking about the Spring Media, and as we say, they are simply the best in the business. They are, and I think if you think of the way that our partners, how they follow and cover the broadcast and how they help us out, and the tournament referees and the umpires out, it's just quite amazing. They don't miss a trick, and I think that's why They're so good, and it's great that that's been acknowledged by the ICC as well as we complete their second over. So Lords CC, they had a disastrous start, losing someone like Kumajar, the captain, or the second ball. But these two, Sunil Dutt and Sahil Bharti, have certainly come out fighting 34 for 1 then after 2.
Have a look at the standings over here. Indian CC Vienna 2-2 so far this ECS. Lords have picked up a win as well. Of course, they managed to defeat Vienna Danube, who are still searching for their first ever European Cricket Series victory. Yeah, this Lords CC side, they're a very exciting team. I mean, even if results don't go their way throughout this ECS, I think they're going to provide us plenty of entertainment. We saw that on day 1. I mean, they took some spectacular catches in their opening match. It just strikes the pad, and it's certainly sliding down the leg side, so that's not going to be an LBW.
Yeah, they go back to Naveed, and remember, I suppose he did take a wicket. The start of his over was okay, but then he just didn't bowl the right line a bit later on, especially to the dangerous Bharti, and his Bharti he's bowling to now. So, I mean, he'd love to get his wicket, but it's a bit of a dangerous move when a bowler goes for plenty of runs and he gets ball back on.
Yeah, it's interesting. You would have thought that maybe they just hold him back, bring him back once fielding restrictions have been lifted, and then he can have some extra protection. But no, they go straight back to him for a second over inside the power play. So, yeah, the captain showing plenty of faith in him. Here, Chima, of course, skippering this Indian CC side. No, up in the air. Is he going to repay the faith? Is he going to repay the faith? Oh, yes, he will. He absolutely will. Grabs the second wicket. And this is why Chima went back to him despite that expensive first over. It's a well-taken catch as well. And they're going to lose an important wicket. Ibrahimi Zadran holds on to this one. And the second wicket falls for Lord CC.
Yeah, it's the unlucky number 13 for Sunil Dutt, because that's how many he'll finish on 13 of 9 balls. And yeah, it pays off. And Naveed, of course, didn't play the first 2 matches, and I was excited to see him in the setup here. Very good all-rounder. We saw him bat and bowl well the last time he was in action, and he's taken 2 wickets here. So he's now got the wicket of both the 2 openers, Kumajar and now Sunil Dutt. Sahil Bharti will be joined now by Amakel, who doesn't really know too much about this. He's played this shot far too early. There's a nice slow delivery there from Hussain. It ends up, you can see, hitting the toe end of the bat. He has no idea where that's gone. And Bharti now gets back on strike.
Oh, he's just going for that straight Yorker over there. It's a good thing the batter has got some bat on it. Otherwise, it could have been in trouble. There could be a run-out opportunity here. There could be a run-out opportunity, but they're going to make their way back safely. Oh, boy, was this a fright for Lord CC.
Yeah, fielder here. It's unfortunate he couldn't get to the right side of the throw. If he could, then I think that would have been a very good opportunity for a run-out. But credit to the batters to take it on, and they get there. End of the over. So good fight back from Indian CC Vienna, particularly from Naveed Hussain, who after going for 21 in his first over, that over only goes for 5, and he does pick up the wicket of the other opener. So 39 for 2 it is. As we say hello, there's a few people in the chat. Hello to Wayne. Wayne, I hope the recovery is continuing to go well. Well, Wayne, tell me, because of course I've had my fair share of injuries over the years, of course, fingers and... Oh, well, what a pickup this is. What a pickup. This is sensational. I know there's a lot of people saying, no, Cat, does out there. This is smashed into the ground, but what a pickup. This ball is going like a laser. Have a look at this. He hits it straight into that look. So it's a bump, but what a pickup. One-handed pickup and throw. Brilliantly done. A great bit of action there. Now that's been lashed at. Nobody out there. That's going to be 4 runs. So yeah, Wayne, I know I've had my fair share of injuries, and what is it? And this always, you know, when like day to day you go about things without thinking, you sort of do a lot of things unconsciously. But when you've got an injury, then all of those things that you would normally take for granted, you can't do. So come on, I know you got probably, I'm guessing, 2 of those fingers strapped together. So what is it that you would normally not think twice about that you're struggling to do now the last couple of days? Do share. I hope it is feeling better anyway. High, in the air, catchable, big moment. And makes a total hash of it. Makes a total hash of that. And that's the Ibrahimi Zidane. Now, I don't know why fielders do this also. I mean, if you're looking at this, guys, no fielder appreciates another man running right into your face like this. It doesn't help. And I'm not really sure what Kunal was hoping to achieve there. I think, looking at Zidane there, I got the feeling he was probably thinking he's too close to the rope and he's trying to save that from going over the boundary. Should have been catching it. And then he also punches it over the boundary as well. That's timed beautifully. That is timed to perfection. So Muzamil Omrakel gets a life and then punishes the fielding side. He adds salt to the wound as that goes away. Well, I hope you're not adding salt to your wounds there, Wayne. It's nicely played away.
Yeah, very nicely played away there by Omar Al-Khail. And yeah, disappointing drop there by Zadrami. Of course, saw him take a good catch earlier this innings to get rid of Sunil Dutt. Wasn't able to hold on to that chance. Would have been huge to get rid of Omar Al-Khail. Oh, wonderful slower ball there by Ghani. Fantastic changeup. I mean, Omar Al-Khail, well, he could have waited and had a cup of coffee by the time that ball got to him.
Ahmad Ghani just showing some of the skills that he has. Of course, don't forget the wonderful innings that he played. 51 of 16 in that partnership with Chima. 90 of the two of them put together, helping their side to that big score, 164, and the win against Sher-e Punjab, Vienna. Well, that's okay. It says the umpire calls over, and that's 4 overs now complete. They're in the 50s, 53 for 2, and the little respite that we got from the sun is now over as the sun comes beating down back on not just us, but back on the players. And I know we're struggling in here, Nish, but I was out there we're out there, aren't we? When we're doing the intros, we were out there for about 5, maybe 10 minutes, waiting for the captains, etc., then doing our bit. That was very uncomfortable. That was a very uncomfortable 10 minutes. And that, when I was walking back here, I was talking to Dennis, the cameraman, and saying, I know, because Dennis, I know he was standing there, he was probably looking at me saying, Rika, get on with this. It's getting hot. But what about the players? What about the umpires? I mean, the umpires are standing out there for what, about 45 minutes non-stop. They're having to stand still. They're being baked in the air. Catch should be taken and will be taken. Called early there by Chima, and he gets there, gets a Sahil Bharti. That's a very big wicket to get. Bharti, we know, likes to go on party, but not this time. 23 of 7. So they remove another top order batter. So the top 3 all back now. Just a 7-ball 23 from Sahil. So you know the way he likes to play. But Chima takes the catch, and well done to Daud Zadran. So just finishing off there, you've got to really compliment not just all the players, but also the umpires for a terrific effort on these long, hot days. Umpires have to be switched on, they have to be focused. And I'm talking about the umpire, not just at the bowler's end, but even at the non-strikers end. You're having to watch and concentrate every single ball. So I take my hat off to the match officials and also to all the players being out there in these very hot conditions. And today, there's no breeze. It's not like yesterday where we had that breeze. No breeze today, making it very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's been a huge challenge, hasn't it? I mean, that breeze I mentioned, well, it did last only a couple of minutes, and now the sun has reared its head once again, and yeah, certainly baking players and umpires alike. Huge swing and a miss there by Bangash, who, well, we're seeing him for the first time this series. Haven't had an opportunity to see Mehdi Bangash in previous games, and he's finally going to get some bat on ball here, but does it have enough to clear the fielder? Yes, it does. It's going to be a big chase for him. and he's gonna lose out on that. So it's Ibrahimi Zidran trying to chase down that ball, and he loses the race. And it goes for a big shot there. Hasn't quite been able to get it exactly where he intended to, but away it goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, teams we've seen, not for the first time, we saw that the majority of the innings when we saw Donaustadt out in the middle. They're very reluctant to put a fielder out there on that offside boundary. I think they're expecting most of the shots, the boundary shots, to come on the leg side. And this one is a miscue, should be gone. And he's dropped it. He's dropped this. It looks like he's got there, and at the last moment, this has got away from him. Well, he just needed to get down, didn't he? That was the problem. Gets it in the hands. Now, when does it pop out? When he hits the floor? No, it just never sits in there. And down it goes. And that's disappointing. So another opportunity to pick up a wicket. It doesn't get taken. 58 for 3 as we welcome you into the microwave, because that's what it feels like at the moment. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your support for the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, thank you very much. This game hanging finally in the balance right now. You can't really split these two teams at the halfway stage of this innings. Anytime it seems like Lord CC might get away, Indian Cricket Club are right there to pick up a wicket. So this is pretty gripping viewing and some very tense cricket out in the middle.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. There is an element of that. A wicket goes, another batter comes in, you think, all right, maybe you're starting to see that Indian CC Vienna getting the upper hand, but then a few shots are being played, and you think, all right, back even Stevens again, then a wicket fall. So we've seen another one bite the dust. And let's see how things go here. It's going to be too wide, I feel. And Chima, he's good, but he's not that good.
Yeah, so Marichima really can't do much about that at all. It's going to be coming into ball for the first time. He's the 5th bowler. They're going to use, the only player they've bowled out so far is Naveed Hussain. This one is going to be played up in the air, and is the fielder going to get to it? No, he won't. Deep third will sprint across, but it goes beyond him and away for 4 runs.
Yeah, well, this is a partnership that we saw flourish very well in the earlier match for Indian CC Vienna. Kumaran, the bowler, Chima, the wicketkeeper, with at least 3 wickets that were courtesy of Chima's great keeping for Kumaran. 2 stumpings and a sharp catch. Can they combine together again? Gets a bit of bat onto this. Quick running, good throw, good work. But I think they will get there. We'll have a chance to look at that again. And while you're looking at it, I will remind everybody that in India, we do celebrate National Sports Day. Of course, it's the anniversary, birth anniversary of hockey hero Major Dhyan Chand. And of course, he helped India win that a hat-trick of Olympic gold medals in hockey, 1928, 1932 and 1936. So it's a National Sports Day in his honour. And also on this day, that's going for it, and it's going to go all the way. 6 runs. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba. It's going to be 6 more. Yeah, Netflix was founded by American entrepreneurs Reed Hastings and Mark Rudolph. Originally a video rental company, it later expanded into a video streaming and production company. Yep, that was the start of Netflix. That could be another 6. He's hit this up in the air, and I don't think anything's stopping that. Even Mr. Horns himself, and he gets off his chair to try and get out of the way of that one. That's well hit. Lovely shot. I mean, he's picked this up beautifully. It's not a bad delivery. Gets a fair bit of extra bounce, but that will go all the way.
Yeah, short and wide. It was asking to be hit, and it's received the treatment by Bangash. I can't afford to bowl there if you're coming on. I think he's just missed a trick so far this over. Been a little bit wayward with his line and length, spraying the ball all over the place. Lowish full toss. He was going for the Yorker. It's a good idea, but just couldn't quite execute it. Comes off the inside edge of his bat, and it's going to go away for a 4. A little bit lucky with that boundary, Bangash, but Kamaran, well, You're going to get hit if you deliver full tosses like that. It didn't quite go where Kumran intended it. A lot finer than he would have wanted. Just gets that edge along the way. Here's a look at the scorecard, and as we can see, quite a few starts in there for Lord CC, but no one quite able to go on and play that big innings they need. So that's why I think if you look at this Indian CC Vienna side, they've been able to get wickets at regular intervals, break these partnerships whenever it looks like they're going to blossom.
And of course, that Netflix 1997 is when they came together. In case you're wondering, but this day 1997, well, that has been smashed pretty hard. And we'll go to the right of us. What a good hit. So the hitting continues. And, well, Amakel gets his opportunity. And he's making it count at the moment. But once again, the length that's been bowled here, Nish, it's sort of been the story of today somewhat, hasn't it? Where bowlers continue to bowl too short and batters continue to have a field day. Now that is just Gundy. And the umpires will have a good look at this. It's going to race down to the boundary, but will it be a no ball? I think this is too high. Let's have a look. Let's twist this ball here. Let's see where it gets past him. I mean, he's out of his crease, but I think he still call that. Let's see what the umpires here decide. When it goes down to where the line is, I think it's probably still a waist or above. So leg bye has been given, but I haven't seen his signal of no. Yeah, I didn't see the signal, but I see the free hit signal. So it will be a free hit.
Yeah, they're just starting to bowl it a bit too short over here. ICC. Oh, you can get, could be a chance for a run out. I mean, if you could still get run out on a free hit once again, just a mix up. And if that throw had gone to the keeper's end, there could have been some trouble over here. Oh, trouble was brewing. Bagash had ran halfway down the pitch and then realized that a run wasn't on. He just does very well to dig that out. And it will take a fairly nasty bounce. And a lot of credit there to Dod Zadran for being able to deal with that. Yeah, good hands there by Dowd. A huge heave over here by Omar Kale, but ends up just playing the wrong line. Yeah, Joshi coming back well after a disastrous start to his over. Oh, he looks to get innovative there, just tries to ramp that one around the corner.
I think this one I think has been called. I think he was pretty close to the one before. Well, I think that one was called as well. So that's 2 now for height. And yeah, I mean, I know he's going down on one knee, but that ball is always going over his way. So that's a second call. He can't be doing that again.
Struck away, and that's going to go away for a 4. So he capitalizes on the free hit. Yeah, Kunal Joshi was a good idea to just bowl shorter when he could see him going for that ramp shot, but he ended up bowling it far too short. Became a no ball. Then he gets punished on the free hit. So 18 runs off this over so far. A chance to make it a magical one.
Yeah, he just let himself down, hasn't he? It didn't start well, but he got over that and then bowled 3 pretty decent balls, and then he's gone back to the way he started. Now, catch is held. So it's an over that had a little bit of everything, that one from Kunal Joshi. And it's going to take some working out, isn't it? So there was the 6, then there was a no ball that was ended up going for 4 leg byes. Then after that, he recovered somewhat, single dot, but then the no ball again, which the free hit was pumped away to the boundary. But final ball of the over, he takes a wicket. So it goes for 18. But don't forget, you've got the 4 leg byes to go into there. So technically 22 of the over and 1 wicket to fall. It means that after 7 overs, it's 99 for 4.
Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're here in Austria until the 8th of September. We've got a couple of weeks of ECS action that we round out with some internationals. Of course, got both men's and women's internationals in our final weekend of cricket. So yeah, big fortnight coming up here in Austria.
3 overs in the innings. You want 3 good overs here. You're looking at, again, I think a 145 score here, Lords. Win predictor is thinking a little bit less than what I am. High in the air. And Chima shouldn't mess this up. Well, hang on a minute now. Now then. This is going to be really interesting. Really interesting. Let's have a look at the batters running here for a moment. So we'll see this a number of angles. This is one angle. Goes up in the air. Chima wanting it. Now, you know what? It's an interesting one. The batter, does the batter continue his normal run? He sort of goes round Chima. Now they're carrying on with this. I tell you what. Well, that's out. That's one way to do it if you don't want any controversy. So that's going to be gone. It's full and straight. And that, I think, is Mandeep Lakha getting out very first ball. So he's going to go golden duck. Nish, you know that last one? I can see it being given out for obstruction because he didn't carry on running. He started running along the edge of the pitch. I don't know if you got time, we can have a look at that last one again maybe. He started running along the edge of the pitch. Then he started to go around the other way rather than continue his line. Maybe he's saying, well, I tried to avoid going into the batter. But I think on appeal, I could see that being given out. That one, there's no doubt.
Yeah,
look at it here. So look at this here. So why does he do that? That for me, that's obstruction for me. Honestly, that's definitely obstruction. But you know what? At the end of the day, he gets cleaned up anyway. That's karma for me. That is karma. And Mandeep Lakha, I think he deliberately did that. But the thing about that is don't forget, when that happens, it wouldn't be him that's out. It would be the batter who was striking the ball at the time. So that would have been Bangash who would have been given out. That's the laws of the game. That's the laws of the game. So even though it was the batter, Lakha, who made that deviation, the batter who's given out is the one who's striking the ball. So for me, I think if you appealed and went for that, and they went back to the review, I'm giving that out. Honestly, I am.
Yeah, I certainly see the case there. I probably agree with that as well. Should have been obstructing the field. I mean, I've seen obstruction given for much, much less than that. I think that was fairly blatant. He just gets right in the way of the wicket keeper, and we know Chima, he's an excellent keeper. If he gets to that, he's 100% taking that catch. So, yeah, I think he knew what he was doing, and honestly, it wasn't all that subtle.
Yeah. Also, I know Chima. Well, that's another one. Full and straight. That's the answer. How many times have we said it? Hallelujah! Because finally the bowlers are getting to understand. And you know when I said karma, there's your karma for you. Because not only did Mandeep Lakha, the man who I think puts off Chima, get bowled out first ball, well, as soon as Bangash gets there, he will go as well. Done the same way. It's Ahmedzai, full and straight, knocks the stumps over. So Bangash will go as well for 23 of 13.
Oh, yeah, superb delivery. That is absolutely on the money. Wonderful bowling there. And, yeah, this is what we need to see more of from this Indian ICC Vienna side. I think at times they've not bowled enough Yorkers. It's really just been a case of them looking to bang everything in short. But the way Ahmedzai's bowled this over, well, it's been a clinic. It's been a clinic on how to bowl in this format.
Yeah, especially to batters who are coming in here, and that's going to be another one. It's a first bowler for Yawarabus. So he's going to go. Ahmedzai's picked up 3 in the over. And there was I thinking they'd still be looking to get to the 145, 150, looking at going at around 15 off the last 3 overs. But of that over, they are only going to pick up just 3 runs if you include the wide. 3 for 3 then for Ahmedzai. Sensational bowling. Well done, well bowled. Lord CC now starting to stumble. 102 for 7.
Yeah, just coming off the leading edge over there. He's trying to turn that one around the corner, but he's threw it a little bit early. And it popped up for the fielder at cover. It took an important catch. Yeah, great over there. Absolutely brilliant over. Yeah, they needed that. They really needed that after a couple of overs prior to this, which went for a combined 41 runs. And we're into the 9th now.
Yeah, that's 4 wickets fallen for 3 runs, because don't forget there was a wicket that fell the last ball of that a little expensive over for Kunal Joshi, but it had a little bit of everything. And in that last over, 3 wickets, 3 runs. So you can see that's 4 wickets for 3 runs. So Lord CC trying to get to that bigger score. Well, they're stumbling here. Up in the air, it will be another, and wickets keep falling. So another one goes down here. So that's 5 wickets that have fallen now for something like 4 runs. So another wicket goes. Is Irfan Safi, who comes on to bowl this, the 9th over. It's his second. His first over went for 13. Swinging wild, and that one will go. It's another batter that's going to get, I think, another first baller. So the Ducks are really having fun at the moment. And that's going to be a golden duck as well. So Goldie, there's the Goldie, is going to be going. Duck's a little bit reluctant to come out the pond at the moment. And I can understand why, because you go out there and you fry pretty quickly. Well bowled. Dot ball.
He was just trying to run this one down towards third, Suresh, but fails to get any bat on ball. What an incredible turnaround it's been these last 10 deliveries. It's now up to 5 wickets that have fallen during this phase, and they've managed to score only 4 runs. Lord CC undoing a lot of the good work we saw from them earlier in this innings.
Suresh just gets back onto this. May want to be thinking about coming back for 2. Should be, really. And, well, I think I was going to say the senior batter says no, but Sandhu, he's got 2 off 2. So I wouldn't say that makes him too senior, because if Suresh came back, he also would have had 2 from 2. But he says, no, stay there. Leave it to me, says Sandhu. Well, I know a few Sandhus. And I've heard that they're not the best of batters. Let's wait and see. Let's see what this Sandhu is like. Oh, that is the old Tortuga there. Ay, ay, ay. Well, let's get ready for this, Nish. We had plenty of Tortugas in Bulgaria, and here's another one.
Tortuga. Tortuga. As this one, yeah, that is nasty. You got to feel for the keeper. I mean, it was a perfect slower ball. He landed it on the right spot as well, completely deceived the batter, but yeah, it just takes a nasty bounce there. It goes past the keeper, so very unfortunate. This is just played out towards third, and goes towards that fielder. I think it's a man over at point who's ended up fielding that quite well. So another quiet over. Only 4 runs coming off it in the end. 7 runs off the last 2 overs. And they also managed to pick up 4 wickets during this period, 5 if you include the last ball of the 7th over. So a massive turnaround here for this Indian Cricket Club side. We'll now have a look at the bowling figures. And well, look at Ahmedzai there with 3 wickets. And he also gave up just 3 runs. Let's see if he's coming on to bowl the final over. I'd be surprised if he isn't. He is. And this is going to be a hat-trick ball, because keep in mind he picked up a couple of wickets in the last 2 balls of his over. Oh, that was so close to picking up a hat-trick.
Chima can't believe that this hasn't taken the bail. That's why he's not stopped this. Such a good delivery. And, yeah, took a wicket of his last 2 balls, 3 wickets in that over. And how close is this to taking and nipping off the bail? What a great delivery that is. Excellent ball. And, well, you can see there, can't believe it, can the bowler. And then nobody's at the stumps. They could have gone again, but in the end they decide not to. That's well picked up. Well, that is going into the field of joy. And, well, no joy for the fielder. Is going to have to get it stuck in there and try and find that ball. But that's a good strike from Sandhu. And Sandhu is trying to rewrite the books about Sandhus and batting. And, well, he hits that pretty well.
Not just once, but twice.
Few people talking about that run out, and the question is in there as well. Who would have been out? Well, you can take it from me that the batter who hit it, so even though it's the the non-striker, if you like, that causes the obstruction. The batter who hit it would have been out. You can check that out in the laws of cricket. And the reason I know, it was a question that I had when I was doing one of my umpiring courses. And I really had to think hard about it. And, oh no, this is not good fielding. Yeah, he knows it as well. That coming at the end of the innings when they really have fought so well to put themselves favourites, you just fielding like that is not really acceptable. And Kunal Joshi would know it. He doesn't need us to tell him. Should have done better. Gets through him. It's 4 runs. Well, they're asking him to go double, double, double. It's a clean pickup. Here comes a throw. It's a very good throw to the keeper. There's no 2 there, so Sandhu won't go back on strike this time. It's going to have to be Suresh who's going to try and get the ball away. So once again, I think Ahmadzai will be looking to get that Yorker length delivery in. That's pretty well played, and you can see Sandhu, he is not coming back for 2, whether it's there or not. He wants the last ball. So 119, and whatever comes off there. Still, I think 120. I mean, score matches have been won with these sort of scores. Lord CC, so not big run scorers from what we see. And there you go. That's exactly what Sandhu wanted. He'll play that away. He'll get the boundary. And it means they get to 125, which probably, I would reckon, is about a par score out there.
Yeah, 125, fairly decent total. So Lord CC, after a couple of quiet overs prior to the final over, do get 19 off this 10th over. Islugo Ahmadzai just getting it slightly wrong in that over. Wasn't quite able to hit the lengths as well as he did during the 8th over. Yeah, full credit to the lower order as well for batting as well as the Gursevak Sandhu coming in, 19 runs of just 7 deliveries, and Pavan Suresh did a good job of rotating the strike. We'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a dream start for Indian CC Vienna. Really got rid of the dangerous Komarjai. He was amongst the top 5 run getters last year as a member of the Vienna Eagles, but he departed in this game without troubling the scorer. Sunil Dutt would make 13 of 9. We're just taking a look at some of the fine shots he played. Sahil Bharti in particular, you'll see him quite a bit in the highlights. Really struck 23 runs of 7 deliveries. If you look at a lot of that top order and middle order, there's a number of starts over there. You've got Bharti on 23, Omar Kale on 31, Bangash on 23, but nobody was quite able to go on and play that big innings which their side so desperately needed. Overall, you've got to say Indian CC Vienna, well, they got a bit of a mixed bag in the field. I mean, they took some good catches, but they also dropped a fair few. You can just see that right now in this package. And in particular, between overs 6 to 7, they were really struggling with their bowling. I thought Kamaran and Kamal Joshi struggled mightily during that period to give up 41 runs over those 2 overs. Joshi picked up a wicket off the very last ball of the 7th over, and that just began a little flurry where they were able to pick up 4 wickets in the space of 7 balls. This was the second of them, of course. A brilliant ball there by Ahmadzai to get rid of the danger man Mehdi Bangashi. Then get rid of Mandeep Lakha as well. This was a good ball that just caught the leading edge and was taken really well by Ibrahim Zadran to get rid of Wasif Saluja. The 10th over, I should say, brought 19 runs. Of course, Ahmadzai wasn't quite able to continue the good work we saw from him in his first over when he came back on to bowl right at the end. We saw him hit for 3 boundaries in that over. Some great batting by Gursevak Sandhu right at the end. As, of course, Lord CC will end up with 125 runs. Let's now have a look at the scorecard. And, of course, the top scorer, as you can see, is Muzammil Omar Kale with 31 runs. Sahil Bharti with 23 of 7. Mehdi Bangash making 23 runs of 13 deliveries. Gursevak Sandhu with 19 of 7. Some good starts there. As you can see, a lot of players getting into the 20s, getting into the 30s, but no one quite able to go on and play that big innings, which they desperately needed to go on and post something very, very healthy. 125 isn't too bad a total, but it's just about par. Maybe some would argue even slightly below par, based on the run rates we have seen so far this series. I mean, keep in mind, the average run rate here in Vienna, at least on these first 3 days, is 14.5. It's now time to turn our attention to the bowling figures for Indian CC of Vienna. And well, take a look at some of these numbers. Daud Zadran, I mean, I was absolutely bamboozled that he didn't come back for a second over. He gave up just 5 runs in the first over he bowled, and his first over was the 5th over. Instead, they went back to someone like Kamran, who's just been a little bit expensive throughout this series. They turned to Kunal Joshi as well, but they didn't bowl Daud Zadran again, and it's very rare that you see a guy go for just 5 runs in the sole over he bowled and pick up a wicket, and then just not be given the ball again for the rest of the innings. Lord CC will end up with 125 runs. They've set a pretty competitive total here for Indian CC of Vienna. We'll take a short break and be right back live on your screens.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings, and well, we just saw a total of 125 posted on the board by Indian CC of Vienna. It really sort of epitomized the kind of innings it was. It was very close. It was a good back and forth between both teams, and in the end, Lord CC ended up with an about par total. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. Of course, if Indian CC of Vienna are able to go out there and bat superbly, which we know they're more than capable of, and chase this down in 7 overs, of course, that would require them to go at about 17.9 and over, and they'll pick up all 4 points. And meanwhile, if this Lord CC side could produce a few heroics in the field and restrict them to 87 or less, they will be the ones leaving with 4 points. Of course, no Lark in this match. The man who, of course, took maybe the catch of the year right at the start of this tournament on day 2. So he is unavailable for this match. A huge loss. I mean, he's a solid batter for Lord CC. So they, of course, missed him in that first innings. But his fielding is sensational. He's one of the best mid-wicket fielders. He saves so many runs for his team and takes great catches, puts in a few dives. I mean, nothing gets past Lark. That's how good he is. He's going to go for a big heave over here. Does it have enough to go beyond the fielder? Well, looks like it does, and it's going to be 4 runs. Just takes a bounce before going over the rope, so 4 runs to start off. Yeah, looking to go for the big heave, and well, he's trying to cover the ground as fast as he can, but no, Avinash Suri just doesn't quite have some of those higher gears which a few other players might have. And a poor shot there by Hussein, in all honesty. Not getting anywhere near that ball. Yeah, so of course, in terms of assessing this total, well, the average run rate so far this ECS has been 14.5. So that would basically tell you that teams would be scoring about 145 runs per innings. This one is just struck down the ground, and it goes all the way 4 to 6. Of course, it's important that you analyze that number a bit more carefully. We're only into day 4 of this ECS, very early in this tournament. Then you also add the fact that, you know, you got a few lopsided matchups where one side might really pummel the other one. I think overall, I would say par score here, it's kind of similar to what I thought it would be on day 1 during the introduction. It's somewhere around that 130 to 135-ish range. I think 120s is just slightly below par, but it's still a very defendable total. Yeah, so of course, I think looking back at that first innings, we saw a real mixed bag by Indian CC Vienna. This one's popped up in the air. Is it going to carry to the fielder? No, it won't. It's going to go away for a boundary, so 4 runs. Yeah, Hussein with a few nice shots in this over. I think we've seen throughout this day that this Indian CC Vienna side, they do have some solid hitters. Of course, missing one key player who we mentioned earlier. However, still looks like they're in a strong position. The win predictor has them up to 72% to win this game. This goes away towards square leg, beats the fielder, and oh dear. Oh dear, well, it went past the fielder at square leg. That's fairly understandable. When I think what the fielder out in the deep has done, well, there's not too many excuses for this. It looks like it's just going towards him, and oh, he's slightly overrun it in the end, hasn't he? Very disappointing. I think he'll be extremely annoyed with himself, as will his captain. So Meher, beg your pardon, Kumuja won't be too pleased with that. Here's a look at the golden ball counter. 126 matches since we last had a golden ball. Of course, that came during the ECSW over in Croatia. Our first ever women's golden ball as well. So we made a history. I should say our first ever ECS women's golden ball.
And that bit of fielding, our survey says Blackburn. Well, I suppose they got a few like that as well. So they're just evening it up a little bit. So Indian ICC Vienna, 108 required of 54 deliveries. And looks like Abbas is loosening up. Well, so, yeah, Yawar Abbas. And that's going to be hit pretty well. And it's just going to go once again just outside to the left of where we are. Well, all that loosening up, and he delivers a full toss and gets crunched. So 4 runs. They've got to be careful here, Lord CC. If this power play goes the way it could be looking, I mean, they could be getting 55 plus in the power play, and if they do that, then it's going to be very difficult to come back, even though you can then spread the field a bit. They need wickets, and they need to slow the rate down.
Yeah, it's another one that goes away for a boundary into the gap, but extra cover just gets to the pitch of the ball really well over here. Safi, a good use of his feet. Watch this closely. Takes a couple of paces out, meets it on the half volley. Yes, top cricket.
Yeah, make that change though. They've got it. Yeah, it looks like they are. So they had 2 men back on the leg side. Mid wicket was back, and so was square leg. Square leg comes in, so they drop long off back. But I don't know if that's the area where you got to be looking. I think you probably would be better off getting the extra cover back and sweeping and keeping the long off in the circle. But it's a dot ball. I think in terms of the bowler, Abbas, he's just got to stick to his plan and keep it outside the off. But he needs a bit more protection there. They're keeping the long on and long off back now. I still don't think this field is dry. We'll go back to that after this ball. It's a short one, which is probably going to be the one for the over. I think you're better off having the long on up and give yourself some protection there with a mid-wicket. You can always move that mid-wicket around. You can make him finer, so he could be going more towards square, or he can come wider, so get him more towards the long on position. So I would have the mid-wicket there, and certainly long off up and the extra cover fielder back. And, well, there you go. I'm not saying that he would have caught it if he's there. Nobody's going to catch that one. Maybe go on, Diana. Get in there. Get in there with your body to find that grizzly. Maybe you can take a few shots for us as well. Well, Diana Oroz is out there, of course, the ECM photographer. And I know that Diana's already taken some lovely photos of what's lurking around in the sunflower field. But I don't think she's too keen to go in there. Not a good ball, though. It gets walloped away for a big boundary. And 32 already on the ball with the ball to go in the second.
I think both these sides, you could argue, have probably not been on it tactically in the field. Of course, you just highlighted some of the things that Lord CC could improve. But if you look back at that Indian CC innings as well, at times you could really criticize their bowling plans. They're banging it in short. And then, of course, the most shocking decision was he didn't go back to Daud Zadran after he gave up just 5 runs in an over and got a wicket.
Yeah, don't get that one. Yeah, somebody's got to explain that one to me. It gets flipped away. Fielder has lost his balance. It gets past him, and it's going to go for 4. The bowler is furious. So are 1 or 2 other fielders. Let's have a look at this again. It's a little push away. And what? You can't be too critical of the fielder. I suppose he has tried to stop it. The only thing he hasn't done is gone down and slid to try and smother it. But I don't think too many fielders have been keen to do that anyway. It's at the end of the over, and it's a very good start for Indian Vienna. They've got 36 on the board already.
Yeah, I've definitely seen worse playing fields than this, but it isn't the easiest to slide on. It's not as beautiful, as smooth as somewhere like the Roma Cricket Ground where we're just coming from. It is a bit bumpy when you're out there. I think you do feel it, in particular, for the fast bowlers run-up. I mean, there it's I gotta commend some of these fast bowlers for how they're bowling.
Yeah, well, what I've noticed there, if you look at the foot marks, and sometimes we go out there and have a look, and you can see from the aerial view, the bowlers are starting to run from wide and running in, because nobody wants to be running into that area where that has been taken. A wicket, and they needed that wicket badly. And Saluja comes on to bowl these seconds, and once again, Wasim Saluja gets an over which maybe on another day a captain would probably turn around and say, you know what, no, I don't want you having another one. But he gets a chance. It gets hit pretty solidly, but it just takes the pace off it. And a very good catch taken down there. And that's the field. Hey, that's the field I was talking about. Have the mid-wicket back, long on up. They've done that, and hey presto, there's the wicket. Well, there you go. My coaching services do come at a price. We can discuss that later, but there is a wicket. 36 for 1, and they desperately needed that one. So Naveed Hussain, who I mentioned before is a very good all-rounder, he's going to depart for 18 off 7 deliveries.
Yeah, just getting the field setting right there. That's typically the position where you would see Lark fielding for this Lord CC side.
Yeah.
So anyone who's sort of filling in his shoes is going to have a big task at hand. This one is played away beautifully by Joshi. Just a little too short, a little too wide there by Saluja, and Joshi starts off his innings with a 4.
Yeah, Kunal Joshi getting the promotion. I mean, normally here you would see someone like Mehachima. Kamachima, of course, earlier put a very fine half-century together. He batted beautifully well, didn't he? He scored a 50, and he shared in a very good partnership with the other man who scored a half-century. That was Ahmed Ghani. So they've still got some good batters to come out, and I think Chima probably acknowledges that Joshi could do with a good knock, and he's sending Joshi out there saying, hey, you got loads of time, we've had a good start, just go out there and get yourself in. That's very smart from somebody like Chima. Also, you have no Karambir in the side for this one. He's been rested here, so an opportunity for another batter to go out there and score good runs.
Yeah, it just leaves a slot for someone else to just slide into and really take advantage of it. That nice ball there. Good bowling by Saluja. That's where he needs to be. I think it was a bit too short and wide. Where the second delivery ball to Joshi. Oh, well, gets that one wrong. And I just wonder if it's caught the pitch along the way. I think that's the question over here. Oh, well, I think that lands off the pitch. I think that might land off the pitch. Let's have another look at this. Need to slow this right down over there. And yeah, that lands off the pitch. That's going to be a no ball. So, well, Wasif Saluja, he's been all over the place, been very wayward with his bowling. And there we go. No ball, free hit coming up. And he's going to fail to capitalize on this free hit. It was actually a wide ball. He could have left that alone. So he would have got the wide. It would have still been a free hit as well. So, yeah, not the best batting.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think you see it's a wide, and it was clear. It was a big wide. It was not one that was going to be, it's like, yeah, leave it. Take the extra. And then free hit stays in place. Slower ball and well bowled. Clever bowling this. This is a good change up from Saluja. He went with pace in that first over, and it went for 18. He's come back by playing about with the pace, and he's actually got a very good over in there. So 43 for 1. And he had just slowed down Indian CC Vienna a little bit. Of course, that wicket does help. Wicket off the first ball. Only 7 off that over number 3.
Let's have a look at the power play comparison here. As we can see, they are just 4 runs ahead of what their opposition were at this stage. So, of course, Indian CC Vienna going along at the rate they need. And they also have lost 1 less wicket in this stage. Good chance to dive back in the chat. Say good afternoon to a few people who are joining us. Jules just telling us that he's about to go on holiday and, well, might not be able to watch the cricket because of a few internet issues he might encounter. So it's just sliding down the leg side with a good ball to start off. Well, Jules just sent you a little tip on the chat. Tell me if that works out for you or not, and hopefully you won't have to suffer from the withdrawal symptoms, as it's very rightly pointed out in the chat of not having to watch ECN for a couple of weeks.
Good bowling, Kumajar. He has been a revolution for Lord CC. He's batted well and he's bowled well. I remember the first day that they were there, he scored 100 in total, and he took up the most wickets. Oh, this has just got away from him. Oh, well, let's have a look at this again. This happened very quickly, but I think this is a chance. I wonder if we've got camera 4 on this. So it's been hit pretty firmly. And yeah, that is a catching opportunity. Wasn't able to hold on to it. Only gives away a single though. So it's still applying a little bit of pressure after 2 loose first overs. And that's a dot ball. Doesn't play at this at all. That's Kunal Joshi.
Yeah, this Misjudges it in the end, as you can see. Well inside the tram line. No problem with that whatsoever.
They'll take the single and applying the pressure. So this innings game very similar to the innings of themselves. There were runs sometimes, then there was low overs, there were high overs, there were some chances that went astray.
But I like this bowling by Kumaja. Oh, well, as soon as I say that, look what happens. Look what happens. It goes away for a 6. I was just about to compliment him on how he was keeping that line nice and wide and out of the batter's arc. And then, well, he bowls one right in the slot. Well, you talk about the commentator's curse. I don't think there's a more blatant one than that.
Whoever is in the tower, you can blame Nish for that. So I want to see a fist of fury aimed at Nish when you come back. Well, Nish was the one who put the curse on, and the next ball is fired into the tower where the cameraman is going to be in trouble. I don't know if it's Dennis or Arthur. Well, whoever it is, come on, let's see that fist of anger.
This has happened so many times now that the minute I uttered those words, I had this sinking feeling that, oh, this is going for 6, isn't it? As soon as it left his hand.
No run. Well, liking this worked very well when we saw Lord's EC, especially when they got that win against the Daredevils. That Kumaja and this guy, Avinash Surya, bowled very well together. And it's just changing the pace, which did the work. And I think in one of those matches, Avinash took 4 wickets and Kumaja took 3. So the slow bowling certainly can and work wonders. Yeah, Jules, hope you do manage to stay in touch. But either way, have a wonderful holiday. You definitely deserve it. Hit hard, watch the bounce, and that's very well watched. And that's really good fielding, top fielding. Keeps his eye on the ball and makes the stop. Nicely done there by Mikel.
Just going to have another look at this to confirm. But yeah, I had a perfect vantage point. You see, this throws you off. If you look at that camera angle, it throws you off. His heel is in the air over there. I could see it perfectly. Yeah. I was right behind it. His heel's in the air as he holds onto the ball. He never stepped on the rope.
Yeah, that's fine. There's no issues there at all. That was right in front of us. And, yeah, good bit of fielding. And he gets the applause for it as well. That's Muzamil. Now, this one is a teaser. The fielder, oh, dear. Nothing on it, and there's screams of anguish and pain. Oh dear, that is an opportunity. It is a chance, and he gets put down.
Oh, what a chance. What a chance, and just rubs more salt in the wounds when it goes away for a boundary as well. Kunal Joshi could have been on his way back. Massive error. Huge moment in this match. Now he's going to look to go big here over cover. Could present a second chance. Oh, he's going to be spilt again. It's been dropped twice in a row.
You can't write this. You can't write it. I mean, he's blaming it. No. Get out of here. You can't blame the sun for that. And if you are, well, blame yourself because you should have the right gear on. 2 and 2. He's taking this so calmly and so casually. And that's Mehdi, isn't it? Mehdi Bangash. Oh, wow. 2 batters. You don't want to be putting them down.
What has Joshi done before coming out to the middle? I want to know what his lucky charm is. What rituals was he involved in? Dropped in back-to-back balls. And both these catches were fairly simple. This one, well, the technique wasn't great over here. And this looked like it was going to be a regulation catch out of deep cover. Dropped twice. And, well, these weren't particularly challenging catches either.
Nah, that could be crucial. That could be crucial. I mean, catches to win you matches, 59 for 1. Very evenly poised in this match. Well, we know that the numbers of the matches without a goal and a ball keep on going upwards. Could this be the one? Anybody tingling out there? You got a tingle?
Yeah, I do a little bit. I mean, I certainly have a curse tingle right now, the way I've been hexing some of the bowlers. But yeah, this game does have that feel because it's just swinging back and forth so nicely. I mean, no side's been able to get on top at any point in this game. I mean, anytime we see a partnership, it gets immediately broken. So this has been wonderful viewing.
Okay, hits this well, and this one is once again going to just get away from the field. That's going to be 4 runs here. How important those will be. Of course, Joshi being given those chances, and one of those, don't forget, one also went through and went to the boundary for 4. And great to see so many people in the chat as well. Well done to everybody. Well done to Wayne. Well done to the Trip Clan. I don't know if I know I put a question out to Wayne a bit earlier, but so much has been going on, and never even went back and revisited it. So Wayne, if you did reply back, I do apologise, but do come back again. I was asking Wayne because Wayne, as most of the viewers will know, got a bit of an injury to his hand. I think it was his little pinky, and I was saying to Wayne, what sort of things would you normally not think twice about doing that you can't do now? So there you go. We can, maybe it's a bit early for random questions, but Wayne, that's one that specifically for you there. But yeah, hello to Dave, Jules, and John, of course, has been with us all day, and Jeffrey Mobb's coming in, and I know that Monica has been in there as well. Hello to you, Monica. Hello to everybody that's coming in and enjoying the cricket here in Austria, this beautiful Seebahn cricket ground.
Yeah, I think I remember Wayne was just talking about how he's really struggling to drive his manual now. He has a big 4x4 manual transmission car. This one is just launched over long on. That is a huge 6, and well, that's what happens when you drop Kunal Joshi on back-to-back balls. But yeah, that stick shift, of course, for some of our North American viewers who are tuning in. And though Enrico Jr. Agonia saying he's watching from the USA. I mean, how'd you feel about how your side did yesterday against the Netherlands? I'm sure that hurt. And that was there were a number of games against the Netherlands where they had a chance to win. Of course, there was an ODI as well where I believe they restricted the Netherlands to something around 225, maybe even 250.
Yeah,
and they had a great chance to win, but they just let it slip away from them. This one is going to go away for a 6 again, so back-to-back 6s.
Well, USA weren't the only things that let things slip away, letting catches slip away of Kunal Joshi, and now Joshi is just saying, well, you know what? I probably shouldn't be here. So you see that digger over there? I'm going to give the digger something else to think about. Maybe trying to send the Grizzly all the way over there because he's hitting it big. Yeah, and Enrico, hello. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, USA, that was a proper choke, wasn't it? It was a proper choke yesterday. And I know you were showing me one of the wickets that went down. End of the over. So Kumajar, he goes for 18 of that one. We've had 3 lots of 18 in this innings already, and that just helps to up the scoring there for this Indian Vienna side. So score moves to 77 walking sticks after 6 overs. So going away quite nicely. Just have a quick look at how the overs went. So 2 lots of 18, then 7 off the third, 8 of Kumajar's first over, and then Avinash Surya, only 8 of that one. But of course, the issue's been that they just haven't been able to hold on to the catches, and that's made all the difference.
Yeah, those catches could really cost them, couldn't they? Especially now that Kunal Joshi is on 23. He was first put down on 6. The drop catch went away for a 4, and then he was put down on the very next ball when he was on 10. And it was this man, Surya, who could have had him out twice. He's going to be coming back here to bowl the second over.
Okay, then this time, has he held it or has he gone over the boundary rope? Now, there's no celebration. So there was no celebration initially from the fielder who made the mistake the first time. Has he made an amends here? So it's been hit pretty well. Let's have a look at the feet here. No problem. Well, no problem. So no celebration because, of course, he knows he put him down earlier. So this time, Wasif Saluja does hold on to the catch. And Avinash Surya gets a wicket that he thoroughly deserves. As we see Safi depart for 33 of 18.
Yeah, this is a huge wicket. They really needed to break this partnership. These two were going along very nicely. The partnership ended up being worth 41 runs. That's really been the trend throughout both innings. Anytime a partnership gets too big, the opposition has been able to break it. So this just brings Lord CC back in this game with a chance.
Changing the batting, so Daud Zadran coming in. So they're holding back the likes of Ahmad Ghani and the likes of the captain himself, Meher Chima. So I have my views. But I suppose they're saying that Joshi's set. We can maybe try somebody else out there. Or maybe they're just thinking, all right, let's go with somebody who we know can deal with spin pretty well. Perhaps that's the plan. And Daud Zadran manages to dig that one out and takes the single. Avinash Surya, though, bowling his second over. They really need him to get another one or two here. This would be the one they want. It's down the ground, but they're not going to get anywhere near this one. It will go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shakalagya. And Kunal Joshi just keeps on rubbing in the salt into those wounds. He's grinding it in with a bit of lemon as well to say, you drop me and I'm going to make you suffer.
Oh, they are suffering. They certainly are suffering for that mistake. Well, catches win matches and drops lose matches as well. And that's the case here.
Shorter delivery, swivels on it, plays it away, bobbles away to the fielder who watches it. That's Yawarabas who makes the stop. So yeah, he's impressive start with the ball continues though. Another wicket for him and he's keeping it nice and tidy. And that's clipped away nicely. That's going to race away to the boundary. It's a really good shot from Zadran. It's that slightly quicker ball, but he just drifts it onto the pads. And Zadran, very quick. Look at this. Just, rolls the wrist on it and helps it around the corner. And that's going to be 4 more runs at the end of the 7th over. And India ICC Vienna, 89 for 2. That rate, you'll be happy with it there at the moment. Just over the 12. You wouldn't want it to go any higher, though, would you? You want to keep it at that. And ideally, that means you get 1 good over, you take it to 9, and from there, you should go on and win the match.
Yeah, 12 and over is a very doable at the end. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard. Sher-e Punjab Vienna coming off that incredible victory against the defending champs. Donaustadt are going to be set to take on Lord CC. They've got a doubleheader today, Lord CC. A couple of important games for Sher-e Punjab. Will be the 6th match of what has been a couple of long days.
Yeah, they have, and they will be pretty sure feeling it. And let's see if Harmeet Singh is able to bounce back strong for them. And let's see how Hassan Sadiq goes about his form. I mean, they've really been relying on him pretty heavily. And well, maybe we're going to see the best of Arslan as well in this last match. Up in the air, somebody is going to try and get to it, but not. 3 fielders there. But it just falls in front of all 3 of them. It's going to be a single. You seen that, by the way?
Yep, so there's another spider over there.
The
worst one was, of course, the one this morning that was just crawling on my trousers. Yeah, Austria is certainly living up to his reputation for spiders. Catching opportunity, and it's taken. Joshi will depart the 3rd time. It's 3rd time lucky. He was given a couple of chances earlier in this innings. He's lived a charmed life, but he's going to depart on 31. Oh, they needed this wicket. They really did. And now this makes things very interesting in these last 3 overs.
Ramuzamil Hill howls onto the catch, and you can see it's important because he's certainly pumped up. So those 2 out there at mid-wicket and long on, even though they've had a few issues, they do fight back with 2 catches. And Sahil Bharti getting this very important 4th over. Well, he's been single, and wicket. Now, this is the time to really bring the victory home, and that's why I think Mahachima, who's in good form here today, comes out at number 5. And gets beaten. That side of the off, that's a good delivery from Sahal.
Yeah, good bowling here by Bharti. This is a massive over, isn't it? Only 2 runs off it so far, and he's got an important wicket. This is struck out towards mid-wicket, and oh, it's going to go away for a 4. Well, I thought one of those 2 fielders would cut it out, but it's just split them perfectly.
Yeah, perfect placement. And they've gone with a pretty straight long on, and mid-wicket also. It's a little bit wider, and that's got through them. So that's going to be 4 runs. Can't stop that. And Chima, he hits it pretty well as well. They get that boundary. That rate just started to go upwards after those 2 singles and the wicket. But Chima, that's a great shot. That is such a good shot. And the reason why this shot is so good, once again, it goes back to the way the field is set. the field is all about going and getting that fielders and protecting the leg side boundaries. Chima, rather than try to take on the fielders on the leg side, he says, you know what, I'm going to play this ball on merit, play it out on the offside, and he's going to get a boundary. It's the end of the over, and those two boundaries are so important because just when that rate was looking to go above that 14 and maybe 14 and a half mark, it keeps it at around about 13, and you feel that now Chima and Zadran, they've still got, of course, the likes of Ahmad Ghani to come. So between the two out there and Ghani, if he comes in, they've got to see this home.
Yeah, but this is how Chima plays. I mean, he always looks to play the ball to his merit. He's not someone who's a slogger. He's a technically very correct player. Doesn't tend to come all the way down at number 5. And he is doing a good job over here. A couple of boundaries from early in the inning. Swing and a miss there. So it's now 27 of 11. Now Abbas, given the responsibility of bowling this big penultimate over, you'd expect that Sahil Bharti will bowl the final over.
I like the way that Chima went straight over there to Zadran. And he's probably said to him, the ball's on the off. Why are you trying to hit it outside the leg side? Look at your offside field. And this one will get struck. And it will get stopped. So it doesn't really take too much notice of his captain. Still plays that shot, but he will get a single. And Chima now gets on strike. Now, Chima, they've got to be careful because Chima has already demonstrated he can play outside the off. They've got no sweeper on the offside. Oh, well, that's a little bit of luck. Should get one. He's thinking about the second and won't get there. It's good that with the wicketkeeper absent from duty, that somebody else just take that spot.
Yeah, so now 26, 25 needed from 9.
Interesting. Zadran back on strike. Can he get a boundary out of the middle of his bat? Well, he hits it pretty well, trying to split that field, and they frame themselves around. This ball ricochets off him. They'll come back for 2. And that bit of fielding applauded by the bowler, and so it should be, because he saves 2 runs here. Gets down, look, that's the way to do it. Get down. I mean, I know that could leave you with a bit of a nasty cut on your knee, a bit of a graze, but you've saved 2 runs. All right, up in the air, but I think this is going to go all the way over. Bolle, bolle, bolle. That is a big hit from Zadran as he muscles this over square leg for a 6. And that means it comes down into the teens now, or what's required. But he'll still be looking for one more boundary, because at the moment it's 17 off 7. Another boundary here will bring it back into that 12 of the last over.
Yeah, bottom hand coming off the bat there for Zadran. That was such a huge 6. Got a question here from Enrico Jr. asking why Zadran has a triple-digit number. Usually, if a cricketer has a number like 138, that tends to mean that they're of course signifying their highest ever score. Yeah, loving the conversation, the chat, trying not to distract from the cricket by diving into it too much, but really enjoying some of the conversations I've been having alongside you on the side.
Shot. Ah, that's the one they needed. That is the one they need. And look, there's still work to be done. But just think about that over the way it was going. There was only 4 from the first 4 balls. And now the last 2 deliveries, it had been thumped for 2 big 6s by Zadran. How important were those shots? And so he clears the fielder. And that means now we go to the last with 11 needed. And Nish, I know you were tingling. Well, that tingle's got to be real now, because 11 needed or 6 balls. We're in golden ball territory here.
I was wondering if Zadran had what it took to hit a couple of boundaries, and that's exactly what he's done in the end. 2 6s. Yawar Abbas goes for 16 runs. Oh, there it is. A reminder of the golden ball rules, of course. Got something unique here on the European Cricket Network. We decide matches with a golden ball, and here's a look at all the golden balls we have over the years. The bowling side leading overall with 38 wins for the bowling team on the golden ball. Now, Sahil Bharti's first over went for 10 runs. If he repeats that here, we will go to a golden ball. Oh, this is absolutely incredible. Yeah, wonderful match. It's come down to a terrific final over.
He bowled well. He was getting the ball to go right across the batter, but Chima can play in the offside. And there you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Chima doesn't and won't be looking to hit these over on the leg side. He hits the ball on merit. He gets plenty of welly in the shot, and that will go for 6. So 11 becomes 5. 5 of 5 balls.
Yeah, not full enough there. He needed to get it on that popping crease. He needed to land at that Yorker length. It just allows Chima to get underneath and hit it away for a 6.
Digs this one out. And this could be the boundary. It will be a boundary. And it gets through precision, timing and placement from Mihar Chima. And once that gets through the infield, you can see the fielder desperately trying to get it from the long off position. Couldn't do it. And now the equation is 1 required of 4 balls as the scores are tied.
But if you're going to be bowling that wide Yorker, why is long off as straight as he is? I mean, cricket's a game of angles. Surely you need to figure that out. And now Kumaja's in the right position. Of course, they're all going into the ring. So
you got to look at who your batters are. And we know Chima plays in the offside. They got that wrong. And now it's a Gandhi ball. But is there anybody there? No, there's not, because he brought him in. And that is it. It's done, it's dusted. There's going to be a bit of disappointment there for Lord CC, because I think on a number of occasions they did have the upper hand in this contest. At one point when they were batting, it looked like they were going to go on and score 140. But they lost their way a little bit, even though they did finish well with 19 coming off that over from Ahmadzai. And then here, just at the end of that 7th over, you thought that they, once again, with that good first over from Bharti, only game for 10, you thought that they put themselves in a strong position, but that those 2 big sixes from Zadran of the last 2 balls of that over from Abbas made a huge difference.
they certainly did. So great batting by that entire order, and I think it will really fill them with confidence that they can go on and win matches without their star player in the lineup. So this was a great display for Indian CC Vienna. Contributions throughout the order. Everyone chipped in with some runs. And they will take this victory against Lord CC, who will be ruining some of the opportunities they had in this match. Of course, they don't have too much time to lick their wounds, as they're going to be back out in 34 minutes' time to take on a Sher-e Punjab side, who will be coming in with tons of momentum after knocking off Donaustadt, the reigning champion. So it's time to roll the highlights package. It was Naveed Hussain who opened the batting alongside Irfan Safi. They had a 36-run opening partnership, and they got their side off to a good start during the power play. Keep in mind, Indian CC of Vienna were 43 for 1 at the end of the power play. Things were looking really good for them, and at that point, well, you just felt like Lord CC desperately needed to get some wickets and did a good job of containing that run rate between overs 4 to 5. Of course, Kumuja gave up just 8 runs in his over. Then we had that big Avinash Asurya over where we saw a couple of catches dropped in a row. We saw Kunal Joshi drop twice off 2 balls. That could potentially have been the moment that lost them the game.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, that was a spicy one for Kumajayev. He was able to hold on to that. But then also, I mean, what we're going to see, we've seen it a couple of times already. Some of the fielding, we saw some very softly, loosely hit balls go to the boundary. Look, that was one drop there. Then another one comes up there. Look, that was completely made a real hash of that. The earlier one drop went for 4. That one they run 2. There was a ball, of course, early on that went right through the fielder for 4 runs. And all right, they did get it together, and that's where they started to come back into the match, right? It was that good catch there taken right out there on the boundary from the man who had issues earlier on. So Saluja getting in the net, and then that was a nice one taken there by Muzamil Omakel. So they got into the match. They started to put the pressure on, but then there was these hits from Zadran. Oh, weren't they important? And then, of course, you saw another batter come out. That's Chima. We know what Chima can do. Chima goes and hits the ball outside the off. But what they weren't able to do there right towards the end, they weren't able to sort out the right field to what the bowler was bowling. We saw that a number of times, especially in this match in general, not just this innings. Bowlers bowling outside the off stump and aiming for that off stump corridor, whereas the field they've been set, it's a mid-wicket and long on. Completely wrong. Nobody, not once during the whole of the match did we see a sweeper out on the offside. Sometimes to bowlers and to particular batters, you do need to put players out in that area, and if they had put the field in the right position, who knows what could have happened. But fair play though once again to Indian ICC Vienna. I like the way that Mahachima is leading this side. I mean, look, he comes in there to finish the job, and he does finish the job. He gives the opportunity to Kunal Joshi, who would have enjoyed being out there and scoring that 31. Of course, had a bit of luck on the way there as well. And I think he's just giving everybody a chance, and he's making sure that everybody is becoming match fit for the big matches that are coming out. Even Irfan Safi scoring some runs there. But I'm liking that hitting from Zadran. What are your thoughts about the bowling there?
I think you look at those bowling figures. Avinash Surya was so unlucky to go for 19 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. He obviously had Kunal Joshi out a couple of times, and the catch was a drop. Sahil Bharti bowled so well in that first over, gave up just 10 runs, but when he came back in the second over, yeah, you could look at some of the angles in the field. I think they got their field setting slightly wrong, and of course he made a costly mistake on that first ball, over pitching it, just leaving it in the slot. It got sent away for a 6. So Indian ICC Vienna will beat Lords by 7 wickets with 3 balls to spare. A thoroughly entertaining match. We'll be back, of course, in half an hour's time for our final match of the day, as Sher-e Punjab will be set to take on Lords CC. Join us in a bit.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Match number 20, the final one on this match day 4, and I think it's going to be an exciting match. Lord CC, we're going to see them play the second match in a row. They're going to really have to show their stamina levels here, because it is very hot out here, and they've already been in a bit of a tussle already against India, Vienna. This is going to be a tough one. They also are playing another team that have shown good form here. It's going to be Sher-e Punjab. So Sher-e Punjab taking on Lord CC. Let's go over to Tyrone Peters for the news from the coin toss.
Lord's Cricket Club to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Nets ahead.
We're gonna ball first. Ball.
You're going to bowl.
Sher-e Punjab winning the toss and deciding they will have a bowl first. Of course, they do like the chase, but we've seen two sides of the Sher-e Punjab Vienna side, haven't we? We've seen the side where they just are flat, and that's the best way to describe when we saw them against Indian Vienna. They just never really clicked. Their bowling wasn't good. They bowled too short. They let themselves down in the field. They probably conceded and gave away around 20 runs. And then when it came to the batting, they were just swinging and giving their wickets away. And they didn't pick up a single point in that match. But then we saw the best of them when they got a win against Donaustadt. Now, just remember how important a win that is. Donaustadt is a team that we on the European Cricket Network haven't seen lose for a number of years, and it is Sher-e Punjab Vienna, a new side in the format, that beat them. That is a major boost to them. That also tells not just them but us that when they play well, they're capable of beating anybody. But one thing we know about them is the way they're going to do it is score big runs. I don't see them as a bowling and fielding side that's going to restrict teams to low scores. They're going to give away a lot of runs, then they're going to try and get a lot of runs, and I think that's the plan here. They're going to try to see what they can do and how they contain this Lord's side to maybe keep them around that 140 and then go out there and knock the runs off. When it comes to knocking the runs off, well, talk about Hassan Sadiq. He was sensational in that win against Donaustadt. So he, of course, is going to be a key player. But a lot of other players around him have to come good at the same time. I'm expecting Harmeet Singh to come good at the right time as well. This Lord side, they are a good side. We know that they've got some good depth in their batting. We saw that in the last game. They can dig deep. And let's see who they've got. I think Kumajar, the same way I'm expecting Harmeet Singh to come out strong. I think Kumajar will come out strong in this one. He's going to need somebody like Sahil Bharti to come good. And what about Sandhu there towards the end? Maybe he can be a good provider. But I do think that this match is going to be decided perhaps by the batters and the fielders that have got a bit of class about them. I like the bowling of Guswag Singh. I think he was calling for a bit of spin out here. He bowls some spin and bowled very well. And I think someone like Arslan Arif, a very classy batter as well. Maybe he is going to click in this one. What I do know is it is the last match of the day, so it's over to you also, our global family around the world. Fire in some random questions and we'll do our best to answer them. And maybe myself and Nish will have a few discussions about some of the food here in Austria. And Nish is also off tomorrow. Maybe he'll tell us what his plans are. So do join us for the last match of the day. Nish, over to you. And I think we're going to have an exciting finish.
Certainly will. Looking forward to this one. So Sher-e Punjab, coming off a terrific victory against the defending champions Donaustadt, are going to be taking on the Lord's Cricket Club. Lord CC, of course, coming off that exciting matchup they had earlier today against the Indian Cricket Club of Vienna. Of course, they fell just short in that match, unable to get the victory in the end. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Of course, Sher-e Punjab Vienna, they're up there with a record of 3-2. Lord CC at 1-2. Of course, Sher-e Punjab have won the toss, and they're going to have a bowl to start things off. And, well, we know the Sher-e Punjab side are great in the chase. We saw that against Donaustadt. This is a team who have chased in every game they have played in so far in this European cricket series, and they really thrive in that role. That's when they're at their best. I think they had that one blip earlier today. I think their opening match, you could look at that and say, well, They were a bit disappointing during that game. Couldn't quite get it done when they went up against some very solid opposition in Vienna CC. We'll now have a look at the win predictor. Sher-e Punjab fancied as 74% favorites heading into this game against Lord CC. You'd say that's pretty accurate. I think Sher-e Punjab, we know they have so much quality in this team. Yeah, so of course, Sher-e Punjab, they've generally been very good in the chase. Of course, we saw them fall to Vienna CC yesterday, but they made it so close. They were not too far away from pulling off a record chase on the network. But I'd say the one real disappointing performance for them was against Indian CC Vienna this morning, where, of course, they lost a bonus point defeat. It was a real shocker. I mean, their batters struggled. It didn't really click. And I don't even think you can give that much credit to the Indian CC Vienna bowling. I think it just came down to playing some very poor shots, a lot of false shots and poor strokes overall, and just a lack of match awareness. But they bounced back well in the previous game. And we're ready to get underway now, so that one goes down towards long on, and it's a single to start off. But yeah, really turned things around when they, of course, defeated Donaustadt. That was an absolutely amazing win, a real thriller of a match. We, of course, saw Sher-e Punjab try to chase down a target of 146, and boy, did they do it in absolutely incredible fashion. Thrilling match, of course. Donaustadt have probably been the best bowling side over the course of this European cricket series, and to take that attack apart the way they did over those 10 overs was a real joy to watch, and quite incredible to witness. Goes for the shorter delivery there. Just going to have a look at the square leg umpire. He signaled at the 1 for the over. Yep, perfect call. Very, very good call. Looks to go heave this one away towards that square leg boundary. Yeah, let's have another look at this. Just trying to pull this shot away. It's gone up in the air, and oh, it's well taken. It's really well taken, and Dutt will depart for a duck. Tijuana grabs a wicket. It's been a great series so far for Tijuana, been one of the more reliable bowlers for this Sher-e Punjab side, and he's going to grab his 5th wicket of this ECS. Superb bowling, and there he is. Derek comes waddling off, and it's going to be the end for Sunil Dutt, who, of course, batted okay in the previous match. Made about 13 runs off 9 deliveries. Wasn't anything particularly extraordinary, but yeah, this will be a disappointing outcome for him. Chews up a few dot balls and then gives a catch to the fielder. Great first over here for Sher-e Punjab. They have Lord CC at 1 for 1. They're going to look to go big here. That is launched. That is launched over mid-wicket into the sunflower fields. That's gone for a 6. Great shot by Parthy. And we know if anyone can play a counter-attacking innings, it's this man, Sahil Parthy. He just loves that number 3 position. There's a number of times he's come in when Lord CC have lost an early wicket, and then he looks to just strike a few boundaries, put some pressure back on the bowler. Did that superbly in the previous match where he made 23 of 7. Well, he's done that to many a side over the course of these first 4 days. We'll have a look at how many days are left until the European Cricket Championship. Just 25 days to go until we head to Cardamom for the biggest event in the European cricket calendar. Shot. Away it goes for 4 more runs. And Kumuja, the captain, joins in with a 4 as well. Just a little too short there by Hassan Sadiq. Of course, we saw Sadiq put in a real star performance against the defending champs Donaustadt. Obviously, a lot of people are probably still talking about that fantastic innings where he made 71 runs of just 25 deliveries. But his bowling was superb too in that match. He had figures of 1 for 21. This is struck towards long off. Oh, it just evades the fielder. And this is going to be a single. He responds well, Sadiq, after getting hit for a boundary off his first ball. Got a long off and a deep mid-wicket in place here. I think the plan's going to be quite clear. Look to bowl full and straight. Oh, this time it goes over cover. What a shot. Incredible hit there by Bharti. Take another look at this. Sadiq hasn't missed the length by too much. He's looking to jam this in, get that Yorker length in, but he just backs away ever so slightly, creates that room to just carve it over point. Opens the face of the bat last minute. Hits that for a 6. A change of angle here for Sadiq. No, it's going to go big again. I think this is going to land safely. Can't see any fielders getting to it. It's going to actually land safely beyond the rope. So the change of angle doesn't quite work out for Sadiq. This is a slot bowling by him. That's exactly where any batter loves to have it. It's a half volley just outside the off stump. A chance for him to free his arms. Oh, goes big. But where is this going to land? Oh, just beyond the fielder's grasp. And worst of all, it's going to go away for a 4, so he wasn't really in control of that shot. However, it's gone away for a boundary. Let's take another look at this. Oh, a big heave, comes off the top edge. Lands beyond the fielder. And it's gone away for 4 runs. Here we go, last ball of what's been a very expensive over. Now Sadiq just works us away towards mid-wicket. That's much better. That's where he really needs to be bowling. And I think the story of that over is he just kept missing his Yorker a little too short throughout that over, Sadiq. It just created a few too many full tosses. I should say a few too many over-pitch deliveries. We'll have a look at the standings here for Sher-e Punjab, and well, they're currently sitting in 4th place on 11 points. Lord CC with just the 1 victory so far this ECS. Of course, the big shocker for Sher-e Punjab was the fact that they suffered that bonus point victory earlier. I should say bonus point defeat earlier today. That really shocked them right in their system, and they should have been at 12 points. Really should have been at least 12 points. Oh, up and over, or is it caught? Yes, it's actually caught here by the wicketkeeper, so I just wondered if he'd been able to elevate it over the keeper, but it looks like it has been taken. Well, he's going to just try to ramp this over the keeper, and it's caught an edge, and oh, what a grab. What a sensational one-handed grab by the keeper, and then the little squat at the end as well. No, it looked like it was going to go over him, but it's actually been taken really, really well. As Lord CC are 29 for 2. Good chance to also welcome back Rico Full into the commentary box. Harmeet Singh does the trick on the first ball of his over.
Yeah, well, he hasn't been bowling, has he, because he's got that bit of an injury? Well, the slinger comes into action. Of course, a few people in the chat, hello to you, were talking about the slinger, and of course, it was Malinga's birthday yesterday. But how about that? Forget about the slinger. And bring out the jalebis, because that's a jalebi catch from Arslan behind the stumps. Arslan Arif, what a catch. Outsmarts the batter, really. The batter wants to get funky, tries to lob it over him. But Arslan has got springs in his feet. He goes zibbity, zibbity, takes the catch, jalebi is all round. And that's a big wicket, because we know Bharti can get big. Now, this is dangerous. That's caught him. That has caught him on the side of the neck, I think. And, oh, this is never good to see. I'm not sure if this, the way he's moving his head around, that's caught him maybe onto the shoulder and the neck. Let's have a little look at this again, as maybe we can slow this down and see where it catches him. But I'm not to see that the umpire's just checking him out there, but watch this. Oh, that's not a nice place to get hit. Look at that, right on the, you can see, you were talking about this yesterday, where's the guard that needs to be there? I mean, maybe that's something else that we need to start looking at with these helmets. You can see there's very little protection there on the back. And if you're getting hit in those areas, look, it's not protected. You can see there is no protection there. I reckon we need to send a memo out, Nish.
Yeah, I think that stem guard, that's such a vital part of a batter's equipment in modern cricket. It's become commonplace in most formats of the game, and I'd say most competitions. That's probably something that a few of these sides will have to invest in. It looks to hit a big shot here. It goes through towards the fielder at cover, and they're keen to come back for a second, but the second run simply wasn't on, so it's just the one run. Very good evening to John Gray, and of course Martin Gleaves joining us in chat. Bonsoir, Dave. Hope you're doing well.
Now, here's the man that's come out to join his captain, Kumajai. Here comes Harmit Singh again. And it's just going straight down the leg side, but yeah, you can see Kumajai. He's a little bit filthy with himself. As soon as he misses that, he says, fiddlesticks. Well, maybe probably not fiddlesticks, because it's the ball that he would be putting away. But look how early he plays that. So Harmit Singh does straight down the leg side. Well, that's Guswan Singh. He'll be hoping to get hold of the ball again. He bowled very well. There's some of the slow stuff. So we said they're missing a slow bowler. Well, they've got him. That's been picked up beautifully. It's in the slot. It's an elevated shot. And Kumujah gets this one away. He can be dangerous. They need one of the likes. I mean, Jar is still there. Duttler's gone and Bharti's gone. You need one of those three to stay. So this becomes a very important innings now for Kumujah. They need to be thinking at least 140 plus against a team that has the hitting ability, such as Sher-e Punjab of Vienna. Short, not a good ball. That gets pulled away now. Why is the umpire at square calling this a no ball, I wonder? Now, has he bowled one that's been over the shoulder already? He must have done, because it's a short one. It's going over the head. So if there's already been one bowled, that's the second one. So that will be a no ball.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the one that rattled the helmet earlier, so it is the second one over the head. Yeah, just getting that one completely wrong there. I think some of these bowlers, it's a trend I've noticed in Vienna, just getting a little bit too obsessed with trying to bang everything in short.
Yeah, I mentioned it in one of my intros, didn't it? And bowlers just get excited. That's picked up beautifully, and that will go all the way. And you can see why, in a way, they don't want to pitch the ball up, because someone like Kumajai, every time you pick this one up, he misses that Yorker length by a fraction. So it's going to get hit back over his head for a big six. So they're thinking, well, I'm not pitching the ball up. I'm going to keep it short so he can't play that shot. But there's other options that you can go with. You can go that same line, but go a little bit wider. So, yeah, it's they have lost wickets, 2, but there's 47 on the board. 7, 22 and 18 off the over so far. So 47. 2 wickets down. Apologies if you just heard some of the crackling there in the on the sound. We have had the heat is certainly causing a few problems. I know we had issues a little bit early on with the fourth camera. It was a bit pixelating. This one now, it's going to be an issue for the fielder. Got to get down to it. Can't. I mean, you can see that Sahid is chasing this pretty hard, but Chokat has to get a dive or a slide or something on this. If you're chasing it, forget it. It's going to go all the way to the boundary. You're not going to stop it if you run after it.
Yeah, so Pache, of course, he played a crucial role in that terrific win for Sher-e Punjab with the bat in hand, 24 of 11, but it was his bowling that was absolutely atrocious, to put it kindly. Gave up 55 runs in the 2 overs he bowled.
Yeah. Got to
There
get
we
it
go,
right
huge
here.
wide over there by Pache. Again, looking to bang one in short and just well above head height.
Okay, Shafat, come on. Let's see if you can get the ball in the right areas. It's not too bad. Like I say, you don't just bang it in short. Get a good line. Get a good rhythm going outside that off. They seem to have an okay field set. You've got a man on the boundary there at that third. He's pretty wide. You've got 3 men inside the ring. Got a straight fielder on the long off boundary. All right, here we go. Can he get in play? No. I mean, it's, again, at least he's trying. He's keeping it outside the off. He's trying to get his fielders involved here. But this is just struck too well. Nice, clean, crisp hit of the ball. And Muzamil or Michael will get a boundary. 6 runs to his name. So Shafat probably could do with just trying to pitch it up a tad, though, as well.
Yeah, but it's a very risky ball to be bowling. I mean, to strike it towards that boundary, of course, it's 50 meters from the center of the pitch, so that would be about 45 meters to get it away over deep third. You're asking to be hit with that kind of a line and length. All he has to do is just get it up and over, and it's going to go for 6.
John Gray getting ready to go back to school. What's that feeling like, John? It's you must think. I bet it starts off thinking, oh, what am I going to do with my time? And then I bet you get to the last week, 7 days to go, and you start thinking, where's all the time gone? Yeah, school holidays, they're long. It looks like they're never going to end, and then they finish, and you think, well, what happened? It's not a good delivery. It's down the leg side. Yeah, hello to everybody in the chat. I know we've got the Kitty Clan out there as well. Hello to Martin. I hope you're well. Paul as well. It's like that from Paul. He's saying sunflower power. Paul, I hope you've enjoyed some of the extra content that we've brought you from the Field of Joy. The sunflowers there. Well, this one hit pretty well. And once he muscles it, it's just going to keep going, and going. That's going to be another 6. So Amarakel is starting to show his power. But everything is that shot. If you're putting the ball in that area to him, he's just going to send it straight back over your head.
It just needs to find the right line here. I mean, he was too short, too wide in the previous delivery, and now he bowls one in the slot.
And this one is going to probably get away from the fielder as well. It will. That's 4 more runs. I'm a little bit surprised here, and maybe this is just the inexperience from Sher-e Punjab Vienna. Remember the first time we're seeing them play here in this series. That they, we saw them certainly with some of the spin options do pretty well. I think Gurusevan Singh bowled very well. So the power play is gone. They've got 47 on the board at that time after 3. Your seam bowlers, they're taking a liking to him. Change it up. Just get him on to bowl. Maybe he can get a couple of wickets for you. Of course, these 2 batters are making a start here. Break their rhythm. Get another wicket. We know that as soon as you get the wicket of Kumajar, things will change pretty drastically. So just take that gamble. Don't bring on seam when seam's not working. You know what I mean? Especially when you have those options.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I completely agree with that. Gurusevan Singh bowled really nicely against Donaustadt. I think you look at that over, though, for Pache. It's just, this is why he's really struggled this series. I mean, he's got the pace. He plays with a lot of heart and energy. I think he'd probably be better off if he cut down some of that pace and just looked to focus on his line and length. Because you take a look at that over, I mean, the last 3 deliveries, short and wide, slot ball, full toss on the pads. You're going to really struggle as a bowler if that's what you're serving up.
Yeah, people talking on the chat, of course, about music. I know that there was talk about Genesis in there and Phil Collins in general. I must admit, I'm a fan. Probably didn't follow Genesis as much as probably I should have, but of course, it's got some very good songs out there. But yeah, Phil Collins, I like him a lot. That one's been smashed over the top. And I think one of my favourite, or the earlier favourite songs from Phil Collins was One More Night. And then I started following him from there. Well, they do go for a spin, and Gurusevan Singh, his first one is whacked and over that long on area for 6. So let's see how he comes back. So they're looking to hit him out of the attack is Kumudjar, the captain. Good comeback, good areas. This time he just drifts one a little bit wider off the off start. Kumudjar plays and misses at this one. Got a good keeper in there as well, and Arslan. And well, while we've got so many people in the chat, let's see, this is tossed up. Should be stopped by the fielder. And he goes down and keeps it to 1. So we're talking a bit of music. A few people saying they're liking Phil Collins. Peter Gabriel coming into the chat there. Well, today, okay, let's test your memory. On this day, back in 1958, who was born on this day back in 1958? Come on, everybody. Let's see, just for fun, who's going to be the first? Who's going to be the first to come back with the answer? Well, this one's not good. It gets past everyone. Arslan Arif, he'll be disappointed that's got past him. It's going to go all the way down. And it's not what you're wanting. 4 buys coming off the over. Singh. Oh, it's hit this pretty well. And that's another one that will go all the way. He's keeping the pace off it. But at the moment, both the batters are willing to take him on. I suppose the danger here for the spinner, you can see there's no pace on that at all. It's a very good slog sweep, actually. He stays in his crease and just decides to slog sweep that big. So that's massive. 86 for 2. Ball to go in the 5th. And it's going to be one that they decide not to run on. So that is the end of the 5th over. 86 for 2. And, of course, it is the last match of the day. We're in the first innings here, match number 20, as we welcome you back into the cube. And, of course, when it comes to talking the last matches of the day, we invite you to send in your random question. Now, we know that there's a lot of you that are watching and you haven't done this before, so why don't you do it? Why don't you send a message in the chat? Let us know who you are and where you're tuning in from, and we'll say hello to you. And I know that our global family around the world will as well. And just for fun, 1958, who was born, in terms of musicians, who was born on this day in 1958? That's my question.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing some of the answers. Who can answer that one first? And it's been great to get so many different viewers from all sorts of parts of the world tuning in over these last few days. Of course, we saw a number of people in the chat saying that it was their first ever game watching ECN. We had some viewers over from the United States tuning in as well. And of course, I'm sure the fact that we had some American cricket on ECN was one of the things that just drew them to these matches.
So let's have a look. John Gray saying he's still alive. Martin Gleaves, Phil Collins is not very well, sadly. Yeah, I heard that as well. And, well, John Heesham saying, well, it certainly wasn't Elvis. You're correct, it wasn't. Who else is on there? And that's nicely played. That's going to be 4 runs. Just a little nurdle. And Kumudjar, he's too good a player, though, isn't he? Kumudjar not to score at least once in the day. And that's what he's looking to do here. What a good partnership this is turning out to be. As you can see that Harmeet Singh comes back to bowl. He's second, but he's not able to get the breakthrough. Well, it's saying this is Harmeet Singh. That I just have to question that, because that's not Harmeet Singh, is it? That's Jagdeep Tiwana. That might just cause a bit of a delay, because that's definitely not Harmeet Singh who's bowling this over.
Yeah, it's definitely not Harmeet Singh. I mean, that's Tiwana. We do know Tiwana is a very important part of this Sher-e Punjab team. Of course, picked up a wicket in the first over. Short, wide, and top edge. Oh, he's going to take it on the second attempt. Great catch out in the deep. That's going to be the end for Kumudjar, the captain of this Lord CC side. Well, he would have been really excited to go after that ball. He banged it in short, Probably didn't quite have the room he wanted to play that shot, but takes it on the second attempt. Sigh of relief. He's managed to grab that one.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at this again. And one thing that probably doesn't help Kumanjar, well, if you've got a lid that's wobbling about, look at this. The lid goes all the way over his eyes. Well, luckily the cap didn't do the same there for the catcher. That's a very good, solid catch there, taken in the deep. But yeah, Kumanjar, it's almost like his lid gets in the way of his eyes. And as a result of that, he's going to get called. Good catch, though. Again, have the fielders in the right spot. And they've kept him back. And Kushwant Guraya holds on to a catch. And Jagdeep Tiwana picks up the wicket.
Now run down towards third. No chance for the fielder at deep third to get to that. He's standing really fine. He, of course, got a good look of him when he took the catch on the previous ball. Yeah, lovely batting. Opens the face of the bat, uses the pace of the bowler, and he just runs that down towards third.
Yeah, the runs keep flowing. So even though they pick up a big wicket, that of Kumanjar for 34. Once again, he gets into the 30s, and then he finds a way to get out. He's very much like Hassan Sadiq in that way. But, all right, they've got one wicket. Can they get another here? So in comes Tiwana to finish his spell. Goes for that short delivery into the body, gets worked away. It'll just be a single. So Laka will get to the other end, but we'll have to walk back and get back on strike. So we got that sorted in the end. So there you go. It was Jagdeep Tiwana. 2 for 18 from him. I think you said this when he came on the bowl and he bowled his first over, and it was a good one, just the 7 from it. By far being the pick of the bowlers, hasn't he, for this Sher-e Punjab Vienna side?
Yeah, easily. He's picked up 6 wickets now for this ECS, and his economy rate is incredible at just 9 and over for this entire series. Yeah, Jagdeep Tiwana most certainly has been the pick of the bowlers for this Sher-e Punjab side. You look at most of their bowling attack, and I think they've all just been very, very expensive. It's a real Achilles heel for them. Haven't quite been able to figure out the right bowling combination. A bit of width on offer again, and Laka won't overhit that. He's just going to help it on away for a 4. Yeah, I think with this kind of a field setting, everyone's in on the offside. Just the one fielder out in the deep, who was very fine at deep third for those little edges. That's not where you want to be bowling.
Just not being able to get it right, have they? So they go away from spin here. I suppose you do that because you still got Muzamil Omakil out there, and he dealt with Guswat pretty well. So they're going back to pace. So Safi doesn't start well. Again, just too short. It's just too short. And I know it must be people must get tired of hearing us saying the same thing all the time sometimes, but it's a fact. They're just bowling too short. I mean, the art of bowling, when you think about what a bowler has to do, if you simplify it, you see those pegs there, you've got to try and hit it. And if you're pitching a ball where they're pitching it, it's never going to hit the stumps. But more importantly, it's at a spot where the batters are able to swing the bat and hit it freely over the leg side boundary. So you've got to just try and get the ball pitched up a little bit more to say, right, okay, the batter is swinging at this height. If I get the ball to be pitching and bouncing in this area, he's not going to get to it. That's what they've got to try and do. And that area for me is just sneak it inside that wide line and get it fuller. And he's just trying to go straighter. He's trying to go at the stumps, and that's not going to work for him.
He's just trying all sorts of things. And keep in mind, Asadullah Safi was quite expensive earlier against Donaustadt as well. Gave 43 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. Yeah, no one's been able to really bowl with good consistency with their lines and lengths. I think they've just failed to hit the right spots. Better, much better, and that's why he gets a wicket. Brilliant ball there by Safi. Laka plays across that, and he's going to have to depart. Well, this is what you were calling for. You were calling for them to bowl fuller, and we finally get it from Safi. Not the best shot, you have to say. Huge gap there between bat and pad, but you'll only draw those mistakes if you're bowling at the stumps.
Yeah, but there you go, you see. Get it fuller. It's a Yorker length delivery, and a batter like who's going out there, Laka, who was just standing still and really hitting the ball for fun over that leg side boundary. Well, you can't hit that ball in the same area, and if you do go and play that shot, you're going to get your stumps knocked over. So well done to Asadullah Safi. And also well done to a few people in the chat. Of course, John Gray, he gets the right answer. It was Michael Jackson. A few people came up with some others, and it wasn't Madonna. And I've actually had the pleasure of seeing Michael Jackson a few times live at Wembley, and he was just absolutely brilliant. And, you know, I'm just talking to him as a musician, and I know there's all sorts of other things out there about him, but as a musician, he was brilliant. So that was my random question. So well done to, I think, John Gray. Santosh also gets that right. This gets played away. They are taking the single on. You don't mind that. You're not going to throw the ball away here just for a single. And, yeah, it's great to have everybody involved in the chat at the moment. A lot of talk. And, of course, if you've got any random questions for us, do put them in the chat. And not just for us, but anybody can get involved. And he's done it again. Well, there you go. When we were talking about music. Oops, I did it again. Well, Safi has. He's found another ball that he's pitched up. Azadullah Safi pitches it up and he knocks down the timber. Jog the Hutte. This is another Boogie Oogie Woogie Grizzly 5-ball. And look at the bail go flying there. So well done. Azadullah Safi gets another one. It's a 2 for 13 with a ball to go. It's an easy game sometimes, isn't it? Just get it up there and knock the stumps over.
Yeah, he started off with a couple of shorter deliveries at the start of the over, and he got struck for 2 boundaries, and now he's just looking at ball on the stumps, full and straight. The most simple plan in T10 cricket. You miss, I hit. And you got to say the batters haven't played the best strokes either. But again, you can only make them pay for their mistakes when you're bowling on the stumps. So Lord CC, I've seen half their side go back to the dugout. Oh, enormous shot. But this could be a chance for a catch. It's not going to be easy. Oh, it's been put down. It's been put down. It actually ends up being a lot simpler than originally expected. They really should have taken that. Once again, it's just a case of a lack of communication. One fielder getting in another's way. I think it was Tiwana who got a hand to it in the end. Yes, it was. Oh, and he spilled that. Look who's right next to him. It's Harmeet Singh.
I think in the end they organise it well between themselves. I think Jagdeep sort of calls him off, so he stops and hits their hands hard and goes down. Well, that could have been a cracking over, couldn't it? With those wides in there, and don't forget it started with the 2 boundaries, 4-6 wide. But Azadullah Safi's come back well, and he's kept it pretty tidy. So 15 come off the over, but he does pick up 2 wickets. So 7 overs complete. 112 there for 5. And yeah, Wayne is just saying none of that rubbish about MJ. I don't want to get into it, but Wade, yeah, I believe it. And there's a lot of documentaries. I know there was a big one that was anti-him, but if you go back and look at some of the ones, I know there's one on Netflix that I've seen, and that really does, I think, tell you the proper picture. Anyway, this is what's coming up tomorrow, day 5 of 12. I know that Eunice won't be here. What are your predictions? Any prediction there tomorrow?
Really looking forward to seeing Graz Cricket Academy. I think they're going to be improved quite a bit this year. They had their first ever year in the European Cricket Series last year, and we tend to see these sides get better and better. So I expect Graz Cricket Academy to come out, surprise a few people over these first couple of days. We might see a few improvements from them. It's just a general trend I have noticed. Could a batter be getting retired out here? Well, I think this is rather interesting.
All the fielders are putting their hands up to the sides and saying, what's going here, blah, blah, blah. Well, if he wants to retire out, he can do. And that's not sure what is going on here, really. I mean, why would you want to be retiring out any of these batters when, well, they've only faced a ball each. So what are they expecting? So, I mean, at the end of the day, if they want to retire a batter out, they're perfectly entitled to. You can see some arms out lofted there by Sher-e Punjab saying, what are they doing? Well, if they wanted, they're entitled to do so. I did see another batter on the boundary ready to come in, but they, in the end, I don't think they do anything. They've just left it the way it is.
Yeah, I was very confused by that. I did see the match referee having a stern word with the batter, telling him to go back to the crease. So clearly something very fishy about that. I couldn't quite catch the back of the jersey of the batter they wanted to bring in. If I look at the batters they have listed, here in this order. You got Mehdi Bagash over there. He batted quite well in the last match.
There's still something going on here. So now the umpire's been on the walkie-talkie. It looks like they are making a retirement here. And that looks like, to me, that Sandhu, the Guswak Sandhu, who's faced 1 ball for 1 run, is coming off here. So he's coming off.
And they're bringing on Wasif Saluja.
Yeah. That's very odd. I mean, you talked to me about one weird retirement out that Vienna CC did. Well, you said weird because it looked weird, but it made sense because a new batter came in and smashed it. But what are they? Were they expecting Sandhu to score a boundary off that 1 ball he faced, and because he didn't, they retired him?
Yeah, I don't understand this. I think at least with the Vienna CC, it was ruthless, but it was the right decision to make. He was going at a strike rate at 200, and they felt like the man who'd come next would go at 280 and 290, and that's exactly what he did. So, yeah, I'm very surprised by what's going on over here, and I think, yeah, some of the match officials are just going to have a stern word with this Sher-e Punjab side, but I don't really understand.
They must have gone about it the wrong way, maybe. I think what they've done is they've probably... Well, now we've got. I think this. I'm sure that was Sandhu who was coming off there. So they've got it down as Mehdi Bangash that's come off, but it's not. He's still out there. And interesting to see. Guswan Singh is probably saying, "Can I bowl? Am I allowed to bowl this?" He's just waiting while they sort this out. Oh dear. Well, anyway, we can carry on talking about music and. I know that there was a lot of talk there about Michael Jackson. I must admit, he was one of my best. A few people say they didn't like all the things that were said about him. I agree. I've seen both sides, seen documentaries, and I don't want to get too politically involved, but I think it was just the way people were trying to make money out of a guy who I saw as an innocent guy, didn't have much of a childhood, and he did a lot of good, didn't he? And that's the way I like to look at it. He did a lot of good. He wasn't not one of these musicians or stars or celebs that doesn't give anything back. He gave a lot back, and it seemed to, well, because he did, people didn't like it. I think there was a lot of, because he was so talented, a lot of jealousy about him. Right, we will start here. It's going to be one that goes through the batter, and well, they're going to give this a what? Does it? Doesn't that go? It goes behind the legs, but it sort of goes in between the bat and the pad. But I suppose it's missed the pad, so it will be a wide. That gets played away. Fielder will make the stop. Hesitation from the batters, but they will take a single. This is important here now that Sher-e Punjab don't start throwing these away. So it is Wasif Saluja that comes out, and I think he's now getting set to face his first ball.
Gurseevik Sandhu was run out. Wasn't retired out. Yeah, this is very interesting. We're going to have to find a bit more information about this. But, yeah, he was given run out. A couple of runs scored, and then, of course, he was given run out. So I wonder if he just walked outside his crease and they whipped the bails off and then refused to take back their appeal.
Good bowling. Well, yeah. Okay, well, it's obviously something that's happened. Well, it must have been one of those when the over came to an end and we thought it was the over that was then and the bails were whipped off. We're talking about being whipped or whacked. Well, that is whacked, and that's going to end up in the, well, there we go, the field of joy. But sometimes it can be the field of pain. We've seen a giraffe helping us find balls. We've seen a wolf in there. And, well, who knows what else we might find in there today. It's coming late on the day. A few people were saying, well, are there some other animals in there? Oh, yes, they are now. Oh, I don't want to be getting my hands on that. I told you there were snakes in there. I told you there were snakes in there. So there you go. Watch out when you're going in there to get the balls. I tell you what, by the time we finish today, I don't think tomorrow any of the players are going to get in there. Oh, that's not the way to stop it. Could be coming into me. And just gets past the cube. He's kicking it. He's kicking it into the cube. Find this man. Find him. You're not allowed to do that. Naveed putting his hand out here. Well, why doesn't he get his hands to this? Nish, tell me more. So, I think we might get the end of this. I'll let you, I mean, you're getting the information through from the Blue Crew. So, when Nish will come back, it will give us the update on what was going on there. This gets played. Oh, dear. 2 missed fields out of 2. Well, you've got to have your best fielders in the best place. Well, first we saw Naveed get it completely wrong when he kicked it into us and we were in the firing line. And now the other fielder, that's Jagdeep Tiwana. You'd expect better from him. He makes a mistake. And Gusavan Singh is probably having kittens right now as the score at the end of 8 overs moves to 128 for 6.
Yeah, so it's been given a run out. He was run out right at the end over there. Some little bit of sneaky work by Arslan RF. He ran out Gursevik Sandhu, so that ball is 2 runs plus a run out.
All right, there we go. Well, thank you for clearing that up. I mean, I tell you what, I mean, maybe I was talking about either Phil Collins or Michael Jackson or Madonna at the time, so we might have missed that, but I'll certainly go back and have a look at it. But anyway, carry on your thoughts there about the music as this one gets played away. And what about all of those, the animals that we're starting to find in that, the Field of Joy? And for those of you that are wondering what I'm talking about, well, we're calling that the Field of Joy because what we have been able to find out, of course, is that sunflowers bring joy and positivity to everyone, symbolizing strength, good fortune, admiration, and loyalty. So it's the Field of Joy over there all around us. And this one is going to be a little bit of pain, not joy, for Sher-e Punjab. Just when they started to pick up a few wickets and you thought they might just claw back some of these runs and some of these errors they made the mistakes again. More runs are coming. And now it seems to be Baljinder Singh who's in the firing line. Too short. And that's going to go way into the field. And, well, what could be lurking in there this time, I wonder. But, yeah, not good bowling. No balls to start off with. That was no ball 2. 4 and a 6. And once again, I said this so many times that, and I said it even before the start of this match, Sher-e Punjab Vienna, if they're going to win games, they're going to have to score a lot of runs because their bowling is not going to contain batting size to low runs. They just keep on getting it wrong.
Yeah, really, for Sher-e Punjab, they probably only have one good bowler in Jagdeep Tiwana. It's quite incredible. I think Gursevik Singh, he's kind of been figured out in this match. The last game against Donaustadt, I think just because he was a new quantity, he's got a slightly awkward action. It took a while to get used to his bowling. Yeah, but doesn't seem to have been an issue here for Lord CC. There's going to be a big chase, and it's going to beat the fielder. It goes past Hassan Siddique. Was he a little bit flat-footed getting to that? You could argue that was the case. Maybe we should have just anticipated a little bit faster. And yeah, that goes away. Baljinder Singh has been struck for 3 straight boundaries. Yeah, we got a few questions again about that moment, that dismissal of Gursevik Sandhu. Quite a bit of width on offer there, but he fails to strike. Yeah, Gursevik Sandhu was run out. Of course, it was involving Asdullah Safi and Arslan Arif. Just the minute he just went out of his crease, Arif just knocked those bails over. And basically, that's a long story short. So, yeah, good comeback here by Baljinder Singh. These last couple of balls, 2 consecutive dot balls. He's managed to get them in. Can he do a bit of damage limitation in this over, which has gone for 16 runs? Well, he does a splendid job. He does a splendid job in the end. I mean, I'm surprised this over ends up going for only 16 runs the way it started. Lord CC are 144 for 6 heading into the final over.
Yeah, 144. Let's just focus on the run chase that we did see in Sher-e Punjab Vienna pull off against Donostia. They got to 100. Well, they were set 146. They got to 149. So looks like they're going to have to go bigger than that. Don't forget, yesterday in the last match of the day, match number 15, they were chasing 194. They got to 169. So if any team can do it, they can do it. They just seem to go out there and don't seem to worry about the number of runs they've got to try and get. So let's wait and see. A lot of people saying that, yeah, Michael Jackson and Prince was very much the same. Somebody else who probably paid the price of the way the industry thought about him. This is another one that goes into the Field of Dreams. And that's going to be 4 more runs. So they now are getting or looking to get past that 150 score.
Yeah, it's a poor ball to start off here by Safi, a full toss. I thought he was very wayward in his first over. He was kind of bowling it all over the place. If you remember, he started off with a couple of shorter deliveries that got pumped for 2 boundaries. Then near the end of the over, he started to get it right, was bowling full and straight, picked up a couple of wickets. Needs to go back to those full and straight balls.
Yeah,
Better, much better. And he's not giving Saluja that room he's looking for either. Can
Yeah,
just see him step towards the leg side, looking to hit it through cover.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well picked up. You can see Saluja just trying to step away and create something out of that. So that's what that bowler needs to see that. And Safi needs to then say, right, okay, I know where I need to be. And that's well hit. Fielder should take it on the bounce and will. This time, no mistakes out there from Jagdeep.
That's good bowling, though. It's bowling to his field. He's got long on back, so if he bowls there, it's always likely that any kind of miss hit will carry to that fielder. So, yeah, Safi coming back well after a poor first ball. Just does him for pace there. Nice ball there by Safi, just wearing away from Bangash. Here we go, 2 balls left in this innings. Yeah, Safi has done really well. He's come back well after getting hit for a 4 off the first ball. No, gives a bit too much length on offer, but it's a miscue. Could be a chance to take a catch, and it will be taken. Nice catch out in the deep. Believe that's, well, is that Syed Shokat who's taking it? Not quite sure.
I think it's normally Jagdeep that's in that area,
Yeah,
so we'll have to wait and see. But it's Bangash that they get out, so that's a big wicket. Yeah, you're right. He does go a little bit shorter this time, but I suppose hasn't quite got the power of some of the other batters out there. So good technique of the catch here. Gets himself in a good position. And, yeah, nicely held. So there you go. Yeah, Tawana. So Jagdeep takes another one.
There we go. Last ball of this innings.
Yeah, fight back, really. Good fight back.
Oh, great ball there. Just comes off the inside edge of the bat, but he won't be helped by that bit of fielding that will allow Lord CC to steal at least an extra run. There could be some more with overthrows, but they're just going to settle for a couple.
Yeah, good sportsmanship. They could have ran there. It was purely accidental, but I think he's pretty fortunate that they got the 2 anyway. The fielder attacks the ball and lets it get past him. What should have been just an easy one becomes 2. Could have gone again. I mean, it's not the batter's fault. The throw comes in, but I like that. It's sporting. So they will get past the 150, where it's a 151 is the score for 7. So if they're going to do it again, the Sher-e Punjab Vienna side, they're going to have to chase 150.
A little bit surprised they were as sporting as they were, considering what happened to Gursevik Sandhu earlier, but now they decide to remain gentlemen here. After all, they are Lord CC.
Yeah, they are indeed. So let's have a look at these highlights. And we knew that Lord CC were going to try and go big here. And it was a good start, really, especially from Kumar Jha. He played beautifully, but not so good from Sunil Dutt. He would unfortunately have to depart for... he ended up being a 4-ball dutt for him. But they had to just keep on going, and that's what we've seen today, really. I think the story today from a lot of the batters is it doesn't matter if wickets go early, just play your shots. And then, of course, you saw Bharti and Jha come together, and that ended up thanks to this. It was a great delivery. Really did try to get to do something funky there, Bharti, but Arslan Arif takes a really good catch. Well, he could jump higher than Harmeet Singh. We saw that. The proof was in the pudding.
Yeah, we'll just take a look at some of these boundaries that were struck. Well, that was a juggling catch out in the deep. Well taken by Shokat to get rid of Dutt. Good shot of it there by Bharti. Just used the width. And, of course, we saw Safi pick up a couple of wickets in this over. He started off with a couple of poor balls. He was a bit too wide and then got to full and straight and picked up some important wickets. Well, this was a drop by Jagdeep Tiwana. He spilt that one, and there were a few drops over the course of this innings for Sher-e Punjab. I think they have a few things to iron out with their fielding. We saw that, well, right there, Hassan Sadiq looked to get to the ball, but then he stuck a foot out, and it went past him. And now we're looking at some of the highlights from these last couple of overs. Baljinder Singh's over went for 16. Safi was hit for a 4 off the first ball, but then he came back really strong, picked up a wicket off the second last ball of the over to get rid of Bangash. A miscue on a length ball. Well taken by Jagdeep Tiwana out in the deep. He dropped one, but he made no mistake over there. And we'll, of course, now have a look at the scorecard for this Lord CC side. They end up with a very strong total of 151 on the board. So we can see plenty of handy contributions up and down that order. The skipper, Kumunja, with 24 of 13. Sahil Bharti playing that typical counter-attacking innings we were so used to seeing from him. Dutt departed in the first over, but then he came out and put some pressure back on the bowlers with some great hitting during the power play. Omar Kill doing a good job as well, 28 of 13. Mandeep Lakha with 15 of 5. Sandhu, of course, well, as part of that slightly controversial run out, the much talked. And then Mehdi Bangash batting superbly right at the end, getting his side to 151. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here for Lord CC. And, well, it was a pretty dismal day at the office for most of those bowlers, and we continue to see that this Sher-e Punjab side have a number of issues with their bowling. Jagdeep Timana is once again the pick of the bowlers for them.
Yeah, I think, he was. I mean, Jagdeep bowled well. I also like what Azadullah Safi did as well. He did get it right. I mean, he started badly. I think in both of his overs, he didn't start well, but he came back well. So he did well as well. And Harmeet Singh, you got to say, if he's not well, he shouldn't be bowling. And that one over he bowled went for 18. It's going to be another one of those. Lord CC, remember, when they played their last match in the day when they had 3 matches, they got a win. They beat the Daredevils, and now they're looking to do the same again here again. They've got to defend, though, this 151 against a team that will be going out to be hitting big balls right from the word go. We could have a really explosive end to the day. So join me, Rika for Nishay Bat, for the last innings of the day, match number 20. And, of course, keep the chat going and keep the random questions coming in as well. We'll see you back in under 10 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, everybody, and we are ready for the final innings of this match day 4, match number 20. And still very warm out there, and we could see another thriller and another high-scoring match where we've certainly seen Lord CC. They got past the 150 mark for the first time, a high score that they've posted playing in their 5th match here. Of course, they're looking to finish with a win. They've started to get the scores in the board. They scored 125, of course, against India CC Vienna, but unfortunately wasn't enough. They went down with 3 balls to go, and now they've excelled. They've got to 150 plus score. Will this be enough? Again, though, they've got to deal with some hard hitters. Aslan Arif, I'm pleased to see him maintaining his opening spot, and he's out there with Harmeet Singh, who's the non-striker. Swing and a miss first up, and you can see, liking this, the wicketkeeper, Sunil Dutt, is standing up. Sunil Dutt, don't forget, he was just as impressive as Chima was today behind the stumps, especially with some of the slower bowlers. He was picking up some very good stumping, so watch out for him. Just loses his footing here, does Saluja, and goes back to his mark. So Aslan Arif, I don't think this is a bad option, just to slow it up a little bit. Aslan seems to be a batter, and Harmeet Singh, that do like the pace on the ball. This one, and they should take the single, they will, so I think that will be a wide signal from the umpire. Wide is the call. See here, and yeah, it's a good call. It gets away from the keeper as well. So 2 runs on the board. And on that occasion, no ball wasted as well. But that's another dot. You can't have too many dots, and they know that. Dots will hurt you. Good start. Saluja trying to keep it tidy. It's another one that gets through. This time it's slightly quicker delivery, and I don't think Harmeet Singh knew too much about that. He knows that he needs to, and his team need him to find the sort of form and hitting ability that he showed in this match yesterday against Vienna CC. And this one is going to get away from the keeper. The chase is on. It's a ginger taste. A ginger taste and chase that he gets there. We'll never know. We will never know where this ball ends up, whether it goes over that boundary or not, because, well, he's done a Kate Winslet, but facing the wrong way. Well, you can make up your mind there. I suppose you have to go with the honesty. And it is Lords out there, and I think they're gentlemen, aren't they? And they just go by what they say. It's another wild swing. No, that's not. That's not. Come on, umpire, behave yourself. Behave yourself. That is not a wide. They've been very good today, the umpires, with those calls, but that one, well, it's been a long day for them as well. That one's been called a wide, and then this one is gonna be called another. Let's have a look at this one. And oh, that one is, well, all right. Look, if you get, thing is, if you're gonna call the one before, you have to call that one. That one probably was. It could have been either way. But it's going to be another wide, so they are picking up runs here. Harmeet Singh still, though, hasn't got bat on the ball. Hasn't got bat onto ball. And just looks a different player today, doesn't it? Looks a different player. Gets beaten again. So, a few extras. Well, more than a few extras. Most of the runs, I think, are all extras. How about this one? He misses that as well, and no runs off the bat. No runs off the bat. Arslan is getting pretty frustrated here at Harmeet. So we've had 2 wides, 3 wides, a wide and a wide. Nothing off the bat so far. That will be another wide. Yep. And that one there's no doubt about. Well, they have to be very thankful for the wides, because if it weren't for those, they wouldn't have had a single run. I don't think I've ever seen an over quite like this. You know what? It will finish with a wicket. It's just got that written all over it. Wicket or a 6 to finish. Take your pick. Wicket or a 6? Right, it's going to be neither. Could have been a wicket, and the fielder just saying, nah, not mine. It dropped over there. Now, who's that out there? That is Sahil Bharti. Just a single. The first run's off the bat, and Harmeet Singh will steal the strike away from Arsenal Arif. And Arsenal Arif won't like that. So he's going to have a talk there to Harmeet Singh and say, oh, Yard, you're not doing us any favours if you're batting like this. So come on, either start hitting or get out of the way. And I think Harmeet, who is the captain in this match, I know they've changed the captains around a few times. He's the captain and he's got to play the captain's knock. All right, he finally hits the ball out the middle. It's a little bit of pace and it gets put away as Yawar Abbas comes on. I tell you what, as soon as that single was taken, if I'm the captain here of Lords, I'm looking around to see who else can toss the ball up and say, you're bowling this one, you're bowling. I don't want any pace on it. Don't give him any pace. I would have even gone straight to Avinash. I would have given the ball to Avinash and say, have a bowl. Or even I think Kumar Jha should have bowled himself. Well, maybe not, because after hitting one for 4, he now plays all the way around this and he gets his stumps knocked over. That's a sign of a batter that just not been here today. He really hasn't. And in a way, I think he's probably done the right thing. Swing hard. If you don't hit, get out, because you can't be affording. If you go by that first over where 9 runs came off it, and there was, I'm just counting up now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dot balls as well. You can't be going at that strike rate. So the first wicket would fall with a score on 13. And the captain of Sher-e Punjab, Harmeet Singh, is going to be, knocked out the way. Literally gets his stumps knocked over. So adios to him. That's going to be him done for the day. And he's going to get just 5 of the 7 balls that he faces. Oh, nice little a ladybug has come here now. Is walking all over my monitor on my phone. That's nice. And coming to keep me company. Down the leg side, a very good acrobatic take there from the keeper, Sanil Dutt. Rico Full here and Nishay, we're here to talk you through the last innings of the day. And keep your random questions coming. We've talked about all things. We've talked about a little bit of music. Of course, we could talk to you about food. But whatever it is, send us a message through. And if you are somebody that doesn't normally send a message, go on. Why don't you do it today? Be brave. Send us a message through. Let us know who you are and where you're tuning in from.
Yeah, so this is the best batting performance by Lord CC so far this series, making some big runs in that first innings, and they put themselves in a very good position here. They're off to a great start with the ball as well.
Yeah, fielder's got to get down and does well, makes the stop. No run there. So Abbas, after being hit for a boundary by Harmeet Singh, has come back beautifully. And, Hassan Sadiq is now the batter that comes in. Of course, we know all about Sadiq, and he's batting today. He was brilliant. It's up in the air and go! Oh! Well, how close is this? How close? Well, that's Sandhu, I think. Have a look. I was about to say jalebi is all round. It's there. He's there. It's there. And the thing is, when he gets 2 hands to it, that's when he puts it down. Oh, what a great catch that could have been from Guswak Sandhu.
Oh, he was so close to corralling that. It felt like he was literally in his fingertips. Would have pulled off a really special catch. Would have been a highlight reel moment. Arif, on a side note, has hit a 6, but I still haven't lived down that catching opportunity. I was so sure he was about to pull it off, but it just slipped away from him.
Yeah, well, the man that you put down is Sadiq. We were saying about his brilliant batting earlier, 71 of 25, player of the match performance to get that win against Donaustadt. Sher-e Punjab, of course, and that magnificent record that Donaustadt have had. But there it is again, look, almost so close. And then just when he's getting it into 2 hands, he spills it. Oh, dear. Abbas. Can he finish the over well? No, because he's going to go a little bit too full, and that's a delightful shot from Arslan Arif. I still do think, though, I mean, all right, they do get the wicket for Harmeet Singh there, but considering how the batters struggled with the spin, I know we're not at the power play, but you could have gone straight back to the slower bowling there.
They certainly could have. I think all these batters for the Sher-e Punjab side, they really enjoy pace on the ball. If you look at their previous loss earlier today, I think what they really struggled against Indian ICC Vienna was the lack of pace that a lot of their bowlers had that just didn't seem to suit them. I think, yeah, these are cricketers who like to have pace on the ball, and then they can look to play their big shots. Here's a look at the standings. As you can see, both these sides are involved in a tight race to grab one of those playoff spots. Of course, it's still very early in this ECS.
A few people were commenting about that attempted chance. Well, the man who was trying to catch it is now chasing after this one. And, well, the man he dropped is the one who drills this one past him. It's a good shot, isn't it? Beautifully played in between point and backward point. And Sandhu is after it. He's probably thinking, if I'd caught him, I wouldn't be making this run now.
Yeah, great wrist work there by Sadiq. Nice snap of the wrist to just generate the power to get that one away behind point for 4.
Well, that's very, very wide. There's Sahil Bhatti. He likes to fire that ball in across the batters, doesn't he? And Sahil, I think my feeling is they'll probably bowl Bhatti here and then maybe come a jar and we'll come on and bowl the next over. It's another wide. So extras. Wow. Remember how that first over started. 8 runs were extras in that first. It only went for 9 though, so they couldn't get it away. Bhatti. It's going to sneak this one in. It's almost like the batter's got a bit greedy here and decided he might take another wide, but this one is good delivery. That's what he's trying to do all along. So he gets one of them back with a dot ball. Oh, Tortuga. Genuine Tortuga, this for the captain. And that's come a jar. And, well, we've seen a fair bit of wildlife here today. Wolves, giraffes, snakes, and now the old Tortuga.
Oh, glad it hasn't taken his head off. I mean, look at that bounce. Not too far from crashing straight onto his face. Would have needed a trip to the dentist.
Too wide again here, surely. Yep. So another wide. They're just getting it wrong here. It's up by Praveen is out there with Lennon. And Silva, third umpire. And, of course, the umpires once again led by Mr. Horns himself, Tyrone Peters, after having a nice day off yesterday. That's well struck. That's a really good pickup. One thing that we learned about Hassan Sadiq in that last match, and we probably because it was the first time that he went pretty big on the scoring front, he went past the 50 mark, finished on 71-25, is that anything on his pads, he is so quick to put it away. His timing off the pads was quite unique and blistering. So you don't want to keep the ball on his pads. If you do, he's going to whip it away, and that's something that Sahil Bhatti will need to remember and try and keep that ball off his pads, keep it outside the off. That's what
he certainly needs
to.
I mean, he went too wide for the first couple deliveries, gave a bit too much width, and then tried to adjust, bowl a lot straighter, but he ends up going too straight. And it was on the pads, flicked away beautifully by Sadiq, who, as you mentioned, he's so strong. Looks to go a little wider here. It's a better line, much better.
Much better, better delivery. That's the one you see, because he's bowling that angle and he's firing the ball right across the right-handers. He's winning that battle here against the batter Hassan Sadiq. So that's what he needs to stick to. Sadiq, maybe he needs to be looking to try and play the cut shot. And he does just that. He'll take the single. Had to run pretty quick here. Direct hit. They're liking this. This could be very, very close. And Arslan reckons he's made it. Arslan is comfortable he's made it. He's quick, but is he quick enough? Iba, and he's... Oh, is that the bails? Yeah, he's out of here. He's out of here. He's not quick enough. Arslan is comfortable, he makes it, but the camera does not lie. He's short. If you've got to dive in here, maybe, but he's going to be a goner. It's brilliant work. That is a huge wicket. Arslan Arif will have to go thanks to a brilliant bit of fielding. This is outstanding. Arslan can't believe it, but he has to go. He's been called for a quick single there by Sadiq. And Arslan is quick, but it just goes to show how quick that bit of fielding was. Well, is this your HCL software play of the day from Lord CC? Let's take a look at this again. I think it is the play of the day. Have a look. You make up your own mind. Goes for the quick single. Arslan a little bit on his back foot here. So by the time he gets going, he's not able to get there quick enough. Here's the throw. Great throw. Over go the bails. And Arslan is going to be short there. What a great bit of fielding there from Wasif Saluja. Your HCL play of the day.
Oh, he has just the one stump to aim at, but just take a look at this throw. I mean, he's actually missing the stumps by a bit, but then it spins back in and hits the stumps, so he actually gets quite lucky on the bounce over there. He was going to miss the stumps.
Yeah, you're right. I was just seeing that there. You just pointed it out. It was going wide, hits the deck, and then comes back in. And poor Arslan. I think he just wasn't expecting it, if I'm honest. I think if we had a chance to look at the batters, I think he's probably not backing up. And though he's quick when he gets going, if he had that extra start, he would have made it. So the second wicket goes down. And that's being hit pretty well. Nice clean shot down the ground for 4. So Hassan Sadiq, you can see why he wanted to go back on strike. He played some nice shots, but now he's lost Arslan. Maybe Jagdeep Tiwana is going to give him the partnership that he needs.
Yeah, so to lose a second wicket here, Sher-e Punjab, that was the end for Arslan Arif. It just comes down to Jagdeep Tiwana and Hassan Sadiq. Yeah, Tiwana didn't really make much of a score earlier against Donaustadt. However, Hassan Sadiq, we mentioned this earlier, played a match-winning innings, one man of the match for his 71 of 25, but he also bowled superbly during that game. He's looking to work this one away towards the leg side and just ends up missing the line of the ball.
Yeah, well, that's near where he would normally try to go to if the shot's on, because we know he's very strong there. So 2 key batters back. I mean, Harmeet Singh just hasn't looked the part today. That's going to go over the third and is going to go to the boundary. A little bit of luck. Well, one thing that Sher-e Punjab Vienna need here is that bit of luck, and that is the swerte they need. Swerte. And yeah, Wayne is saying that was a lucky throw. Took a right-hand bounce. Yeah, Wayne, well picked up there. Well, Nish spotted that straight away. And yeah, well, a little bit of luck went the fielding side way. Now a bit of luck there goes to the batting side as well.
I think that's one of the best angles we've ever had of a throw, because he was right in front of our side on camera. This one is pumped away for a 6 by Sadiq. Some slot bowling there by Saluja. Again, he's looking to go wide, but he just doesn't get that length full enough. He just allows him to get underneath it, and Sadiq sends that over the rope for a 6.
What a shot. It's almost like he says, nah, don't bowl that to me. Come on, don't bowl it to me. All right, now that's the miscue. High up in the air. And dropped. Oh, that's a big drop. That is a huge drop. Well, he's got everything he needs. He's got the cap, he's got the shades, but he's also got the butterfingers. And Hassan Sadiq gets dropped. It's another life for him. Remember, he gave a life early in the second over, and down goes another. That is a huge miss. Huge. How important that could be.
I mean, you could argue this is possibly the match-losing catch, because he's so good. He's the kind of player who could take a game away from you single-handedly. If they lose this game, they'll look back at those couple of moments and blame them.
Yeah, well, that was Mehdi Bangash that puts it down, and you can see that's still playing in his mind, because, yeah, maybe he's feeling the same. That could be the match. 60 on the board then. 60 for 2 after 4. They've got to try and get that man Hassan Sadiq out. If they can find a way to get him out, then the door opens to try and win the match, and that's exactly what the captain here, Kamujai, is trying to do. He rocks on this and plays it away. That's another nice shot there from Sadiq. And he just wants to keep himself on strike, doesn't he? That's what he's doing here at the moment. And plays that away nicely.
Oh, beautifully played away. We'll just take another look at this shot. Yeah, helps it along, helps it away there, Hassan Siddique. And every run he's going to hit for the rest of this innings is going to hurt because they knew they had a couple of bites at the apple, a couple of chances to get rid of him. He's been their top run getter over the course of this ECS. He's made 232 runs. If you include the ones he's made so far this innings, and now you can put that up to 235. And his strike rate has been superb as well, 236 over the course of this series.
Now this is where it gets interesting because he's now off strike. So you can see now it's Tawana. Now let's see what Jagdeep does here, because is he able to also keep the momentum going? If he is, then the game stays alive. If not, then Hassan Siddique gets a lot of pressure on him to try and stay on strike and keep scoring the runs. Wide ball will be called by the umpire. A little bit too wide. Right, up in the air. Now this one is going to be held. No mistakes this time. Well, there you go. Catch gets taken. And Sandhu, he almost held on to a real hot potato earlier. This one, though, is a little bit more straightforward. So Jagdeep Tawana will go for a 2-ball duck. And that is going to be the issue from here on in. Somebody, who we don't know, but somebody has to try and stay there with Hassan Siddique and hope that Siddique can bat all the way through. Well, that's going to be a 2-ball duck for Jagdeep, so he's going to get quacked off. So Lord CC, they know the play here. All right, though. Guess who comes out? Pache. Now, this guy, we've seen him score quick runs quickly, but does he have a big innings in him? Firmly hit inside the... Gets it past the inner fielder, but not past the fielder who's doing the sweeping on the boundary. That's Muzamil or McKill. That's the fielding. But he does the right thing. I think for all the other batters, all they got to be thinking about is bat on ball, take a single, unless it's ball number 5. Uppish, over the top, 4 runs. Batting with time. Batting with time and batting with confidence and scoring runs. That is what Hassan Siddique is doing at the moment. Another boundary to him. Kumajar and his men have to find a way to get him out.
Yeah, they just gives him a bit too much width over there, and he's carved that one away behind point. Yeah, of course, it's going back to Pache. He's had a pretty decent day today, of course, was involved in that big chase his side managed to pull off against Donaustadt, making a quick fire 24 of 11, and then we saw him make a quick fire 20 of 6 in the opening day as well. Well, needs to be an aggressor and also build a partnership alongside Siddique, who's looking really good out in the middle, just reaches out at a wider delivery and helps it down the ground away for 4, so they get 15 of that over. Yeah, this required is hovering at about 15, and that's exactly what they get from this over. So despite losing some of these wickets, Siddique is ensuring that their run rate doesn't slip. This game is hanging finally in the balance as we head into the last 5 overs of what has been a terrific 5-game day. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. So, of course, after we're done here in Austria, we'll be heading over to Croatia for a couple of weeks. And just a couple of events that have been added in there that you might not have known about. So Greece has just been added. Got a weekend of women's cricket coming up over there as Spain will be touring Corfu. And then we've got the Italian finals in October and November as well.
Avinash strays down the leg side. It's going to be a wide to start. Back on this day, 1985, Graham Gooch's 196 and his captain, David Gower, 157, completed a outstanding stand of 351 against Australia at the Oval. England's innings win put the seal on a glorious summer for Gower, who scored 732 runs in the series, which England won 3-1 to regain the Ashes. It's another swing and a miss. That's better. Those 2 centuries were the last for England in an Ashes test at the Oval until Mark Ramprakash in 2001. That's quite unbelievable. So from 1985 to 2001. And also like Graham Gooch, they like this. They like this, and the umpire now puts the finger up. The batter doesn't like it at all, but I've got to say, there's a big appeal here. So Pache is going to have to go. He doesn't like it. Avinash, he was up. The keeper was up. They were all up. Let's have a look at this. Once again, it's a difficult one for our camera to pick. Avinash says, that's out, that's out. Come on. This might help us. Let's see if we see anything here. Again, it's one that the umpire has to make up his mind on. The dusty side, there's a little bit on that from Pache. So another dangerous batter goes. So Pache, we're going to see no heroics from him this time. He's going to have to go.
You know, I just looked down that rest of the order at some of the batters who are still to come, and struck not too many runs for them. I mean, many of these batters haven't really played in the past on the network. See a lot of zeros looking down that order. Oh, well, has Surinder Singh got enough on this? Not quite. It's going to land right in front of the fielder. I think the key here is pretty simple. Just get singles and make sure Sadiq's on strike for as many of these remaining deliveries.
I think that's a catching chance. Abbas doesn't go for this. I think you have to throw yourself at it. Take the catch, keep it a dot ball, so Surinder Singh gets off the mark, and by doing so, it means that Sadiq gets back on strike. This would be a really good test. Avinash against Sadiq, who has powerfully muscled that over the boundary. So he'll now move to 49. Well, have you ever seen a team rely on anybody so much? It's quite unbelievable. I suppose you'd have to say that that innings maybe from Aman Ahmadzai for Donaustadt, when all of the rest of the batters, apart from Salwa Zadran, right at the end, who scores 33 of 9, nobody else really kicked, as Donaustadt made 145. So we have seen it. So if he does and plays that role, he could get them close here. But he's really had to go well here. They needed 69 runs off 26 balls. So they have to go around 15s. While he's out there, that is definitely possible. This time he's going to have to settle for just a single. So he's going to need other batters to click. And a big cheer from the Sher-e Punjab and also the neutrals around this ground as Hassan Sadiq brings up another fine half-century, 50 off 19 balls.
Yeah, struck straight down the ground, and while he gets a hand to it, I mean, if that had stuck, it would have been an incredible catch. He does get the direct hit here, but I think the batter is safe, so that's not going to be a problem. Let's take a look at this fielding once more. He's looking to go over mid-off. Yeah, gets a hand out. Good bit of fielding, and then has enough to fire the direct hit in as well. We'll just confirm that it is safe. Yeah, looks perfectly all right. He's in quite comfortably. So here's a look at the scorecard for this Sher-e Punjab side. It's been the Hassan Sadiq story once again for Sher-e Punjab. A complete lack of support for him. And we just look down at the rest of that list. Well, a lot of those players have never even batted on ECN in the past. I mean, this is Surinder Singh's first ever ECS innings as well. The only player who's batted in the past on the network is Syed Shaukat. Other than that, there's not too many runs there. And of course, Shaukat averages 8 across all the innings he's batted in.
Yeah, well, all right, here we go. How much are they going to rely on the likes of Sadiq? It's interesting that Hassan Sadiq is happy to take that single at the end there. Now you can see they're trying to tighten up the field on the offside. They're trying to make it so Surinder Singh can't get a single. And he will get a single. So he gets enough bat on the ball here. So, all right, single taken. So Sahil Bharti now has to try and deal with the inform and rampant Hassan Sadiq. Well bowled. He has no idea where this has gone. It might even go all the way to the boundary. But, oh, you see, the difference here is Surinder knows where it's gone. He's a non-striker. He's got to be screaming at the top of his voice, 2, 2, 2, go. And because he's waiting for Sadiq to find the ball and then make a call on the play, it should have been an easy 2, and he should have got back on strike. That one's going to get away from the close fielder, but between him and the man who's wide there on the backward point, Sandhu again, they keep it to just a single. So that's 4 runs saved for me.
Oh, yeah, great fielding over there. Just goes past the fielder in the ring, and, yeah, terrific slide. I just wonder if the rope has moved over there. I mean, this is a terrific spot.
Let's just look at this again here.
I could see that rope budge a bit.
I did see the rope move, and they're not looking at it again, so we better not either. But that is going to be all the way. Hassan Sadiq just levers another one over for 6. Yeah, when I looked at it the second time, I reckon he touched the rope. Question is, was he holding on to the ball when he did or not? We don't get a chance really to look at it enough times, but we have a chance to see this one. That's another 6.
Yeah, straight down the ground. Beautiful shot over there by Sadiq. Oh, it goes big. This is massive. This is absolutely enormous. Well, look how far into the sunflower field that has gone. That's probably on the 15th or 20th row of sunflowers.
Well, we're going to need a giraffe to find this. Anybody know of a giraffe that we can hire? Because that has gone a long, long, long way into the field. That's one of the biggest hits that we've seen. Oh, there it goes. There we go. The giraffe is found. Thank you, Mr. Giraffe. Jerry the giraffe comes to the rescue. I never noticed in that picture there's actually somebody else's arm up there as well. Oh, well, giraffe, watch out. Incoming. And, oh, that one just hit some of the stems of those sunflowers. The field of joy. Well, the field of joy if you're a batter. The field of pain and anguish if you're a bowler. Oh, he's doing it by himself. Surely he can't keep doing this and win them the match, Nish.
No, Hassan Sadiq, he's a natural-born match winner, and we'll have a look at some of the wolves in there as well. Pretty sure they've been awoken by all the cricket balls heading their way. Snakes as well. Well, looks a bit like Alice in Wonderland with all the stuff that's crawling around there.
Just be careful when you're putting your hands in there. You know what? I can guarantee you there's going to be a few players who are going to turn up here tomorrow and say, we're not going into that field. And I think Donostia has frightened a lot of players here. All right, how we fixed here. That rate, by the way, stays at around 15. 106 for 4. So 18 balls to go. 46 required. And that's the issue, though. That's the issue. When Hassan Sadiq is not on strike, there's always chance of dot. Well, the bells are ringing. Can you hear the bells, everybody? The bells are ringing. Are they the bells of doom? We don't know. That's been hit pretty well. And it will be fielded. It's a single. But that's all they need at the moment. Hassan Sadiq gets time to get at the other end. He has a bit of a breather. And now he needs to just carry on.
So I think you go Jah Asuria for these next couple of overs if you're Lord CC. And then you can maybe think about who goes for the final over. Do you go back to Abbas despite the fact that he had a very expensive first over? Or do you introduce a 6 bowler? But yeah, go with Jah.
It's a challenger and a teaser, but the fielder can't do anything about it. The difference here between Hassan Sadiq, and a few people are probably aware of this, he's not just trying to hit everything in one area. This one is wider, so he's hitting it over extra cover. He's cut the ball. He's flicked the ball off his pads, and he has thumped it over cow corner as well. Difficult guy to bowl at. Now he'll go short, and that's going to go a long way. Bolle. That's another one. And he is at the moment single-handedly getting his team closer and closer to that win. And this is the other thing. Not only, if he stays there, not only will he win it for them, he'll also get his century. He moves into the 80s now. 81 or 25, but do remember, he was dropped a couple of times, one early on his innings, and then he was also dropped when he was on 29.
Yeah, have a look at his wagon wheel. I mean, it is incredible. There are runs all over the field over there. He has over 20 runs through cover, 30 through square leg and mid-wicket. Oh, with an offer here. It's going to go away for a 4. I think the one thing that spares the bowler is that it's taken a hop just in front of the rope. That one really should have been hit for a 6. It was a poor ball by Kumar. Was just feeling the pressure.
The pressure must be immense here. He knows. I mean, how often are you out there? And I'm not talking about towards the end of an innings when sometimes you think, right, if I'm going to win this, I've got to do it in this over. We're talking about he's been out there from round about the let's say, the 3rd over in, and knowing that if they're going to win this match, he's the man who's got to do it. So the pressure is huge. And now he's got the double pressure. He's on 85. So not only is he thinking about a potential century, the first that we'll have here, but also he's got to keep thinking about that 152 as well. 6. Just launched, and the bells are ringing, everybody. The bells are ringing, and those bells, maybe they're saying, Hassan Ding Ding Sadiq. Hassan Ding Ding Sadiq. Because Hassan Sadiq is on his way to a century. 91 now of 27. The rate has come down to 11. But they know here, Lord CC will know one wicket, and they will win this match. But they've got to find a way to get this 1 wicket. That over, Kamajar, the captain, goes for 23. The over before went for 21. The score at the end of 8 overs, 129 for 4. Hassan Sadiq. Now, right, would you now just bring everybody in and say, let's try and cramp him for a single?
Absolutely. You've got to be so aggressive when Singh's on strike. You can't give him a single and let him get Sadiq back on strike. Oh, well, where's the captain thinking hat?
Well,
high up in the air.
What single? What single, says Surinder Singh? What single? I don't want a single. मैं भी चक्के के बट के छक्के मारने हैं. मेरी भी बारी होनी है. ले ला छक्का अपना. Oh, what a hit. Well, if they were thinking about stopping him getting a single, Surinder Singh just says, never mind. 6 will do nicely.
Oh, high and mighty. This game slipping away from Lord CC.
I'm not sure what's been. There's been some gestures made to the umpire from Sadiq Hassan. Now he goes for another one. He's going to get this one away as well. You know, he carves this over the man at point. That's going to go to the boundary. That's 4 runs. Well, 6 and 4, and now Surinder Singh is hungry for more.
Oh, at this rate, he's not going to leave any runs for Sadiq to get his century. He's going to finish things off in this over.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. They're needing 13 in 10 balls. And, well, Hassan Sadiq is 91. You got to be thinking, though, of winning the match. You can't be thinking of just pushing a single to try and get Sadiq on strike. You got to be thinking about winning the match. And, all right, that's going to get over the fielder. How far will it go? They will get the single. So you can see already as Hassan gets to the other end, he's already put the stop sign out. So here we are. Sher-e Punjab Vienna, are they going to pull off another run chase? They are needing 11.
Look how deep he is in his crease. Oh, he's waiting for that. He was waiting for that delivery, and he's helped it away towards fine leg. 4 more runs. He's now 5 runs away from the big milestone.
91 becomes 95. Rocks back, plays it away in his favorite part of the ground. Mind you, having said that, he's played shots everywhere. Look at the smile on his face. Does it look like he's nervous? Well, unless that's a nervy smile. 95, also needing 8 for victory. 8 of 8. Hassan Sadiq on 95. Avinash Surya to bowl at him. Can he get the prize wicket? It's in the air. Fielder is there. They get the wicket. He's gone. He goes on 95. We won't see a century. And he throws his bat in the air because he just tries to push this over the boundary. He finds the safe hands of Sandhu, I think. So not only does he not get his century, there is silence, by the way, around this ground. There is silence. Everybody's in shock. So Hassan Sadiq is out. Now this game is back alive. I'm telling you, this game is back alive. New batter that's coming in. You're far better off just saying to whoever it is, right, you're getting this one ball, thump it as hard as you can, get a boundary. I don't think you do want to get Surinder Singh off strike. Surinder Singh has to face the last over, so we don't get a century. Hassan is going to get out. 5 short of it. If that gone to the boundary, he would have got it. Avinash has taken the wicket. 2 for 25. New batter comes in. Is Salid Shokat. He's got a ball to face of Avinash. He hits it pretty well. Now, do they run the single?
They are going to run the single.
They have run the single. Now, that surprises me. They run the single. I suppose you've got to say here everyone counts. But that means they need 7 off the last. And it will be the new batter, Salid, that will be back on strike.
Oh, so they'd go for the run over there. And Salid Shokat will be on strike heading into the final over. Now, they've got a massive dilemma here, Lord CC. Who do they go with to bowl this final over? Oh, I'm just looking at that list. Do they go back to Yawar Abbas? He was so expensive in his first went for 19 runs. Or are they going to surprise us a little bit? I mean, I think you have to maybe just try to find a spin option, a slow bowler, and hope that there's no pace there for these lower order batters.
Yeah, toss it up and also take a gamble in the field. Get your mid-wicket up. Have yourself a sweeper on the leg side. I mean, they're bringing square up, but it's more likely to go to the mid-wicket area. So what have they done here? They've put an extra man on their point. So here we go. And it's going to be a wide. Oh, this could be it. This could be it. Well, that's going to more or less do it for them. That's going to be 5 of them. That's going to be 5 wide. Still 6 balls to go. That surely has sealed their fate. Surely now just needing 2. The 150 comes up, 2 to win. And it's an awful delivery. And they do go for a new bowler, Muzammil Omrakel, and he bowls it down the leg side. And it looks like that Sher-e Punjab Vienna are going to pull off another amazing run chase.
I think he's done the right thing to go with a slower bowler, but the captain could never anticipate that minimo.
Dot ball. All right, that's 1 of 5 more that you need. 2 runs for a victory. 5 balls to try and get it in. Shorter. It's another dot. Oh, my. Oh,
How many more of these can he get in? How many more?
Well, once again, he's trying to hit the ball hard. Just push at it. Push at it. I mean, they've moved people in, but not that. Just get bat on ball and run. He's out. That's out. That's another dot. I'm telling you, this is gone. That's another dot. It's gone. So a new batter's going to have to come out with 3 balls to go. They still need 2 runs. He comes down. I don't think he gets back here. And maybe that's a good thing, actually. Get another batter out who can hit the ball. He swings hard. He's gone a long way. Great work from Sunil Dutt. So that's another wicket. Oh, are we seeing something special? The 5 wides. How costly could that be? 5 wides. But then after that, he's come dot, dot, wicket. But another dot. The main batter who you want on strike, Surinder Singh, is stuck at the non-striker's end. Surely the message here to the new batter is bat on ball. Just stay there, push at it, kick it if you have to, and run.
Oh, the twists and turns in this game. Well, if this was a thriller, this has been an absolute epic. It's been an Academy Award-winning blockbuster. What a fantastic game we're witnessing here. I mean, it's meandering back and forth like the river Danube going through this country.
The nerves, the tingle. Yep, a tingle. Who's tingling now? All right, here we go. Who's the batter that's come in? Is Baljinder Singh. Has he got nerves of steel? 2 required of 3 balls. And, oh, now then. The umpire signaled a dead ball. He's trying to do the Mankad, the run out of the non-striker. Let's have a look at this. Now, that you can't do it that way because he's completed you can't fake bowl and do it. He's got to do it before he bowls. So, you don't want to see that, do you? It's another dot. 2-2. What are they doing here?
All he needs to do is get bat on ball, nudge it towards third.
I can't believe what we've seen. Well, there's the golden balls. Well, let's go back to this. Ball in progress. It's a wide. That's a wide. Scores are tied. So there's still 2 balls to go. They need a run now for victory. Bowls a wide. If that was just inside that line, it would have been another dot. It's a wide. So any run will do here now. He's got 2 balls to try and get a run for victory. Right now, we're sitting on a golden ball. Hits it. They will run. If you get it out, it's going to be out. So no run. We go to the last ball. The scores are tied. Surinder Singh is on strike. Just want to make sure they cross here. I'm sure they do. So Surinder Singh is on strike. So they do go. They do cross. It will be run out. It won't be a run. Surinder Singh on strike. The scores are tied. If they don't get a run here, we have a golden ball. And more remarkably, remember at the start of this over, well, they had it in the bag, didn't they? They only needed 7. There was 5 wides from the first ball. So they needed 2 of 6 balls, and they've only got the 1 at the moment, and that was courtesy of a wide. 2 wickets have come in it. No runs off the bat.
Oh, I think they need to have another fielder in close on the offside, so he can't just push it towards cover and pick up a single.
He's going to try and wallop this. He's going to try and wallop it. He just needs to put it. Here they go. Hits it, and he's going to wallop it to the boundary. It is going to be a last ball finish, and it is going to be Surinder Singh who is going to end up being the hero. He wins it off the last ball. Sher-e Punjab once again do it the hard way. Lord CC will go down. But you know what? You can be talking about a lot of things. But the innings there of Hassan was just absolutely breathtaking. It's such a pity that Hassan Siddique didn't get his century. But then at the same time, if he didn't get his century, he wouldn't have given us and people around the world a heart attack either.
Oh, what a game. What an incredible match. This was an absolute thriller. So many twists and turns. It was like the Danube's meanders. That's what it was like. Incredible game. And in the end, of course, there are the 2 match-winning heroes. Kushwan Goraya alongside Surinder Singh. Kushwan Goraya, of course, just the non-striker's end. The best seat in the house to watch his side pick up that win. Don't take anything away from Surinder Singh. I mean, what a huge part he played at the end. 20 runs of 10 deliveries, some vital runs to help get his side over the finishing line. He was watching that calamity unfold during the course of that final over.
Surinder Singh never played on the European Cricket Network before, you were saying, so the first time he's going out there to have a bat. Well, what a time to come good, and what a time to hold your nerve. And he did hold his nerve, didn't he? Don't forget, early on, he was just staying there. He was just trying to give the strike to, of course, his partner, Hassan. And then all of a sudden, well, he went wild himself when he started smashing the ball. He hit a 6 and a 4. He was hungry for more. Then he did finally get a single to give Hassan the strike. And Hassan, well, he did hit a boundary, but going for another boundary to get his 100. He fell short. 9 6s and 9 4s on his way to 95 for 29. But there's only one man who kept him in that match. They were falling behind the run rate. At one point, it was about 17. He brought it all the way down to almost a runner ball before he fell. But he left his team in a great position. And even though they left it till the last, needing just 7 runs of that last over, they would do it. But they needed another boundary from Surinder Singh to get them the win. What a match. What a finish to the day. We'll quickly look here at what's coming up tomorrow. Well, we're going to see some snazzy action to start Peacock Friday. Snazzy and the Austrian Daredevils. And, of course, we will welcome Graz Cricket Academy for the first time as well. They will play 3 matches tomorrow. And the Austrian Daredevils, they got a big day as well. 3 for them as well on Peacock Friday. But what a match. What a way to finish. Let's go to these highlights because they're going to be pretty entertaining.
Oh, it's going to be an amazing package to watch. Just a chance to relive what was easily one of the best matches we have seen in quite a while. Here's a look at some of the highlights. Arslan Arif opened the batting alongside Harmeet Singh. Harmeet Singh departed early. And oh, well, what a moment that was right there. A chance to hold on to what would have been a spectacular catch. Arslan Arif struck a couple of 6s over the course of his innings, but then after hitting those 2 6s, he would get run out by Wasif Soluja. We're just going to watch that run out very shortly. It was an interesting throw. It was actually a throw that looked like it was going to miss the stumps, but then it took a nasty right-hand bounce and crashed onto them. Yeah, Hassan Siddique, boy, did he bat superbly. 95 runs at 29 balls. Here is that run out.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to say, Arslan, he was a little bit slow-moving. He wasn't backing up. I don't think he was expecting that quick single to be taken, but you see, that's what Hassan Siddique did all the way through. I mean, that run out, remember, that happened really early on in the innings. So Siddique, even from there, knew that he had to really always make sure he got the strike. He had to manipulate the strike, had to stay on strike, and he did. And because he did, they were getting closer and closer to that win. This was a surprise. Pache didn't like it, and he was another batter that we knew could stick around and score a few runs. He went very cheaply for just 1 or 3 deliveries. And then they were running out of people. That was the 50, but you see, he put his bat up and said, yeah, never mind. Let's get back to thinking about how we're going to win this match. And the way they're going to win it is by him just hitting boundary after boundary, and that's what he did. That rate just kept coming down from 17 to 16 to 15 to 14 to 9, then 8. and it was all down to him. But then the big surprise came when Surinder Singh and me and you were saying, right, look, there's a lot of gaps there. They need to bring the fielders in. And he went and did this. He hit one big down the ground. Then he would hit another boundary. And we thought, okay, hello. But he did give Hassan Sadiq the strike. Look, I said he looked so confident there. He was smiling and everything. And then this was the shot. And he just never got the power in it. There's a chuck the water there from Sandhu. He takes a catch. Well, he took some good catches there in the end. And then he saw there that Hassan Sadiq had to catch the own one of himself. I think that is such a good wicket to fall, because you saw that shortcut was hurting them. I think the wicketkeeper there, I mean, on another day, the wicketkeeper, if he's got time to think about it, probably doesn't take the bails off. Takes the catch and says, no, buddy, you stay here because you're not hitting that ball at all. They made the change, and in the end, it was a victory. Look at them jumping up and down for joy. Well done there to Surinder Singh. He held his cool and his nerve. Not a bad strike rate from him either. He had to go at 200 to get the win for his side, and he did. 20 of 10 balls. What a match, everybody.
What an incredible match. It was such a joy to be here to witness what was an absolute classic. We'll have a look at the scorecard here for Sher-e Punjab and just look at some of these key contributions. Of course, Sadiq, the star performer, making 95 runs of 29 delivers. I'm sure he's going to be awarded the man of the match. The Surinder Singh there right at the end, making 20 of 10, getting his side over the finishing line with some fine batting under pressure. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling card for Lord CC. And well, a few of their bowlers just couldn't hold their nerve right at the end. They cracked under the pressure. I think they'll look at those 21 runs they gave up off extras as well and wish they had just improved on some of those little things. And of course, right there, Muzammil Omar Kale, the man who bowled that final over. Oh, all the nerves that he must have been feeling. And he almost got his side an incredibly unlikely victory when, of course, the opposition, Sher-e Punjab, needed just 2 runs off the last over at one stage.
That wide, wasn't it? That wide. He did everything right. And that wide was pretty expensive. Then they, I think also, good fair play to the batter who just said, you know, I'm going to get bat on ball and run. I know I'm going to be run out, but at least that means that Surinder Singh gets on strike. And that was what they needed, him on strike. Then they went on to win the match. What a match. Again, Sher-e Punjab, they're a funny side. I mean, we know they're going to concede a lot of runs. We know they're going to bowl pretty badly most of the time. We know that they're going to field not very well. But do you write them off? No, because when it comes to the batting, you also know that they're going to probably pull off another run chase like this. Don't forget, earlier in the day, they did beat Donaustadt, and that was quite amazing. So they beat Donaustadt. And now Donaustadt, I know you were looking at their stats. They haven't lost for a number of years. So they beat Donaustadt, and then they look like they're down and out in this one, and they win. What a knock, though. I mean, I remember talking about, Harpreet's knock in Rome when he chased and got that win for his side. And I'm thinking, I haven't seen a century like that in a long time, because it was a century when he was under pressure, no other batter was performing, and he got his team for a win. And I thought, that's the sort of innings, century or not, that is special. And I think it's the same about this innings that we saw here from Hassan Sadiq. Bearing in mind what he did earlier today when he scored 71, I think he scored, and got the win against Donostia. This time, 95. It's really unfortunate he didn't get to a century, because I think if he did, it would have been the best and one of the most important centuries that we've seen on the network. Gets to 95. What a knock.
What a knock. I mean, he refused to yield while wickets were tumbling around him. And then he got his side to the precipice of victory. But of course, they just needed that little push at the end by Singh to get them over the finishing line. A match for the ages. What an incredible way to end this Thursday. This Sher-e Punjab side of pure box office.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to dislike about them, especially if you're if you're a cricketer and you like to see all of the disciplines of the game done correctly. But there's a lot to love about them, and their fight and their desire and their attitude of never give up, never say die is quite amazing. They pull off another sensational win. Well done to them. But also, you've got to say well done to Lord CC for playing their part in a really good match. One thing I want to remind you of, and everybody else here. So remember Lord CC when they ran 2, hit the batter, they could have gone for a third. They said, nah, it's all right. We're sporting. We won't take the third. That extra run could have made all the difference.
They certainly could have won them the game, and I think, Lord CC, are they going to be made to pay for their gentlemanly-like behavior? guess we're going to wonder forever.
We're going to wonder forever. Look, it's been a wonderful day. Just very quickly, it's been a long day. Thank you to everybody. I want to say a big shout out to the players and the umpires. It's been very hot today. Me and you know it. And, you know, sometimes when we're going out there in the middle to do our bits, we feel the heat. We know it. The heat is pounding down on you all day. For the players to be out there, all the players, and for the umpires, and also the ECN crew, and of course Spring Media here, it's a top effort from everyone. So well done to everybody involved. Well done to the Federation for looking after us. It's been a massive team effort from everyone.
Yeah, it certainly has been. And of course, a big shout out to Spring Productions for another fine day. I mean, we got some terrific camera angles throughout this day. I know a lot of people in the chat love to see them as well. So another fantastic day working alongside our friends over at Spring.
Yeah, and finally, of course, how can we go without thanking you? You know who you are. And all around the globe, thank you very much for your support for the European Cricket Network. I think once again, the chat has been absolutely fantastic. So a round of applause to the chat. And of course, looking forward to welcoming you tomorrow. I'll be here in my Peacock Friday shirt. You'll be traveling somewhere in yours, right?
Yeah, certainly will be. And of course, I can't wait to follow along what happens tomorrow. They'll be back on Saturday for what should be a great day of cricket. We'll have a look at some of the fixtures coming up tomorrow very quickly. And of course, I'm looking forward to some of those games. Of course, Graz as well. I think they're going to be an exciting team, so I'll be watching closely.
Yeah, Graz Cricket Academy, of course, have got 3 matches there tomorrow, as have the Austrian Daredevils. The Daredevils looking to win their first match this time around as well. So we've got some interesting matches. And Snazzy, they'll be looking to go back to winning ways as well. And like they did yesterday, the ICC will come in to play the last 2 matches of the day. I can hear the music playing. It's time to go to the highlights, and the highlights are going to be absolutely fantastic here today. So it's time for us to say goodbye. So as I always say, be happy, be fair, be good, look after yourself, be healthy, and you'll see me tomorrow. So I'll be here. This one here will be traveling around somewhere in Vienna. So shukriya, thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, everybody.